Modes of protest and resistance. Strange change in morals political. Margaret Betz. Preface. We are all here. Brethren, arise, arise. Rather die freemen than live to be slaves, let your motto be resistance. 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 Henry Highland Garnet, 1843. Storytelling and narrative have a valuable history within philosophy, often as an effort to avoid the misleading posturing of the God's eye view while theorizing. George Yancey warns we should avoid a fetish for philosophical abstraction. One contextualizing a philosophical position, how it developed and what inspired it, gives that position a home and centers it for the reader. It is a reminder that philosophers are always writing from a place and a time, as a member of a community. Karen Warren believes that the narrative allows the writer to conceive of ethics as emerging out of particular situations moral agents find themselves in. Point 2. The situatedness becomes valuable as we confront willful epistemic ignorance, the double consciousness of marginalized people, and we look for ways to rectify epistemic injustices. According to Warren, narrative centralizes the importance of voice. When a multiplicity of cross-cultural voices are centralized, narrative is able to give expression to a range of attitudes, values, beliefs, and behaviors that may be overlooked or silenced. 3. Storytelling draws our attention to the meaning of human life arising from our experience and the fact that human beings are more than incarnations of reason, but are also embodied, historical, and political. For beneficial to political philosophy in particular is a plurality of voices, grounded in factual truth, engaging in political events, both the standard voices and the ones usually unheard. These unheard voices have often remained so purposely silenced. Really, the strength of political philosophy rests in hearing those voices and the perspectives they represent. With that as my guidance, I begin here with situating this project in the messy real world rather than the neater, more controllable, world of pure thought, as Susan Brisson calls it, providing my own story so that I might then explore others. Point 5. Protest. I am willing to bet that most people in the US recognized that the Trump presidency represented significant shifts in tone, policy, and national identity, whether they welcomed those shifts or not. I was among those troubled by many of these pronounced changes and struggled with ways to make sense of it all. That is not to claim that the seeds of Donald Trump's ideology were not already long-established parts of American history and culture, but the noticeable shift was that dog whistling was replaced with open, full-throat endorsements of an ideology that harkened back to a bygone era. Point 6. The dramatic 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency represented not only the onset of the coronavirus and the denial of the results of the 2020 presidential election, but also dramatic moments of protest, racial conflict, and political violence. 7 months into Trump's presidency, various factions of alt-right and far-right white nationalism held the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville during the summer of 2017. 7 On the first evening, the young white men held a night march chanting "Jews will not replace us," followed the next day with one of them attacking various counter-protesters and killing Heather Heyer's death, and President Trump's equivocation by referring to good people on both sides inspired multiple counter-protests around the country. I attended such a protest organized by Power in Philadelphia. The march involved up to 2,000 people and was in full swing when I arrived. A young man and I approached at the same moment. I noticed that printed on his t-shirt were the words "Feminism is cancer." Only afterward did I learn the phrase is famously associated with Milo Yiannopoulos, an alt-right provocateur. In other words, this young man attended a protest march against alt-right hate and violence wearing the logo of one of its best-known advocates. Both he and I blended into the crowd, but he was quickly surrounded on all sides by people dressed from head to toe in black. All had bandanas covering the lower part of their faces, hats, and sunglasses. Point 8. I have no way of proving this is the case, but I believe those people were members of Antifa who were present at the march in order to protect the protesters. The young man put his hands up in a defensive position, signaling he meant no threat. I lost sight of all of them as they were swallowed into the crowd. Antifa were in the news a great deal during Trump's presidency, both for their actual activism and their purported responsibility for all sorts of violence and destruction. Trump tweeted, "The United States of America will be designating Antifa a terrorist organization, despite the fact that there is no organization to speak of. Antifa is better understood as a set of organizing political guidelines." Point 9 That experience at the Philadelphia March motivated me to read Mark Bray's The Antifa Handbook in an attempt to better understand this approach to political activism of people known for sometimes advocating that violence and property damage are legitimate modes of combating political fascism. Antifa's ideology has tested the patience and political commitments of most of the American public, many of whom have absorbed the message of the civil rights movement that nonviolent action is the only acceptable and respectable form of protest. During this period, I had continual conversations with friends, colleagues, and family about what protest represents, about what modes are effective, or even acceptable. I spent a great deal of time reflecting on what it means to introduce violence into political protests and whether I was willing to follow other people in dismissing it out of hand as obviously wrong. 10-11 Dismissing all uses of violence instinctively seemed flat to me, lacking critical engagement. I sensed without any particular clarity that political violence is a complex phenomenon and, as such, demands careful critical engagement. Like others, I thought to myself, as an American citizen, I have a vested interest and even a moral responsibility in my society becoming better, but how? And what does that mean? Is protest a valuable way to address social injustice? Should all violent expressions be condemned? In other words, I challenged myself to think what we are doing. 12. This book represents my path of reflection and countless dialogues with friends, colleagues, and even students. Gloria Anzaldúa expressed it well when she said, "I am often driven by the impulse to write something down, by the desire and urgency to communicate, to make meaning, to make sense of things." 13 Protest is a broad topic and our conversations about it rarely honor significant, qualitative distinctions. Was the January 6 insurrection at the Capitol a protest in the same ways as Black Lives Matter-led protests that arose across the U.S. after the murder of George Floyd? My intuition said no, and I sought a better understanding to uncover why. As someone whose scholarship has primarily focused on Hannah Arendt, I had been working under certain assumptions about my grasp of political action and of the use of political violence, but further reflection caused me to rethink those positions. I began to question, for instance, if certain modes of protest are more effective, what qualifies as effective, and if effective is the same thing as being just. Does the presence of violence, even in small amounts, automatically negate the message and the cause? Does it matter who perpetuates the violence, whether it is property damage or physical harm to persons, and for what reasons? What epistemic responsibilities does the public hold as we assess the various expressions of political protest, especially the ones that involve disenfranchised groups asking us to confront social injustices? Are there responsibilities to listen to their anger and pain? 14 Climate activist and ecologist Andreas Malm cites a Black Power activist saying in 1968, "Protest is when I say I don't like this. Resistance is when I put an end to what I don't like. Protest is when I say I refuse to go along with this anymore. Resistance is when I make sure everybody else stops going along too." 15. The subtitle of this book, Strange Change in Morals Political, is taken from a letter the radical abolitionist John Brown wrote to a friend while Brown was in prison after the Harper's Ferry raid. Brown insisted he was in good spirits despite awaiting his execution by hanging. He wrote, "I go joyfully in behalf of millions that have no rights that this great and glorious, this Christian republic, is bound to respect." Strange change in morals political, as well as Christian, since 1776. I look forward to other changes to take place. 16 Brown seems a fitting source for the title of this project for multiple reasons. First, Brown carried out a kind of political violence I will be exploring in this book. He also displayed a rare epistemic awareness about the absurdities of the epistemic and ethical norms of American slavery. Furthermore, Brown continues to serve as a great influence over contemporary political protest across the whole political spectrum. Finally, I share Brown's hope for positive change in our morals political. Through Brown's model, as a fellow member of the dominant group in American society, I hope to seek out epistemic friction that contests and challenges my blind spots. Outline of chapters. I begin in Chap. 1. By examining the classic American mode of protest offered through the civil rights movement of nonviolent action and civil disobedience. I look at influential writings by Henry David Thoreau, Martin Luther King Jr., John Rawls, and a contemporary argument in defense of the effectiveness of nonviolent action by Erica Chenoweth and Maria J. Stephan. I argue that the subtext behind this movement is the politics of respectability, a term coined by Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, which played a complex role in gaining dignity for disenfranchised people. While the respectability inherent in the nonviolent tradition of the civil rights movement did prove to be an effective tactic, it was always on the dominant group's terms and therefore diminished the agency of civil rights actors. I also examine a kind of activism referred to as laughtivism that utilizes humor, satire, and parody to bring about social change. Laughtivism, I argue, is able to avoid some of the problems associated with the respectability politics of nonviolent action and serves as a promising form of political protest. In Chap. 2. I develop a concept I refer to as resistance. Violence. 17 I propose that resistance. Violence is when politically vulnerable people take a stand and carry out acts of violence as an expression of their political agency. They resist their dehumanization by a system that offers them no real legal, criminal, or judicial protection and leaves them to exist as bare life or legal freaks. Resistance. Violence does not fit the classic definition of self-defense because, first, the threat resistance actors face is not always imminent and, second, resistance actors know they will likely pay with their lives and often do. Instead, I propose that by resisting their dehumanization, resistance, violence actors are attempting to establish their dignity. Furthermore, by whom, toward whom, and in what ways the violence is committed affects whether it constitutes resistance. Violence by my estimation. Because resistance actors have been denied traditional access to political agency and enfranchisement, as those living under threat of violence, their resistance violence is an understandable response. I show that even the best-known proponents of nonviolence, like Bayard Rustin and Martin Luther King, recognize why violence erupts among disenfranchised people. Indeed, Rustin and King express sympathy for why people are driven to violence even as they recognize its impracticality as a tactic. King did not see violence as a productive path, but he understood why people chose it. My position is inspired by Hannah Arendt's heartfelt assurance from the original version of The Origins of Totalitarianism, where she writes, "For those who were expelled from humanity and from human history and thereby deprived of their human condition need the solidarity of all men to assure them the rightful place in man's enduring chronicle. At least we can cry out to each one of those who rightly is in despair, do thyself no harm, for we are all here." 18. Guiding this project will be the argument by Alexander G. Wehley about a critical oversight in Giorgio Agamben's philosophy. Agamben is known for arguing that some people exist merely as bare life in society. Wehley contends that concept is best exemplified by those dehumanized through American racism, identifying race as a constitutive category in thinking about the parameters of humanity. 19 My focus throughout is primarily on examples that come from America's history of racism and the disenfranchisement of black people, a common choice in the scholarship. For instance, when Miranda Fricker and Gail Polhouse address issues of epistemic injustice, they turn to the character of Tom Robinson from To Kill a Mockingbird because it exemplifies political and epistemic norms of the Jim Crow South. Jose Medina similarly turns to American segregation through acts of resistance by Rosa Parks and others. In her philosophical analysis of self-defense, Elsa Dorlin likewise turns to slavery and segregation. Furthermore, as a U.S. citizen, I recognize the role we all play in confronting and addressing these realities within our own society. Various important works on resistance and political struggle have emerged in recent years, most notably Candace Delma's comprehensive book Duty to Resist, Jason Brennan's When All Else Fails, and Devon Zane Shaw's Philosophy of Antifascism. I examine these fellow philosophies of resistance with particular focus on Delma's book because we examine similar phenomenon, acts of resistance and acts of violence. I show how, despite this shared focus, our theses and scope merely overlap. This chapter examines the various reasons why we arrive at different conclusions. One notable reason is that my position is developed through the lens of the political significance of epistemic injustice in ways Delma's position is not. I also argue that the type of violence I describe is not best captured through traditional definitions of self-defense because, for instance, facing imminent threat is usually part of that definition. Resistance actors, I argue, are residing in spaces where the threat is not always imminent. Instead, I propose two other philosophical concepts that better describe resistance: violence, insurrectionist ethics, and Elsa Dorland's thanatoethics. Thanatoethics involve behaviors and practices surrounding one's death that restore the value of one's life. Because a considerable portion of this book focuses on violent protest and resistance, it is beneficial to the conversation to define what I understand violence to mean. Scholars on violence differ widely on how to define the term, primarily because of disagreements about what to include and exclude. Is violence solely physical harm, or does it also include intangible mental, emotional, and psychological harm? Does violence always involve force? Must violence have an actor who directly initiates the harm, or can violence represent pervasive and often faceless harm? When all the variables are weighed, it becomes obvious why this term is hard to pin down. In the following, this is the working definition of violence I use. 1. I will explain: harm or damage without consent properly given or without being attended to properly. 20. I pair the terms harm and damage with the question of consent because harm or damage can be done but, because consent was given, does not constitute violence. Let me offer two examples for why. First, if my dentist extracts my tooth, it will do considerable harm and damage to my mouth. There will be bleeding, swelling, pain, and discomfort. Yet this is an activity I have consented to, presumably for the overall health of my mouth. Second, various sexual practices involve physical harm and damage to the body to which the parties have granted consent, but it would be inexact to describe the situation as one party being violent towards the other. 21. Against one's consent properly given qualifies physical harm in morally important ways. Kimberly Brownlee implies consent as pivotal to violence by offering the example of fencing, which is both civil and violent. The parties involved have consented to a set of rules that govern their use of violence and express a respect for the opponent as worthy. 22. Next, human beings carry out violence not only against other human beings but also toward natural beings. In other words, to avoid anthropocentrism, violence should be recognized as including acts against non-human animals and other natural beings. Our everyday understanding does and does not accept this reality. For instance, if someone were to catch me kicking my cat Antigone because she scratched the furniture, few would hesitate to say, she used violence against her cat. However, most people are more reluctant to recognize the conditions of killing animals for food as violence because the word has normative connotations and therefore it sounds like a moral condemnation. But simply because we are uncomfortable with such a characterization does not mean we are justified in using the term violence for the first example but avoid using it for the second. Both constitute harm and damage without consent. Some may point out that animals are not able to give consent in any traditional moral and legal understanding of the term, so any act to an animal cannot meet the standard of with consent. I agree, animals can show us what they like and dislike, but that is not the same thing as giving or withholding consent. However, that issue equally applies to nonverbal human beings. They are not able to give consent either, yet we would still recognize them as potential victims of violence. This is the reason I include without consent properly given or without being attended to properly. This addresses situations in which the individual in question may be technically harmed but they do not have the capacity to provide or withhold consent. Animals cannot give consent in a legally or morally meaningful way, but attended to properly invites us to consider the various ways they may convey they dislike some things, but those things should nonetheless still be done to them. For instance, animals may object to receiving shots from the vet, technically dislike them, but they should still get them. In those situations in which the recipient is incapable by nature of giving or withholding consent, attending to them properly involves considering their overall well-being. Antigone's overall well-being does not benefit from being kicked, but she does benefit from receiving her yearly shots to protect her from disease and illness. Psychological harm deserves attention on its own because of its contested status of qualifying as violence proper. I propose that chronic and pervasive directed mental harm does constitute a kind of violence to the recipient, as determined by the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide in 1948.23 in Article 2. The Convention coupled bodily and mental harm as among the acts of genocide aimed at a particular group. I focus here primarily on threat, which represents the pervasive understanding or feeling that one could be physically harmed randomly at any time. For instance, Jim Crow norms were as effective as they were because black Southerners recognized that, even if they escaped physical harm most of the time, the threat of violence from white people was ever present and was thereby able to produce compliant behavior in the black community. In some ways, we can say that threat does the work of physical harm without having to lift a finger. Threat is an attempt at psychological control. In my discussion of the belief that the presence of imminent threat is required for an act to constitute self-defense, I address why such a requirement ignores that threat can be chronic and pervasive and works as a control mechanism of marginalized people. Here is an illustrative example. Arlene T. Geronimus. Groundbreaking book Weathering examines the constant stress different marginalized groups experience as othered by dominant society. She argues the chronic conditions they are forced to live under cause immeasurable harm to their psyches and to their bodies. Geronimus offers the case study of people perceived as Latino living in Iowa and ICE's decision to raid a slaughterhouse to arrest undocumented people. Geronimus points to the multiple assumptions at play, that ICE agents can identify by sight who qualifies as Latino, that Latino people are undocumented, and that undocumented people represent such a severe threat that 900 armed ICE agents should descend through helicopter and by foot to capture them. They were racialized as criminals, Geronimus argues. 389 employees were arrested that day, handcuffed, and chained together at the waist. Geronimus reports that no more than 5 of the workers arrested had criminal records, and none had committed a violent offense. Geronimus notes that the militarized, wildly expensive stunt had a powerful, lasting effect among the workers and their families. One of the more troubling results is that there were increased chances of poor birth outcomes among the pregnant workers or their loved ones. Babies were born too early, too small, or both because of the psychological and physiological stress and strain caused by the raid. 24 If that were not troubling enough, Geronimus research found a ripple effect throughout the entire state of the Iowa Latino community, even among Latino mothers far away in the state and not directly affected by the ICE raid. There was a higher than average rate of babies born too small or too early. Geronimus interprets these findings to show that it is likely all Latino Iowans now feared they would be immediately viewed as suspicious. She reports Latinos all but disappeared from public life in Iowa, no matter their immigration status. Now on high alert, they stopped shopping in person, and children stopped attending schools. Non-Latinos reacted cautiously too, for instance, by showing reluctance to hire Latinos out of fear of the public spectacle and disruption of a raid. It was as though the U.S. government had put a target on every one of their backs. The government did not need to directly interact with most Latinos in Iowa in order to cause them tremendous harm. All that it took was a profoundly terrifying threat. Finally, let me address the question of force, which some view as the determining factor for defining an activity as violence. It is common to see definitions of violence to be forceful physical harm. Force is a complicated concept that, I argue, can accompany violence but is not necessarily present. First, as we have seen with harm and damage, force can be a red herring in defining violence because forceful physical harm can define both my dentist's extraction of my tooth and certain kinds of sexual activity. Again, what makes something violent is that the act lacks consent. Describing either of those actions as using force would add nothing to deepening our understanding of harm. Next, feminist critique has given us tremendous insight into the problems with conceptual reliance on force as what makes something wrong, namely, in defining rape as forceful sexual assault. Insisting the definition of rape include mention that it was forceful is problematic for multiple reasons, but the most obvious one being that not all rape involves force. A person frozen in fear may not fight back at all and therefore no force was needed. Sexually assaulting someone compromised by drugs and alcohol in their system equally may not involve force. Rather, the lack of consent is what defines both those situations as sexual assault, not the presence or absence of force. It is with that in mind that I argue whether or not violence is forceful should not be the determining factor in how we define it because some forms of violence do not include force. Here is an example. Suppose I have decided to kill someone in a way I hope best helps me avoid detection. I choose to lace their morning coffee with rat poison in small but slightly increasing doses over the course of weeks. Eventually, enough poison is in the person's system to kill them. No force was needed to carry out this murder, yet I would claim it nonetheless could be described as doing violence to the victim. The lack of force does not make it a morally different situation than stabbing someone, which involves tremendous force. With this carefully annotated definition of violence, I am able to argue that institutional violence exists. Qualifying violence as systematic or institutional is sometimes viewed contentiously because it implies there is not necessarily a violent actor responsible for directly carrying out an individualized act against someone or something, which seems out of step with our commonsensical understanding. But the assumption that violence only involves an actor who directly carries out an act on a particular victim overlooks that faceless policies and structures can do considerable damage to the people living under them, a position that serves as the general thesis of Geronimus' book. Brownlee argues that neither the intention to harm nor the causing of harm is necessary for something to be violent. 25 An example of institutional violence often cited is man-made starvation, that is, hunger caused not by a lack of available food, but because of policy decisions that create conditions so that people starve to death. This type of policy constitutes physical harm done without consent and does not involve an actor directly carrying out an act against another. It is still nonetheless a kind of violence to the recipients. Another example is environmental racism, which closely follows the above poisoning example but without the direct action of someone placing the poison in someone's coffee. Environmental racism is carried out on a grander scale by institutions, enabled by policy that non-forcefully causes serious physical harm to others without their consent. Furthermore, I will also argue that threat is a frequent component of institutionalized violence. Stephen Lee is similarly critical of definitions of violence that necessarily include mention of force because he defends the position that poverty is institutionalized violence, that is, violence to persons that does not involve a direct act of force by an actor. While Lee and I develop different reasons for defending the existence of institutional violence, Lee rightly states that we may be misled into thinking something institutionalized cannot be violent because it lacks vigorous force. He responds, both the outlaw and the maintainer of an unjust status quo are capable of great moral wrongs, and we should not let this point be obscured by reserving the strongest condemnatory language for only one of them. 26 In other words, what can be misleading is that institutionalized violence does not seem to have anyone at its helm and, because of that, can appear as just the way things are. Yet Lee's point in arguing that poverty is a kind of violence is that there are actors at play making decisions that create the conditions of violence. I would add that policymakers are well aware of the impact of their decisions but do nothing to change it. As James Rachels is known to have argued about the moral equivalence of passively allowing and actively doing, keeping in place one set of policies rather than another is doing something, it is allowing poverty to increase by not keeping pace with inflation. Defining violence as sometimes institutional is complicated by the fact that there are variations that do use force and do involve an actor directly initiating an act against a recipient. An example of this is police brutality against black people. Yet, activists worry that some focus too narrowly on isolated incidents at the expense of seeing how this kind of violence has become institutionalized. In other words, some might recognize that Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd, but they are unwilling to admit it exemplifies a larger, structural problem of police brutality toward black people. To conclude, institutional violence represents physical harm or damage without consent properly given or properly attended to that becomes part of the structural functioning of institutions. By now it should be clear that an entire book could be written on what constitutes violence. While it is beneficial to my project to set certain parameters for what I mean by the word, I do not want the attempts at defining it to overwhelm this project. Indeed, many of my same arguments hold if we simply talk about forms of harm to another. By defining violence here, I ultimately hope to establish the context for making a case that institutional violence exists and that resistance violence is a response to it. In Chap. 3. I show the link between the concept of epistemic injustice and how it applies to my thesis of resistance violence. Epistemic injustice involves how hierarchical social positioning impacts how we form knowledge and regard each other as knowers. As Jose Medina says, social injustice breeds epistemic injustice. 27 I propose that important epistemic justice issues arise with how the dominant group regards resistance violence if it does not involve full acknowledgement of the systematic dehumanization in which it arises. Specifically, dominant society is encouraged to ignore the politically vulnerable conditions of marginalized people's lives, conditions that include being the recipients of violence. As a result, resistance violence appears to the dominant group as unprovoked and unfounded aggression, only further entrenching the inclination to regard marginalized people with suspicion and to dehumanize them. Selective attention, compartmentalization, hypocrisy, and willful ignorance all contribute to failing to acknowledge the living conditions imposed upon politically vulnerable people. Political scientist Norman Ornstein has said that a balanced treatment of an unbalanced phenomenon distorts reality. I show that epistemic justice involves placing resistance violence within the unjust conditions in which it arises. After outlining a sampling of philosophies of epistemic injustice from Hannah Arendt, Miranda Fricker, Charles Mills, Myasha Cherry, Johanna Luttrell, and Jose Medina, I argue we need to get to the root of why and how epistemic injustice is able to continue in society: the willful refusal to empathize. Elsa Dorland's Self-Defense, a Philosophy of Violence, helps contextualize our perceptions of violence. While there are no easy answers, I suggest a direction forward through Laftivism and John Brown's strategic use of epistemic ignorance. In Chap. 4. I study resistance violence carried out by another through the case study of John Brown. As stated earlier, resistance violence is a particular type of political violence. Does it still qualify as resistance violence if the resistance actor is not a member of a politically vulnerable group? If the resistance actor is not politically vulnerable themselves, it is no longer accurately described as an attempt at establishing one's own dignity because the violence does not represent the person's only mode of political agency. I argue that the actions of someone like John Brown represent resistance violence by proxy, which serves as an invitation, an attempt to help push open the door for the politically vulnerable. Brown's actions exemplify an effort to create the conditions for authentic political agency for politically vulnerable people and, in some ways, represent the optimal version of resistance violence since they involve no personal risk to the already vulnerable. However, resistance violence committed on another's behalf runs the risk of perpetuating entrenched paternalistic hierarchies that implicitly regard the vulnerable group as inherently weak and in need of help. Therefore, I argue this qualified version of resistance violence by proxy must include the caveat that figures like John Brown act as conduits and not as saviors. Finally, in Chap. 5. I examine current events and consider how my various theses on protest and resistance apply. Because of the potential breadth of examples to examine, I will limit myself to John Brown-inspired pro-life activism, Antifa, the January 6 insurrection, and property damage and looting during the 2020 protests. I also discuss two groups I believe qualify as politically vulnerable today, namely, trans people and migrants. I end the chapter with a look to where we go from here. In closing, I would like to address where my narrative, my story, places me. Contemporary philosophical scholarship grapples with the often overlooked moral and political dimensions of epistemology. What counts as knowledge, who is considered a credible knower, and whose testimony matters all happen in a context of chronic structural inequalities, of prioritizing some voices and doubting or silencing others. Classic examples include that enslaved people were not allowed to testify against white people in trials and that women often face hostile disbelief in response to accusations of sexual assault, especially against powerful men. 28 Epistemic justice refers to the concerted effort to break the cycle of reinforcing entrenched assumptions that perpetuate pervasive and insidious injustices of how we assess knowledge and knowers, who is given an opportunity to be heard and believed, and who is viewed as authoritative. In short, it means that scholars like me have important professional responsibilities while discussing the experiences of marginalized people. My commitment with this project is to respectfully engage with the experiences of those I will refer to as politically vulnerable. My inspiration comes from Rebecca Hall in her book Wake, in which she writes that in her research she often needed to read between the lines to find the stories of enslaved women's involvement in slave revolts. Hall writes, "It's the least I can do for these women, I can tell their story." 29 I likewise hope to share the stories of people that dominant society conveniently tends to overlook. Related is the responsibility of the rest of us to bear witness. It is one of the epistemic obligations of dominant groups to stop the denial, the obfuscation. Epistemic obligations mean uplifting the voices of those traditionally silenced, overlooked, and neglected. It means hearing their stories, listening to their stories. As the survivor of sexual trauma, Susan Brisson also emphasizes the importance of bearing witness despite the common unwilling to listen to what they endured. 30 Brisson describes others bearing witness as therapeutic if others heard and believed what I told them. 31. In the case for rage, Myisha Cherry warns allies committed to addressing racism to be attentive to not replicating the very power structures being challenged. Cherry argues that, while allyship is both valuable and possible to social movements, there are better and worse ways of doing so. Among the epistemic obligations Cherry cites is the importance of white people dissentering themselves in conversations about confronting racial injustice. This tactic involves ensuring one is merely a means through which the issue is presented, keeping the focus on the people involved and their experiences. Cherry writes, allies must speak up, not over others, and should seek to feel solidarity with those affected. 32 She explains there is a difference between appropriating and amplifying. The latter involves, again, dissentering oneself and providing a platform for the marginalized to speak. 33. Johanna Luttrell offers guidelines for white people engaging particularly with the Black Lives Matter movement. Luttrell writes that power and interests promote forgetting and make certain processes invisible to certain people, and hypervisible to others. 34 She suggests that writing can be a form of remembering, of excavating, and that writing can serve as a means of knowledge's construction. Like Luttrell, I see my training as a philosopher as one possible tool in contributing to this dialogue, that my training enables me to draw connections between philosophical arguments and people's lived experiences. Luttrell encourages white allies of anti-racism movements to take part in deep self-reflection, to recognize internal contradictions in our viewpoints, to confront the reality that some white people simply refuse to acknowledge black suffering, and to not merely intellectualize the issue but to also participate. She labels it passive whiteness to merely remain an observer on the sidelines. Luttrell cites Susanna Morris advising white people to see their role in anti-racism activism as working at uproot white supremacy in the places you are. 35 Participation forces white people to take responsibility, to have skin in the game. Participating also involves recognizing the actors as whole persons with the full range of human emotions, Diana Myers argues. An example of a philosopher who handled this responsibility poorly is Hannah Arendt in her Reflections on Little Rock in 1959. Arendt's argument consisted mainly in the fact that she believed it was misguided for black parents to put their children on the political front lines through forced desegregation of schools. Arendt arrived at this position for various reasons, but, primarily, she did not believe children should be subjected to the harsh brightness of the public and the responsibilities of political action. She rhetorically asked, have we now come to the point where it is the children who are being asked to change or improve the world? And do we intend to have our political battles fought in the schoolyards? 36 Among the things informing Arendt's position was her discomfort with how young Germans were pulled into the Nazi movement through what was little more than an abuse of the formation of their political agency. It is true that Arendt's mistakes here may be typical of many white people's failure to grasp the complexity of race issues in the late 1950s. And whether or not there is harm involved in placing children on the vanguard of political change is a question I will put aside. For our purposes here, Arendt has been rightly criticized by her black contemporaries and Arendtian scholars for a failure to fully investigate, listen to, and understand the position black people found themselves in during the Jim Crow era. For instance, Michael Weinman and Maria Robazkiewicz note that Arendt got more than a few facts wrong about the high school students desegregating a white high school, like the names of students in photos, why the students' parents were absent, and even the history of Southern segregation. 37 At the time, Ralph Ellison chastised Arendt for not adequately considering the terror, fear, and anger black parents and their children experienced in the Jim Crow South. In a private letter to Ellison, Arendt agreed he was right that she had not taken this into consideration, which caused her indeed to go into an entirely wrong direction, but her future writings on race were not much better. 38 What this example reveals is a failure to engage with and listen to the actors themselves. Catherine T. Guinness criticizes Arendt for ignoring the standpoint of the oppressed in favor of the perspective of the oppressors. 39 Guinness writes that, although she admires Arendt, I do not see myself and my experiences as a black woman adequately represented in her writing, adding that what Arendt needed was an epistemological shift because her perspective negates the agency of blacks as intellectuals and as political subjects. 40. The complicated epistemic obligations involved are perhaps best captured by George Yancey and his use of the term tutari. Yancey advises white audiences to remain, to reflect, to not flee in defensiveness or avoidance. The process of tarrying encourages forms of courageous listening, humility, and the capacity to be touched, he writes, to be shaken by those black bodies and bodies of color that have achieved and honed degrees of epistemic complexity regarding white racism, forms of knowing that result from being race targets of a system that privileges white bodies and polices black bodies of color in ways that render them subject, criminal, or inferior. 41 Yancey clarifies he is not dismissing all contribution from white people because that is to be silenced in principle. Instead, he invites white people to learn to listen, to contest assumptions of white mastery on all subjects. Tarrying is a gift for white people, Yancey argues, because it allows them to confront what they have been encouraged to avoid, ignore, or deny. Tarrying is the active role white people are invited to play. Therefore, following Yancey's advice, this project represents my commitment to tarry and that we are all here. Margaret Betz. Camden, New Jersey, USA. Acknowledgements. Writing can be a solitary process that relies heavily on the activity of thinking, which, Hannah Arendt tells us, is a dialogue a person has with themselves. At times while writing this book, I sensed I was too deeply engrossed in that internal dialogue, so that dialogue with others became critical to successfully completing my project in order for my ideas to be expanded, deepened, and contested. These conversations with colleagues, friends, family, and even my students were of immeasurable benefit to fully developing the ideas presented here. To my parents who have supported my growth and success as an academic and as a philosopher more than anyone else, my deepest thanks. To my colleagues in my department at Rutgers University, Nicole, Craig, John, Stuart, Patrick, and Austin, thank you for your friendship, your support, and your excellent constructive commentary on my ideas during my writing process. To the peer reviewer, many thanks for the informative feedback of my manuscript. To Amy Invernizzi, I am deeply grateful for your invitation to a writing project through Palgrave Macmillan and the opportunity it represents to more clearly formulate ideas that were before only free-floating concepts. To my philosopher friends, especially Nessa Voss and Parish Conkling, who have been willing to tirelessly listen to me as I formulated ideas, who pushed back on the gaps and the incomplete concepts, I am eternally grateful for your friendship, for sharing your brilliance, for your support, and especially for your humor. Thank you, Parish, for your excellent feedback and convivial conversations about how we can jointly introduce better conversations about violence to our academic peers and to the public. To my sons, one of my greatest hopes is that you benefit from your mother's philosophical life, through our daily conversations, the model I have provided for living, and from reading this book. 1. Nonviolent Gadflies. Margaret Betz. 1. Philosophy, Rutgers University, Camden, New Jersey, USA. The mention of political protests, marches, or demonstrations in the U.S. likely conjures in most people's minds a nonviolent approach of civil disobedience modeled in some fashion after the civil rights movement. Collectively, we have largely accepted the inherent superiority of the nonviolent model because it works to bring about change in nobly peaceful and harmless ways. Candace Delmas argues that the label of nonviolent political action is coveted, in a way, sought out to legitimize political action because of this respected heritage. 1. Todd May argues that nonviolence is morally superior to violence in respecting two related values, dignity and equality. 2. Conversations about political protests often rely on shared truisms like violence is never the answer and violence only begets violence. When and if violence accompanies political protests by disenfranchised people in the form of property damage or physical harm to individuals, it is not uncommon for some people's opinion of the whole movement to be soured, immediately identifying their cause with the violence. Indeed, the appearance of violence during a protest has been used as an opportunity to delegitimize the pleas of disenfranchised people and, in some cases, has led to labeling the protesters as a hate or terrorist group because of the perception that they lack a commitment to civility. 3. In this chapter, I explore the philosophy behind nonviolent protest utilized by disenfranchised people primarily through the influential writings of Henry David Thoreau, Martin Luther King, Jr., John Rawls, and Kimberly Brownlee. 4. Brownlee nicely sums up civil disobedience as having both forward-looking and backward-looking aims. 5. That is, civilly disobedient actors see the social injustice in their society and envision ways to make it better. By examining the basic tenets of nonviolent philosophy through these influential thinkers, I hope to analyze what characterizes, motivates, and legitimizes nonviolent protest. 6. This includes examining the assumptions many of us have about nonviolent leaders and their perception of the use of violence, which tends to be much more sympathetic than is often recognized. Significant to discussing nonviolent protest is also the question of its effectiveness. Erica Chenoweth and Maria J. Stephan conducted an exhaustive analysis of the relevant data and conclude that nonviolent civil resistance is practically more successful than violent methods. I discuss their conclusions and how we might philosophically engage with their findings. Fundamental to fully understanding nonviolence is the role that respectability has played in American nonviolent protests by marginalized groups. I propose that, while there is much that is admirable in a commitment to social change through peaceful means, its manifestation in American history is tremendously fraught with unspoken gatekeeping standards by the dominant group that have played a significant role in how disenfranchised people seeking change have been perceived. Whether or not nonviolent protest has proven to be more effective, as Chenoweth and Stephan argue, is beside the point if it is ultimately orchestrated and defined by the dominant group. Because respectability politics characterizes much of nonviolent protest, control ultimately rests within the hands of the dominant group. It is a control that already diminishes the disenfranchised protester. As a result, I argue that dominant groups in American society have responsibilities to stay cognizant about what is at play here. This involves how we respond to the modes of protest by disenfranchised people and what we label acceptable, by what standards, and why. Delmas speaks of our duty to resist our own and our children's self-deception. 7. I argue that good faith engagement with disenfranchised people's political protest involves listening to what they are saying and not how they say it. Good faith engagement with protest does not insist on standards of respectability in order for it to be recognized as legitimate. And good faith engagement carefully regards instances of violence when they emerge in political protest by the disenfranchised without resorting to knee-jerk dismissal of the cause itself. This chapter concludes with a discussion about the fairly recent emergence of a kind of protest called laughtivism that utilizes satire, humor, and pranks in order to bring about social change. I propose that because laughtivism avoids some but not all of the traps of our common model of nonviolent protest, it offers a promising path to addressing social injustices. The philosophy of nonviolent action. Dr. Martin Luther King eloquently wrote about the philosophy behind his model of nonviolent political action. The theme of Christian love and forgiveness of the other motivates King's variation, which he tells us involves resisting without bitterness, to be cursed and not reply, to be beaten and not hit back. 8. It seeks to recognize the humanity and human worth in the oppressor with the goal of mending broken relations. King explains the refusal to engage with hate and physical harm arises for multiple reasons. First, Christian love calls on us to love our brother and sister, to refrain from violence of fist, tongue or heart. 9. It seeks change and communion, not revenge. Second, King hopes the moral conscience of the nation will be aroused through nonviolent action. 10. John Rawls describes it as the minority group drawing the public's attention by serving fair notice to a serious imbalance in access to justice. This model of protest positively alters both the political climate of the nation and the individual moral standing of white people who diminish themselves through their racial hate. In 1960, SNCC publicly explained that their nonviolent philosophy grew out of Judaic-Christian principles because love transforms hate. Acceptance dissipates prejudice, hope ends despair, peace dominates war. 11. Nonviolent protesters are seeking justice and reconciliation, not victory. 12. King rejects interpretations of passive resistance as implying cowardly inactivity, noting that rigorous training, discipline, and meditative preparation are necessary in order to learn to endure situations in which the protesters might face violent responses. He calls nonviolence a powerful and just weapon that cuts without wounding and ennobles the man who wields it. It is a sword that heals. 13. King acknowledges that the methods, demeanor, and behavior of nonviolent black protesters aim to garner sympathy and respect because they challenge the myth of inferiority. He writes, even the most reluctant is forced to recognize that no inferior people could choose and successfully pursue a course involving such extensive sacrifices, bravery, and skill. 14. King recognizes the possibility that the slightest incidence of violence could alienate white audiences and legislators. But he points to the virtues so long regarded as exclusive property of the white South, gallantry, loyalty, and pride that can now be found in nonviolent protesters. 15. In King's opinion, the March on Washington came as a surprise to white Americans because their stereotypes about black people suffered a heavy blow through the dignity, the organization, and even the wearing apparel and friendly spirit of the participants. He claims, if the press had expected something akin to a minstrel show, or a brawl, or a comic display of odd clothes and bad manners, they were disappointed. 16. The unspoken truth is that protesters for social change are involved in a public relations campaign of winning over the general population to their cause. They must first get the public's attention, then gain their sympathy, and finally win their support. Henry David Thoreau describes this as action from principle, the perception and the performance of right, changes things and relations. 17. Protesters presenting themselves as respectable through a noble commitment to nonviolence but also through presenting themselves as palatable in appearance, behavior, demeanor, and speech all help to bring about those ends. James Farmer, co-founder of CORE, agreed with King that nonviolence is tactically beneficial because the use of violence would justify in many people's minds repressive measures by the state and that the only ones who would profit are the defenders of segregation. 18. As the term civil disobedience implies, nonviolent protest must continually dance the line between breaking laws while at the same time maintaining an air of civility. Rawls describes this as a form of dissent at the boundary of fidelity to law. 19. King frequently insists in his writing that nothing about his model advocates lawlessness or anarchy. As Rawls explains, there is no way to avoid entirely the danger of divisive strife, any more than one can rule out the possibility of profound scientific controversy. Yet if justified civil disobedience seems to threaten civic concord, the responsibility falls not upon those who protest but upon those whose abuse of authority and power justified such opposition. For to employ the coercive apparatus of the state in order to maintain manifestly unjust institutions is itself a form of illegitimate force that men in due course have a right to resist. 20. King notes that it is only particular laws that he advocates breaking, it is therefore selective disobedience. Furthermore, his model of civil disobedience welcomes being arrested and accepting jail time. King argues that, if anything, this shows the utmost respect for the law by accepting due punishment as determined by established laws. 21. Likewise, Rawls maintains, we must pay a certain price to convince others that our actions have, in our carefully considered view, a sufficient moral basis in the political convictions of the community. 22. Of course, there are strategic reasons the nonviolent protester embraces arrests, since jail time provides an excellent opportunity to gain sympathy from the public, as noted above. James Forman, the executive secretary of SNCC, said it is important that we stay in jail, for people are remembered more for what they do than what they say. 23. King remarked that Birmingham could have kept him and other protesters in jail for the rest of his life based on a charge of civil contempt, but that would be sentencing us to a martyrdom which would turn the national public opinion against Birmingham. 24. Jail time not only heightens the perception of the protester's commitment to her cause, it also serves as a contrast to officials as being heavy-handed and overly punitive toward the peaceful protester. Kimberly Brownlee objects to definitions of civil disobedience that include the necessity of accepting punishment. She points out, for example, that some forms of civil disobedience may be protesting punishment itself. Instead, she qualifies this requirement by arguing civil disobedience means merely accepting the risk of punishment. 25. Brownlee identifies civil disobedience to be a deliberate breach of the law taken on the basis of steadfast personal commitment in order to communicate our condemnation of a law or policy to a relevantly placed audience. 26. The determining characteristics are, first, consistency in that civilly disobedient actors do not hypocritically publicly demand a change that they routinely violate. She recognizes that perfect consistency is beyond the reach of imperfect human beings, but there should at least be a conscientious effort. Second is universal judgment that is equally applicable to others as it is to ourselves. Next is non-evasiveness or the willingness of civil disobedient actors to bear the costs of holding a position that calls for important social change. And, finally, Brownlee contends there is an important dialogic condition to civil disobedience because our willingness to defend our conviction to others is a mark of both our non-evasion and our belief that our conviction is significantly credible, that it can be given as a reasoned defense. 27. That is, communication, first, conveys that we respect other members of the community by reasoning with them about important changes and, second, invites the possibility that we may be mistaken. Dialogue only helps strengthen our position. In Letter from a Birmingham Jail, King explains that ultimately nonviolent direct action aims to create crisis and foster tension in the community that can no longer be ignored. He realizes some will be surprised by this choice of words because they seem to imply violence, but he clarifies there is a constructive, nonviolent tension which is necessary for growth. Just as Socrates felt that it was necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could move beyond ignorance, so must we see the need for nonviolent gadflies to create a tension in society that will help the nation move beyond racism and prejudice. Point 28. This model was famously developed by Henry David Thoreau, who recognized that the law and the state are sometimes vehicles for injustice, putting the individual human conscience at odds with her expected civic obligations. Point 29. Thoreau claims, a very few, as heroes, patriots, martyrs, reformers in the great sense, serve the state with their consciences also, and so necessarily resist it for the most part. And they are commonly treated by it as enemies. 30. He declares that I cannot for an instant recognize that political organization as my government, which is the slave's government also. 31. Thoreau concludes that the individual therefore has a right to resist the government. He vocalizes his frustration that many of his fellow citizens of Massachusetts hold the right opinions on the injustices of slavery but are not willing to do anything about it, labeling them the most serious obstacles to reform, much like King did regarding the white moderate. 32. Inspiring generations of civilly disobedient actors like King for years to come, Thoreau offered this well-known advice: if the injustice is part of the necessary friction of the machine of government, let it go. Let it go. If it is of such a nature that it requires you to be the agent of injustice to another, then, I say, break the law. Let your life be a counter-friction to stop the machine. 33. Offering an opposing view on the value of attempting to appease both the state and fellow people in the community, Elsa Dorland presents the viewpoint that gained popularity among the suffragists in England. In her book Self-Defense, A Philosophy of Violence, Dorland describes a phenomenon among suffragists called turning of violence. Dorland argues it was viewed as the logical consequence of a structurally repressive state, responsible for the oppression of women. She writes, turning of violence, the violence of direct action and uncompromising demands, is based on the premise that demands for civil equality cannot be made to the state peacefully, since it is the primary cause of inequalities. It is useless to ask the state for justice because it is most responsible for institutionalizing social injustice. It is an illusion that the state could offer us protection, since it produces and supports that same apparatus that makes us vulnerable, and it is delusional even to trust it to defend us, since it is arming our attackers. 34. Activists regarded with suspicion the expectation that the state itself would provide support for dismantling a system it was actively invested in maintaining. The model of nonviolent action used by King and other civil rights leaders proved to be politically astute and pragmatically strategic. They aimed to tap into the guilty conscience of the nation by forcing the hand of the oppressor who met peaceful protest with police dogs, water hoses, and violence. By strategically utilizing respectability, civil rights leaders like King took advantage of the stereotype of the African American as the not fully civilized one, and publicly, visually, contrasted that individual with the rabidly hateful and violent face of racism. To let white men know that the pictures of him as a clown was a stereotype with no validity. 35. Their method forced the hand of white municipal leaders who felt they had no choice but to close down parks, libraries, and bus lines rather than integrate them, thereby creating inconveniences for the white population. In short, a crisis that could not be ignored. The hope is that this public spectacle forces the oppressor to exercise wise restraint because the world is watching. No longer can the oppressor carry out this racist violence in dark nights and in private homes, King warned. It is now happening on the streets, often in front of national reporters. 36. In the contest of appearing respectable, the protester wins. Although King openly admitted that unearned suffering of being the victim of state violence is not only redemptive for the nonviolent protester, but that it has tremendous educational and transforming possibilities for the public. 37. Because so much of the American protest model and mindset has been informed and molded by King, the appearance of violence now is usually met with discomfort and disgust. On a cursory level, it is understandable that people might immediately feel uncomfortable or unsafe when political demonstrations include violence. But a deeper, more critical engagement with how and why violence appears in protests is frequently expressed by nonviolent leaders themselves. King was one such leader who sought to understand rather than to judge. 38. First, King believed that, practically, violence does not work in bringing about the desired change, he did not view destruction and harm as socially creative or constructive. King wrote, for instance, that the conservative and the opposing extremist have a striking similarity: they accomplish nothing. He saw it as failing to attract black people to a real collective struggle. 39 King believed that violence enacts a kind of harm to the doer and their psyche by compromising their moral decency. Central to King's campaign was to vindicate the dignity of black people. The model of civility to be found in civil disobedience includes the civility fostered within the protester's inner life. Yet even while firmly rejecting a protest model that uses violence, King also recognized it as understandable and as occurring for a reason. Violence from disenfranchised people is often a response to the structurally violent conditions of their lives, conditions frequently ignored by the dominant group. Therefore, King's position represents not so much a judgment of violent actors as much as a sympathetic suggestion toward a more productive path. Those are very different things, and the American public tends to maintain the former at the expense of the latter. King's focus remained on the perpetrator of the unjust system, mindful that violence arises for a reason, not out of nowhere in response to a violent system. Bayard Rustin described this perspective of many black people as frustration politics because of the indignity of suffering while waiting for structural inequality to end. King describes this as the exasperating assumption that society has a right to bargain with the Negro for the freedom which inherently belongs to him. 40 Chronic frustration will sometimes erupt into rage and through violence. Famously referring to violence as the language of the unheard, King wrote, "The Negro has many pent-up resentments and latent frustrations, and he must release them. So let him march, let him make prayer pilgrimages to the city hall, let him go on freedom rides, and try to understand why he must do so. If his repressed emotions are not released in nonviolent ways, they will seek expression through violence. This is not a threat but a fact of history. So I have not said to my people, get rid of your discontent. Rather, I have tried to say that this normal and healthy discontent can be channeled into the creative outlet of nonviolent direct action." 41. Jonathan Reeder, A. King biographer, writes of King, "It was his Christianity that wouldn't allow him to hate, but he wasn't alien to those feelings. He wasn't above it. He never looked down on it." 42. Furthermore, King was critical of what superficially appears to be peace but is in fact only disenfranchised people terrified into silenced compliance, and therefore hardly worth the title. He said at a Senate hearing in December 1966, "I will continue to work against violence and riots with all my might. And it is just as important to work passionately and unrelentingly to get rid of the conditions that bring violence into being." King refused to allow those comfortably in power to demonize violence by the disenfranchised by decontextualizing it from the structural violence of their lives to which they were responding. Journalist Charles E. Silberman wrote in 1964 that some liberals want only to maintain the peace and comfort of the lives they now enjoy. They want racial change, all right, but without trouble or turmoil, and without upsetting the existing organizations and institutional arrangements. Changes of the sort Negroes now demand, at the speed they insist on, cannot be provided without considerable conflict. There is nothing in American history, past or present, to suggest that Negroes can gain their rightful place in American society without direct confrontation. 43. King cites President John Kennedy as saying in July 1963, "We are confronted primarily with a moral issue. Those who do nothing are inviting shame as well as violence." 44. Myasha Cherry draws a similar conclusion about violence, adding that it erupts often when anger is not expressed or unaddressed. It is usually the last resort, but can usually be avoided if we find a more productive outlet before we get so desperate that we get there. Violence is not what happens when you express anger but when you keep it in, causing it to reach a boil and then it explodes. Or when you don't acknowledge it when it's there, as is the case with repression. 45. To deny disenfranchised people different avenues to be heard and to be respected, to fail to uphold their dignity and their rights means they may see violence as a last and only expressive resort. 46. It should be noted that some contest the image of the civil rights era as relying wholly on nonviolent tactics. In his book, We Will Shoot Back, Akinwale Umoja argues that armed resistance played a critical role in the Mississippi freedom struggle, namely, that prominent organizers like SNCC could not have effectively coordinated without the complement of those openly willing to use armed defense. 47 A reality further explored in the next chapter, Umoja explains that Black Americans have long been victimized by police forces and the criminal justice system in America, creating conditions in which they were forced to turn to grassroots systems of security, unable to rely upon law enforcement and the courts. Black Southerners were forced to develop clandestine networks for protection and survival. 48 Civil rights activist Fannie Lou Hamer once said, "We have always been told that we have to suffer as Christ suffered, but I think in terms of what David had to do. David was a shepherd boy, but there did come a time in his life when he had to slay Goliath." 49 Recognizing this reality does not undermine the message of the passive resistance made well known by King, but it does invite questions about why this reality remained largely unacknowledged, perhaps even hidden. 50 Among the possibilities is the purposeful effort to craft a respectable image. Furthermore, Kimberly Brownlee objects to contrasting civil with violent because it tends to be too simplistic. She cites Joseph Raz, whom she claims makes the case that many nonviolent acts and many legal acts can cause more harm to other persons than do violent breaches of law. 51. A parting consideration about nonviolent action is its attempt to appeal to the moral conscience of society and society's clear violation of the dignity and civil rights of a minority group. Such an appeal is based on the hope that sympathy is there to access, a hope not always based in reality. Reader argues that King understood this, claiming, hardly naive about the power of moral appeal to stir white conscience. King flirted with the idea that whites were virtually incapable of empathizing with the black plight. 52 Rawls addresses this possibility by saying the wisdom of civil disobedience will have no weight unless one can appeal to the sense of justice of the larger society because the majority may simply be aroused to more repressive measures. Rawls argues the courts may become a tool to further create unjust conditions for the minority if this necessary background is lacking. 53 That is, Rawls argues there need be an already strong commitment to justice as fairness as the grounds from which civil disobedience might emerge as an occasional but necessary corrective to guide that society back to its declared commitment to justice. Historically, we can question how realistic that position is and what a marginalized group has left at their disposal if there is no guilty conscience to access. Delmas criticizes Rawls for appearing to believe that U.S. society was nearly just, a questionable belief. 54 Howard Zinn struggled with this realization. In 1964, Zinn published The Limits of Nonviolence, where he wrote that he no longer believed that a simple repetition of nonviolent demonstrative action will bring victory in some of the most egregiously racist and segregated parts of the South. 55 I am now convinced that the stone wall which blocks expectant Negroes in every town and village of the hardcore South, a wall stained with the blood of children, as well as others, and with the infinite capacity to absorb the blood of more victims, will have to be crumbled by hammer blows. 56 Zinn surmised it would either take an armed revolt by Southern black people or forceful intervention by the federal government. Zinn argued that nonviolence is ineffective in a totally closed society like some regions of the Deep South where Negroes are jailed and beaten and the power structure of the community stands intact. 57 In this same vein, black poet and activist Hanif Abdurraqib has commented that he thinks we tend to fetishize nonviolence. Rarely do conversations wrestle with the limits, drawbacks, or cost of nonviolence. In the next chapter, I examine what it means to be part of such a politically vulnerable group that society's sense of justice does not reliably include them. What does it mean to call nonviolence effective? The book Why Civil Resistance Works received a lot of attention when it was published in 2011. Chenoweth and Stephan did an exhaustive analysis of uprisings, protests, and insurrections around the world and concluded from the data that nonviolent methods end up being more successful. They cite various reasons this is the case. First, nonviolent protest offers multiple methods and tactics with various degrees of involvement, thereby making them more accessible to the general public. More, especially diverse, people involved in a movement make it harder for those in power to ignore. As Chenoweth and Stephan observe, it is an easy talking point for those in power to isolate protesters as an extremist minority if they do not include large swaths of the citizenry. Second, nonviolence represents a low bar for participation, thus making it something more people would be willing to engage in because it does not present the same ethical issues involved in the use of violence. Chenoweth and Stephan argue that resorting to violence involves facing moral quandaries about doing harm which may cause people to hesitate about participating. This is significant since numbers matter. Next, as we saw with King's nonviolent philosophy, nonviolent protesters look more sympathetic to fellow citizens and to the international community if especially brutal regimes respond to nonviolent protest with violence. Chenoweth and Stephan describe this phenomenon as backfiring when the state uses violent tactics on a nonviolent campaign, resulting in sympathy and support from the general population because of the harm done to nonviolent protesters. Related to this, violent protesters may encourage a defensive posturing in state military and police that incites a violent response. To summarize, Chenoweth and Stephan argue that nonviolent protest methods are more accessible, offer easier avenues for participation, represent less divisive tactics, and provide the opportunity for public sympathy/support if the state responds with brutality. All of these bode well for better odds of changing the system. Chenoweth and Stephan's research is tremendously helpful for disenfranchised people around the world searching for effective means to end injustices within their communities. It presents clear-cut advice on what offers promising results and what does not. But their research should be taken with a grain of salt because they do not delve into the critical philosophical questions about justice surrounding political resistance and disobedience, only what they have practically found to be more likely to have an effective impact in the long run. That difference is important because it means that Chenoweth and Stephan leave the content of that resistance out of the conversation. For instance, pro-life advocates holding signs with graphic depictions of aborted fetuses while indiscriminately screaming at women as they walk into Planned Parenthood in an attempt to shame them is viewed as just as much a peaceful protest as one addressing police brutality against black people. This matters because effective a practical designation is not the same as just a philosophically normative description. Point 58. Admittedly, Chenoweth and Stephan never describe their findings as designating peaceful and just protest. But it does mean that further analysis is required. Ideally, advice on effectively successful protest would be based on just and humanizing causes. White supremacists who chanted "Jews will not replace us," as they marched through Charlottesville, but without causing any physical harm, are still categorically different from the peaceful march on Washington. Point 59. Next, Chenoweth and Stephan do not adequately address that, historically, both violent and nonviolent protest methods can be dangerous and potentially lead to harm for protesters. Joanne Grant writes that, in all of the mass demonstrations of 1960 through 1963, a high point for mass marches and mass arrests, the demonstrators were nonviolent, but the police were not. 60 King openly embraced this reality, saying nonviolent protesters' righteousness would help sustain them rather than focusing on saving our skins. It is the reason he describes self-purification in preparation for civil disobedience as a necessary component of civil rights training. King warned that his model means accepting suffering without retaliation, to accept violence if necessary. 61 The civil rights activist and performer Harry Belafonte told his biographer that King had a tic of a soft hiccup. Belafonte noticed it seemed to disappear and asked King about it. King responded, "I made peace," to which Belafonte asked, "With what?" King's response was, "With death." Bob Moses of SNCC cautioned civil rights activists after the murder of 3 civil rights workers in Mississippi that if for any reason you're hesitant about what you're getting into, it's better for you to leave. 62 Chenoweth and Stephan's use of the word nonviolent, therefore, may be misleading by deceptively downplaying the fact that, while the protester is committed to not doing harm, the state and the dominant group are not. A quick glance at the history of the American civil rights movement reveals a painfully long list of activists killed or injured. While Chenoweth and Stephan do mention this risk in passing, it appears as little more than highlighting the rather calculated truth that there will likely be more sympathy for a dead nonviolent protester than a dead violent one. King himself admitted that there were practical reasons Southern black people chose the path of nonviolence over violence, hoping for the chance of slightly better results. He wrote they could not perceive the slightest prospect of victory through violence, given they were unarmed, unorganized, and untrained. King identifies in civil rights activists a level of desperation that had prepared them with the courage to die for freedom. 63 James Forman likewise told nonviolent activists that we must prepare to die. 64 Therefore, effective is a tricky word in that even nonviolent protest can come at a cost. Activism that opts for nonviolent means does not escape risk. In his book Blueprint for a Revolution, Serbian political activist Srđa Popović tells us he has changed names and details in some places to protect some of the players who still have much to lose if their identities were known. He also describes being beaten to a pulp by a cop who shoved his gun in Popovic's mouth and lamented that they were not in Iraq, where killing Popović could be done easily. 65. Related to this are the personal hardships and psychological strain involved, especially in a sustained nonviolent campaign, something rarely publicly discussed. For instance, in 1967 King's inner circle was so concerned about his depression that they discussed the possibility that he might need to be hospitalized. It is important that we confront the personal costs to King's mission, even if it was a noble one, to fully understand the life of an activist. When one is committed to nonviolence and is publicly recognized as a leader of a marginalized segment of the population, a level of threat is likely to constantly be present in that person's life. Indeed, discussion of King's nonviolent philosophy should not be divorced from the fact that he ended up paying the ultimate price with his life. This is not to suggest that all political protest includes such a heightened level of risk, but only that the disenfranchised groups can never be sure how the state nor the dominant group will respond. King himself advised against carrying out some forms of civil disobedience, for instance, continuing the freedom rides into Alabama in 1961 because he viewed them as simply too dangerous, that the riders would not make it. This is true today just as it was in King's time, even if it is not as severe. For instance, in 2021, the leader of the Utah chapter of Black Lives Matter, Lex Scott, left the state after chronic death threats and because someone attempted to enter her property. She said in an interview that, "The exhaustion of being on defense has worn me out," explaining that she moved her daughter to another bedroom in case a pipe bomb was thrown through the window. This is not life. During the 2020 George Floyd protests, 75-year-old protester Martin Gugino was knocked over by the Buffalo police, fracturing his skull. While the two officers were eventually cleared of any criminal wrongdoing based on the argument Gugino was not complying with orders, it is also the case that the police originally claimed he had tripped, and it was only through video evidence of the incident that it was proven he was pushed. It is for these reasons that we might warily regard proclamations that other people should embrace nonviolent means, especially if the speaker is not directly involved or impacted. Opting to take on the potential personal risks of a nonviolent political campaign deserves considerable reflection, even if it is a more noble path. There is something arrogantly trivializing about someone urging another to do so, from a distance, from their safe and secure position. It is for this reason that Candace Delmas argues the inherently dangerous nature of meeting violent opposition with nonviolence is the work of heroes rather than ordinary people, and beyond the obligations we can require of people, because too much bravery can be hazardous. 66. We can see how, then, promoting nonviolent civil disobedience could be easily abused as a tool to actually reinforce structural inequalities. If the dominant group benefits from a nonviolent method, and thus has a vested interest in its use, there may be an ulterior motive behind advocating for its use, aside from how morally righteous it might be. Calls for nonviolence may be little more than indirect attempts to render submission, to reduce accountability, to cut off righteous anger at the knees. It was one of Malcolm X's main complaints against how moderate white liberals embraced the civil rights movement. As Doris T. Mathis points out, When violent state actors preemptively call for nonviolence to manipulate protesters to comply without addressing their grievance, nonviolence is another way to muzzle the voiceless. 67. Finally, Chenoweth and Stephen do not distinguish between defense and violence. It is not clear where merely being armed but not resorting to violence falls in their categorization. Martin Luther King told fellow activists to carry absolutely no weapons, not even a toothpick, to reinforce the message of nonviolence. But that was not universally shared among all of them. For instance, the Deacons of Defense and Justice accompanied civil rights workers in and out of rural Louisiana towns to protect them from being killed. The Deacons emerged as a grassroots guerrilla police force to protect black people in the South because of racist policing systems apathetic to the threat the black community faced as they worked toward change. The president of the chapter in Bogalusa, LA, Charles Sims, told an interviewer that the Deacons formed because black people in the area had no adequate police protection. The Deacons would fire a shot when needed, in response to an imminent threat. Sometimes all it took was the mere visible presence of a gun. Sims confirmed it ended all sorts of threats by local white supremacists, including night raids that terrorized black neighborhoods. According to Sims, despite an outward commitment to nonviolence, civil rights workers were most glad we have organized. 68. Sims told a reporter that the armed Deacons changed the climate of intimidation in the South. The Southern white man is almost like Hitler in the South. He been dictating to the Negro people. We told him a brand new Negro was born. The one he had been pushing around, he didn't exist anymore. 69. Sims did not dismiss the value of nonviolence, saying it can be a good act, providing the police do their job. But in Southern states, the police have never done their job when the white and the Negro were involved, unless the Negro's getting the best of the white man. 70 examples like this create confusion about Chenoweth and Stephen concluding their book with the claim that the perception of needing to turn to violence as a last resort is probably always wrong. This leads to questioning their definition of the success of nonviolent methods. It depends on what scale you mean. Individualized acts of armed defense have effectively protected vulnerable people in the moment. Related are examples of activism that humiliate the opponent while not harming them. It is not clear into which category they belong. An example of this is milkshaking Nazis that appeared briefly in Great Britain and Australia in 2019. More than one far-right figure was doused with liquid in public, including Carl Benjamin, who was milkshaked 4 times in 1 week. These acts certainly did not physically harm the recipients, but the acts did humiliate them. Why something as odd as milkshakes would be chosen for activism is because they are messy and creates a visible spectacle. Most importantly, the visual undermines the threatening solemnity the far-right figure is hoping to create during public events. In the last chapter, I provide an analysis of anti-fascist activism like this that relies on what they call no platforming, but here it is worth asking whether Chenoweth and Stephen would consider milkshaking as violent. Perhaps the more applicable term is uncivil, but that is not the same as violent. The politics of respectability. I have shown that there are savvy practical reasons that disenfranchised groups have opted to work hard to embody respectability in their speech, appearance, demeanor, and tactics. Certainly, part of the motivation found in the civil rights era was a genuine commitment to Christian gentleness of heart. But appearing non-threatening, civil, and equanimous while asking for change also decreases the degree to which the dominant group feel put on defense. King provided advice to civil rights activists about boarding integrated buses once the Supreme Court determined segregated buses were unconstitutional. A pamphlet distributed to bus protesters read, "This places upon us all a tremendous responsibility of maintaining, in face of what could be some unpleasantness, a calm and loving dignity befitting good citizens and members of our race. If there is violence in word or deed, it must not be our people who commit it. Demonstrate the calm dignity of our Montgomery people in your actions. Display courtesy and good behavior and do not boast or brag. Do not be arrogant. If cursed, do not curse back. If pushed, do not push back." 71. In the event of a tense situation, King advised activists to not become agitated, to talk very little and quietly. 72 Even if someone sees a fellow activist being molested, King instructs them to not rise to go to his defense, but pray for the oppressor and use moral and spiritual force to carry on the struggle for justice. 73 If civil rights activists do not think they can take it, King recommends they walk for another week or two. Respectability has also helped disenfranchised groups stereotyped as not fully human challenge those biases, both in their own minds and in the minds of the dominant public, by embodying the best of middle-class values and norms. King proudly states that in 1963 the Negroes of America wrote an Emancipation Proclamation to themselves. They shook off 300 years of psychological slavery and said, "We can make ourselves free, and bury the psychology of servitude." 74. Historian Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham studied the roots of respectability in black activism after the Civil War and during the Jim Crow era. Coining the phrase "the politics of respectability," Higginbotham charts the development of black Americans' attempt to foster a sense of dignity and worth, overcoming well-worn stereotypes present in their own communities and in larger white America. The growth originated in black Baptist churches, largely through the women, with the promotion of white middle-class norms of propriety that would ideally encourage self-help in the black population and earn the respect of white people. The qualities they encouraged were temperance, industriousness, thrift, refined manners, and Victorian sexual morals. 75 Prominent white organizers became involved through opening black colleges to indirectly help the black masses by educating a class of leaders as a buffer. 76 Higginbotham identifies class tensions at the heart of this quest, a bourgeois vision given it was orchestrated by educated black people and largely directed at the crude and undeveloped in the rural South End, those huddled in urban centers. Citing similar black cultural norms as King does, Higginbotham explains the politics of respectability meant a rejection of gum chewing, loud talking, gaudy colors, the Nickelodeon, jazz, littered yards, snuff dipping, baseball games on Sunday, and other improper decorum. 77 pamphlets generated for the black public were entitled "Take a Bath and How to Dress." Higginbotham comments that these black women on the cultural vanguard never conceded that rejection of middle-class values by poor blacks might be about survival strategies or spaces of resistance. 78 According to Higginbotham, these women were sometimes met with resistance from within their own families. They were labeled big-headed and too fine. 79. This effort was not only about self-improvement and advancement of the race but, calculatedly, it promised to temper heightened emotions and reduce anger and frustration on the part of the masses. If things erupted into racial tension, this black elite would serve as a critical mediating force between several million oppressed blacks and white America. 80 Some saw this black upper class as a restraining force to hold lower class black people in check in any time of racial disturbance or public excitement, because this group would be trained to think and act in a rational rather than a violent way. 81 Therefore the politics of respectability represents a complex phenomenon in black history. As the civil rights movement shows, it served as a useful tool in black advancement and combating segregation. The deference of respectability also served as a mode of self-preservation under segregation. Complying and keeping one's head down likely protected countless people. Respectability also encouraged black Americans to view themselves as worthy of dignity and respect. Higginbotham argues some appreciated the opportunity to prove there was nothing inherently or essentially inferior about black people, but that the undesirable characteristics frequently seen were merely the result of deprivation and disenfranchisement. Given better training and education, black people could embody respectability just as well as white people. In fact, some black people viewed it as a chance to display even more refined behavior than the average white person. For instance, streetcars provided an opportunity for us to show our superiority by not squeezing in. Let us at all times and on all occasions remember that the quiet, dignified individual who is respectful to others is after all the superior individual, be he black or white. 82 In a complex way, embodying these qualities at levels far beyond white Americans became a mode of resistance because to do so challenged one-dimensional dehumanizing assumptions about black people. Furthermore, black leaders subversively used these standards as a mode for demanding societal changes. For instance, if white America values cleanliness, then comparable public bathroom facilities with soap and water should be provided to black people trying to uphold this standard. But the politics of respectability was always on white America's terms, using their standards of correct deportment and respect for authority, and openly embraced as a civilizing method to discourage more violent responses to white oppression. 83 Gaining respect, even justice, from white America required changes in religious beliefs, speech patterns, manners, and morals. 84 Malcolm X said, "Now the only people who are encouraged to love their enemy is the American Negro, no hero who is respected by whites ever tried to propagate some kind of peaceful suffering or passive resistance." 85 White people voiced that their motivation was the nation's safety because of the potentially uncontrollable masses. 86 Therefore, while seemingly benign and even useful, norms that encourage respect for authority become politically charged in the context of structural oppression. Malcolm X described this as black people adopting the role of a beggar. 87 He explains that the old type of Negro wants to continue to beg white people to accept him or to force himself into white society. 88 Delmas adds, "The powerful often use calls for civility to control and silence activists, to cast a negative light on their activities and prejudice the public against them. Calls for civility ignore and obscure the differentials of power, the fact that it is easy for those in power, and harder for the entrenched minorities, to speak and be listened to and therefore to be civil. The former have ready access to the public sphere, while the latter not only lack such access but are vulnerable to discrimination, prejudice, and epistemic injustice." 89. Furthermore, the class division between the educated black elite and the rest of the black population proved problematic for the larger demographic since middle-class lifestyles, white or otherwise, were beyond their reach because of chronic abject poverty and disenfranchisement. Higginbotham writes, "Poverty made it impossible for the masses to duplicate Northern tastes in home decorating, but they were told to approximate the standard as best they could." 90 Problematically, rather than recognize that economic justice and civil right legislation would greatly benefit these masses, the message of self-help was reinforced. Higginbotham writes that the message of self-help entrusted blacks themselves responsibility for constructing the public Negro self, a self presented to the world as worthy of respect with assimilation as its core. 91 Through self-help, the average black individual was expected to improve in order to distance oneself as far as possible from images perpetuated by racist stereotypes. 92 Collectively, black Americans were on display, and the transgressions of one negatively impacted the perception that white America had of all of them. The emphasis on self-help implied change must originate from within the black population in order to improve their standing in America, and not through demands for structural changes in American laws and institutions. 93 Black people were more successful at enlisting white support for educational and assimilation programs than gaining their support for the nullification of disenfranchisement and Jim Crow laws. 94 Higginbotham argues that respectability's emphasis on individual behavior served inevitably to blame blacks for their victimization. She explains that at times the rhetoric sounded uncannily similar to racist arguments they strove to refute, asserted that proper and respectable behavior proved blacks worthy of equal civil and political rights and made it possible for them to demand what they cannot hope to demand if they are boisterous and unclean. 95 Racial discrimination was rendered a private challenge and not something to be properly addressed on the governmental legislative level. And the larger white population, with its unchecked racist attitudes, were understood to be the gatekeepers of successful compliance. What makes the politics of respectability fundamentally problematic, therefore, is that it makes humane treatment and human dignity conditional and further entrenches structural inequalities. It demands people be morally respectable in order to be worthy of rights and humane treatment. 96 Kate Mann urges that we be on guard about letting our vision of a communal leader devolve into a vision of bland niceness, because to do so ignores that people are genuinely entitled to be angry sometimes. 97 But even as we recognize the inherent unfairness of this standard, it is understandable why various disenfranchised groups have embraced the logic of respectability politics. Put simply, it often works, at least to some degree, because it challenges the stereotypes about these segments of society as uncivilized and undignified. This has been especially valuable to have in one's favor when the state uses physical force against the disenfranchised group, thereby flipping the narrative of who is civilized and respectable. The double-edged sword, however, is that this model of social protest may also feed into the dominant group's biases. It seems to confirm the dominant group's self-serving assumption that rights are earned because one has proven their worthiness, a worthiness based in mastering the dominant group's characteristics and standards. Anything falling short can be dismissed out of hand because the characteristics commonly found among members of that group are assumed to be inherently inferior. This was King's complaint when he criticized the idea that society has a right to bargain with the Negro for the freedom which inherently belongs to him. 98. Moreover, respectability politics as a model for social protest in some ways lets the dominant group and their continual abuse off the hook. It seeks necessary social change in the most deferential ways possible, which, some might say, fails to hold the dominant group accountable for their harm. Their chronic hate, poor treatment, and violence are met with love and invitations to reconciliation. As we saw above, this was the explicit intent of white leaders who encouraged the spread of the politics of respectability. Lewis Gordon writes, "If the oppressor or the colonizer perceives the very notion of a post-colonial society as a violent condition, violent because it displaces him, then his very call for a nonviolent solution amounts to the preservation of colonialism, or at least a transformation of colonialism into a condition that he will prefer." 99. While it is pragmatically understandable that so many disenfranchised groups have chosen this path for all the reasons explored in this chapter, it is also true that existentially prostrate positioning may exhaust the protester. Deference involves a kind of invisible labor of placating the dominant group to gain the bare minimum. Malcolm X identified this as the audacity to imply that he is doing black people a favor. 100. Kate Mann's description of the invisible labor frequently found in heterosexual couples' relationship dynamics is similarly applicable across different social contexts. Mann says it encompasses the work of managing the feelings around doing different tasks. She cites Gemma Hartley on gendered emotional labor that could apply to other poorly situated demographics. Asking in the right way and asking in the right tone is an additional layer of labor. 101. Therefore, entitlement has always been the subtext for the standards by which dominant groups perceive anger and protest by disenfranchised groups. The disenfranchised's pleas for better and more just treatment have been conditioned on not making these requests of the dominant group in the wrong or in too forceful a way. As Johanna Luttrell says, many African American writers have expressed exhaustion over trying to defend black-led social movements to an audience of white people to the detriment of building and sustaining themselves and their communities. 102. A good example is a blog written by Crunkista for the Crunk Feminist Collective where she describes her experiences as a Latina woman in a conversation with her white boss after the 2016 election. When Crunkista conveyed her fear about what a Trump presidency would mean to her and the people she loved, her boss laughed and said, "Don't be so dramatic." Crunkista tried to explain and her boss simply stared at her blankly. She realized these moments of interacting with unsympathetic white people were too taxing on her, that this labor only seemed to exemplify and reinforce their structural positioning in society. It is for this reason that I warily regard Delma's argument that we collectively have as one of our political obligations the duty to educate. In Chap. 3. I will discuss how the existence of willful hermeneutical ignorance and white ignorance reveals that the need to be educated is not an epistemically neutral reality. As multiple epistemological philosophers conclude, sometimes ignorance is really just ignoring. We are left, then, to question the labor we place at the feet of the politically vulnerable and to what ends. Is it likely to have an effect or further deepen the vulnerability and risk such individuals face? Addressing racism among white feminists, Audre Lorde wrote over 40 years ago, "I had decided to never again speak to white women about racism. I felt it was wasted energy because of destructive guilt and defensiveness, and because whatever I had to say might better be said by white women to one another at far less emotional cost to the speaker, and probably with better hearing." 103. Educating the public, therefore, is not a neutral duty, nor should we naively assume such an education will be either welcome or heard. Eventually, the right to feel and express anger and rage as a political act became a forceful rejection of the implicit message of the politics of respectability. In response to the deference expected from women through gender socialization, Cherry writes that rage is a form of protest that may help women retain their self-respect, gain insights into their oppression, and bear witness to that oppression. 104 In particular, Cherry sees the value of public acts of rage by black women because it allows the outrage to break certain racial rules as a form of extrinsic and intrinsic resistance. 105 Cherry does not agree with King and other civil rights leaders that anger is by itself unproductive and needs to be channeled into more positive dispositions. As a challenge to the assumption that protest must be respectable, she rejects pressure to transform anger into better or positive emotions, stating, one's resistant practices can still be justified and effective even when uncivil, and that rage is not the problem, it is a response to the real problem. 106 The pressure to embody deference and respectability compromises one's agency and self-determination. In many cases, righteous anger restores it. Not being confined to deferent expressions of protest can be liberating in itself. Luttrell argues the reason why white people so frequently see vengeance in righteous anger is that we interpret it as a threat that the chickens are soon coming home to roost. 107. In the introduction of this chapter, I discuss the public's perception of what constitutes acceptable protesting. I contend that the dominant group often struggles to process protest as legitimate because it breaks from deference and respectability. In a capitalist white supremacy society, poor black people in particular would have no right to be respected or angry. 108 Because respectability has helped in the self-preservation of the disenfranchised and has served as the basis for even the consideration of granting enfranchisement, respectability has been self-perpetuating. But it has meant the dignity of the group in question is dependent not on its own self-definition, but by adequately jumping through the hoops of the dominant group. Cherry argues, if a person thinks that he has value, when he is mistreated he will feel he has been denied the respect that he deserves. When we look at Western history, it is white men, who have been said to have legitimate claims to anger. Society has been structured in such a way that only whites were assumed to start out with legitimate respect, so that taking that respect away would be worthy of anger. Non-whites have frequently been disrespected, often because of who they are, racially. But because they didn't start with the social perception of deserving respect, denying them respect would not be worthy of their anger. 109. She argues the expected deference of women in a sexist society means the above description applies to the dynamics of male entitlement and female anger too, that the anger of some people matters more than that of others. 110 How and why we perceive the indignation and protest of marginalized groups has always been through a lens clouded by gendered and racial respectability politics that necessitates more honest reflection. Such reflection has the capacity to positively impact our Rawlsian sense of justice and political solidarity. 111 James Baldwin brought to our attention that white America is in effect, still trapped in a history which they do not understand, and until they understand it, they cannot be released from it. 112 In Chap. 3. I will discuss in more detail the concept of epistemic injustice, or the idea that we tend to perceive the truth, authority, and credibility of claims based on the gender, race, etc. of the source. But, for our purposes here, Luttrell identifies a fundamental lack of empathy in white America as fueling the typical perception of black America. Expressing a similar argument to Delma's, Luttrell writes that, no matter how protests play out, some white observers pathologize them from the start by labeling black-led protests as riots. 113. Perhaps most significantly, Luttrell identifies another serious drawback of respectability politics: the standards cannot ever be met entirely because the dominant group continues to move the goalposts. She writes, one way in which respectability politics supports white supremacy is that if all protests are read as riots regardless of how peaceful they are, the standard will never be met and the message will never be deemed legitimate. 114 Even holding up traffic, Luttrell says, has been viewed as violent. Another example is when football player Colin Kaepernick took a knee during the national anthem to protest American structural racism like police brutality. Retired Army Green Beret Nate Boyer told National Public Radio that he was initially very upset to see Kaepernick sitting in protest during the national anthem. Kaepernick asked for them to meet, at which time Boyer suggested that kneeling was more respectful because in my opinion and in my experience, kneeling's never been in our history really seen as a disrespectful act. Yet, Kaepernick still continued to receive tremendous blowback, including death threats. This is despite the fact Kaepernick had adjusted his civil protest after listening to a white military retiree to ensure his actions reflect greater respectability, only to be greeted with equally hostile responses. Therefore, respectability politics can become a trap for disenfranchised people caught up in the game by believing that, if they play by the rules, they will win over the dominant group's support. Historically, that belief has not entirely been misguided, but we should never overlook that it is a game of the dominant group's making and therefore subject to their whim. Laftivism. In this chapter, I have discussed the philosophy behind nonviolent protest, its effectiveness, as an expression of respectability politics, and the various advantages and disadvantages involved. While respectable nonviolent protest is admirable, effective, and has been one of the means through which disenfranchised groups have developed a sense of self-respect, it has also occurred at a cost. Indeed, various costs. Is there a way to retain the best of nonviolent protest methods while avoiding the disadvantages? In the following, I will argue the answer is yes and no. A relatively new method of protesting called laftivism holds a great deal of promise by avoiding some of the worst effects of respectability politics. By refusing to stay within the confines of what the dominant group labels respectable, laftivism maintains the dignity of protesters by allowing their activism to be on their own terms by fighting horror with humor. 115 This is not to suggest that the vibrant social activism movement today is doing something wrong or that it is lacking, indeed, humorous elements are already present. My intention is to merely suggest that laftivism offers promising strategies for activists. Philosophers have long appreciated the subversive power of laughter to undermine solemnity and respect. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Friedrich Nietzsche wrote, "Not by wrath does one kill, but by laughter. Come, let us kill the spirit of gravity." 116 Hannah Arendt likewise commented, "The greatest enemy of authority is contempt, and the surest way to undermine it is laughter." 117 Political activism can utilize humor and satire as means of disrupting the sobering fear and threat that characterizes the lived experience of many oppressed people living under particularly repressive government systems. Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl revealed humor was surprisingly not uncommon in the concentration camps as among the soul's weapons in the fight for self-preservation, because humor uniquely grants us the ability to rise above the situation, even for a few moments. 118. Chris A. Kramer sees humor as particularly valuable for oppressed people in maintaining their sense of worth and humanity. He writes that humor can be a tool for exposing the hypocrisy and incongruities of oppressors, often through overt exaggeration of the absurd beliefs held by their oppressors. 119 Kramer identifies humor as a nonviolent revolt and an expression of humanity that, even with negative consequences, likely avoids the dangers of a violent revolt, because even successful violence could produce a temporary, or even Pyrrhic victory. 120 Kramer focuses primarily on humor not necessarily bringing about societal change but for coping within a lived experience. 121 Humor allows the oppressed actor to signal a refusal to comply and their right to more humane treatment. Laftivism, however, aims explicitly for societal change. The founders of Laftivism as a movement are Srđan Popović and fellow Serbian activists who lived under the regime of Slobodan Milošević during the 1990s. Popović and his collaborators started Canvas, the Center for Applied Nonviolent Actions and Strategies. Popović writes, "Political humor is as old as politics itself, and satire and jokes have been used to speak truth to power for centuries. But laftivists of the modern age have taken humor to a new level. Laughter and fun are no longer marginal to a movement's strategy. In many cases they are the strategy. Today's nonviolent activists are launching a global shift in protest tactics away from anger, resentment, and rage and toward a more powerful form of activism rooted in fun. And, surprisingly, all of this works better the harder the dictators crack down on it. 122. The idea of using pranks to further a social justice cause has a long history. John Brown once suggested to free black people in their effort to help fugitive slaves that they burn gunpowder in a paper bag in courtrooms or that they have a lasso on hand when they deal with slave catchers. Like King, Popovic expresses the futility of activists and protesters turning to violent measures because of the military might at Milosevic's disposal. Even traditional protests and marches were risky because of the military's likely brutal response. Instead, Popovic says they needed to use their imagination to figure out how to create very public, humorous spectacles that got people's attention, satirized those in power, and accomplished it all without being able to easily trace it back to individual citizens. 123 The latter is particularly valuable if living under a brutal regime, Popovic points out, because it creates a ubiquitous impression of pervasive resistance among the population. Popovic and his fellow activists began by creating an image of a raised clenched black fist harkening back to past hip resistance movements like the Black Panthers and spray-painted hundreds of them around public squares with the word "ITPR." They understood that this was a public relations campaign and that gaining support mattered. Popovic says the image immediately appealed to young adults in Serbia who became interested in getting involved. From there, they made ITPR part of the social scene for young Serbians so that political activism became part of their daily lives. Popovic calls this attempt to win over the public branding. He writes, "When you go to the store you make a choice between brands, it's the same with a dictator. Every dictator is a brand." 124 He argues people go along with dictators because there are no other competing brands. Therefore, a better brand is needed in their case. The raised clenched fist and all brands require advertising. ITPR made stickers of the fist and randomly slapped them in elevators, on light poles, and on walls. He believes this strong logo served as a unifier because disparate resistance forces across Serbia could express a common commitment. Without it, separate small groups of activists were fighting without much hope. Popovic argues that in the age of the internet and the constant 24-hour news cycle there are many competing things to distract your potential audience. While Gandhi and Martin Luther King were inspirational, they simply weren't hilarious. Humor is a key strategy. 125 Popovic thinks young people perceive politics as boring, so ITPR strove to make their activism, public theater, and spectacle fun and funny. ITPR realized that dictatorships look for ways to fuel fear in the public of the government and of each other, but ITPR learned that fear is best fought with laughter. 126 Satire, humor, pranks, and comedic theater undermine how gravely threatening officials appear when they are placed in ridiculous situations and turned into a punchline. 127 These tactics are preferable to the use of violence, Popovic argues, because violence provides less opportunities for success by failing to utilize activists' best assets. First, the state will always have better trained and greater physical power at its disposal. Second, violent methods are really only suitable for young, able-bodied activists so that all otherwise sympathetic players are left on the sidelines. Third, like Chenoweth and Stefan, Popovic believes activists can use this contrast to their advantage since oppression always backfires by eventually responding too aggressively to nonviolent activists. He adds, if you're a cop, you spend a lot of time thinking about how to deal with people who are violent. But nothing in your training prepares you for dealing with people who are funny. 128 When the state resorts to physical force with nonviolent activists, it hurts their brand. When activists orchestrate laughtivism, Popovic advises they exploit what he calls a dilemma situation for officials, create a lose-lose for police so that they are confronted with publicly looking bad if they respond too harshly. Even seemingly hopeless political situations can be altered through the use of humor. Unlike violence, tactics involving laughter draw people in and make your opponent look foolish. The brilliance of laughtivism is that it takes only a few cleverly crafted, well-timed tactics that get widespread attention to be successful. Here is a good example. A neo-Nazi parade was held in the streets of Gera, Germany, in February 2023. Irritated locals figured out a clever way to discourage it from happening again by loudly blasting circus clown music in the area. The march took on a wholly different and humorous tone. Videos of the march instantly appeared on social media, thereby making the neo-Nazis into a spectacle, the butt of a global joke, quickly dissuading other neo-Nazis from being tempted into facing the same embarrassment. In truth, subversive music might be the quickest and easiest way to politically satirize because it can instantly appear without an identifiable source. Popovic cites a Syrian example of laftivism where tiny speakers were hidden in dog waste and blasted anti-Assad music in public spaces. The only way police could silence the speakers was to finger through the feces. 129 Popovic vocalizes the same sentiment as Nietzsche and Arendt when he writes, "The only thing that could trump fear was laughter because humor makes you think." 130 The best crafted laftivism is arranged and carried out behind the scenes, which is particularly valuable under brutal regimes because there are no identifiable political actors to arrest. Laftivism works even better when it results in a clumsy, bumbled response from officials who are taken off guard, thereby visibly undermining their authority. Popovic cites examples of police caught in pictures even laughing themselves, which is a gift to activists publicly attempting to loosen the tight bond between oppressive systems and their security forces. He urges activists to remember that political comedy cannot just be a spectacle but that it needs to be thoughtfully constructed to deliver a political message that has meaning. While seemingly silly, clown circus music blasted over a neo-Nazi march sends a clear message about how serious we should take them or their apparent public support. Not only does humor break fear and build confidence, according to Popovic, it possesses an invaluable cool factor that attracts new members as well. 131. Therefore, laftivism's success stems from its contrast to the stern, unappealing nature of oppressive forces. Challenging it, poking at it, ridiculing it, all chip away at the propaganda crucial to maintaining repressive threat. According to Popovic, he aptly uses the word corrosive to describe the effects of laftivism to pop that bubble of fear because fear is one of the major tools for maintaining control over a population. 132 Another advantage to humor, reinforcing Chenoweth and Stefan's above point, is that it offers a low-cost point of entry for ordinary citizens, Popovic explains. As discussed, violence poses all sorts of heightened costs and risks. Lowering the bar for involvement and making involvement fun means more people from the general population will become involved. Popovic cites this example of laftivism for its brilliance. On multiple occasions, Syrian activists released thousands of ping-pong balls down the stone streets and steps of Damascus. Eventually, the police grew concerned about this overt display of defiance and showed up to gather every last ball, breathless as they scrambled and chased after the balls through the narrow streets. Popovic admires how these activists cleverly used laftivist tactics to create conditions so that the security forces themselves, the regime's enforcers, were now cast to star as the clowns. 133. Popovic offers an approach to political protest that advises would-be activists to avoid methods that might be righteously pure and justified, but only impacts a small segment of the population. He warns that, while you are likely to have a dedicated base of followers, that does not win over the general public. He writes, assume that most people are disinterested, unmotivated, apathetic, or downright hostile. 134 To broaden the base of support, activists need to appeal to things that matter to everyone, to listen to what the people actually care about and make sure to incorporate their needs. Most people in society will take risks and participate in a movement only if the cause is personally important to them. 135 Where King hoped to tap into the guilty conscience of white America, a conscience clearly not always present. Popovic instructs political activists to find a common cause across populations and to work there first for a victory. This creates a diverse and populous base. Popovic insists that success is determined by two or more groups in a society that have nothing to do with one another coming together because they see the cause in question as mutually beneficial. He advises against broad, conceptual goals like freedom of religion with instead a focus on little things like respect and dignity. It is the mundane things that move people. 136 Activists are able to use those victories as leverage to larger, more significant issues. Popovic is a successful and knowledgeable activist who has effectively advised countless protesters around the world. But his work sometimes lacks the deeper analysis needed to critically assess why a tactic might work and whether or not it is worth continuing. For instance, Popovic describes the tactics used by James Lawson, a Methodist preacher in Nashville, to combat segregation in the 1960s. According to Popovic, Lawson understood that the white community of Nashville was opposed to civil rights because they were afraid of blacks, who they felt were little more than animals. He instructed his students to overcome the perception by maintaining a dress code and behaving like perfect ladies and gentlemen whenever they went out to protest. 137. Popovic describes how the black protesters kept their dignified composure as the whites beat them and threw milkshakes at their heads, knowing that they would win the visual campaign of who looked like an animal and who did not. 138 Lawson knew that black people needed white support, Popovic tells us, and that white Nashville needed to see blacks as ordinary people who basically resembled themselves. 139 The analysis of respectability politics in this chapter reveals how fraught Popovic's description is. Elsewhere in his book, Popovic recommends collaborating with police to further one's cause, arguing that we tend to demonize police and military forces when it would be more effective to find ways to win them over. Again, while this might be pragmatic advice, it seems to diminish to the point of flattening the complexity of the dominant groups and states' use of violence. Popovic claims the military likely follow orders and just want to do their jobs and go home, as though ethnic and racial hate have not been substantially powerful enablers of structural oppression. 140 Countless examples from the civil rights era I will discuss in this book, especially in the next chapter, reveal the white supremacy of military and police forces fueling the violence against activists. It is simply demonstrably false that police forces have played such a benign role in the oppression of people. Multiple first-hand accounts describe the virulent racism and violence of state security officers. An often cited example, by Martin Luther King himself, is Commissioner of Public Safety Bull Connor in Alabama, who openly supported violent tactics against local black people and civil rights activists. Contemporary examples are prevalent as well, as The Intercept journalist Alice Sperry uncovered in her 2017 article. The FBI has quietly investigated white supremacist infiltration of law enforcement. This chapter has been dedicated in part to exploring the problems of respectability politics pandering to this kind of prejudice by the dominant group. Whether or not it has been a nonviolent tactic that has successfully worked does not mean it should be endorsed for present or future political protest. We should be concerned with why a tactic works just as much as the fact it does work. It is understandable that when looking at the history of American political protest, Popovic landed on the example of Lawson from the civil rights era and its apparent success. But, as a Serbian, Popovic arguably does not have the insight to see the subtleties of the dehumanizing role respectability politics has played in American history. Admittedly, it is a role most Americans do not see, either. Again, we are right to question what it means for a nonviolent tactic to be described as effective. As an activist, Popovic is searching for what practically works in winning people over. As those critically engaged with political activism, we add to that the question of why and on what terms. Popovic would likely respond that small, popular victories will win over a base of numerous and diverse people. Slowly, a disenfranchised group can work their way toward addressing their own issues. He argues this is what eventually happened in America with LGBTQ issues through the example of Harvey Milk in San Francisco. Yet Popovic relies on an uncomfortable false dichotomy when he says change occurred when the straight public stopped seeing homosexuals as outsiders with short shorts and fishnet tops and began to view them as decent, hard-working Americans who deserve rights like everyone else. In the process, the gay rights movement became a lot less colorful, but much more effective. 141 He does not question at what cost to the LGBTQ community this victory was won. What Popovic might label a righteous commitment to the purity of one's cause, I might instead describe as the refusal to win victories through inherently demeaning methods. Furthermore, his dismissal of anger is another example of enforcing respectability and runs into the problems described above by Cherry. It is also worth noting that the subtext of satire and parody can be contempt, so laughtivism is not entirely bereft of hostility. It is still possible to retain the humanizing aspects of laughtivism without including the advice that activists gather common interest to a cause by pandering to the biases of the dominant group. The reason is best captured in Popovic's description of laughtivism as irreverent defiance 142. The beauty of laughtivism is that it can borrow what is best from nonviolence without necessarily giving into respectability politics. Rather, in important ways, it can poke fun at respectability politics. And it is effective. I will illustrate my point through a particularly clever use of laughtivism from 2014. Wunsiedel, Germany, is the birthplace of Rudolf Hess and, to the distress of locals, every year on his birthday neo-Nazis showed up to hold a solemn march down the main street. Eventually, the people of Wunsiedel figured out a creative way to discourage future marches and maybe even dissuade others from wanting to join far-right hate groups. In preparation for the march, locals painted the words "Start and Finish" on the road, created banners reading "If only the Führer knew," to encourage the marchers, and set up a table with snacks. Once the neo-Nazis appeared, local residents killed the spirit of gravity by cheering them on in what has been described as an involuntary walkathon because, for every neo-Nazi who crossed the finish line, money was donated to Exit Deutschland, a support group that helps people leave extremist organizations. Just like the example involving clown music, this neo-Nazi march now took on a much different tone. Following Popovic's advice, residents had created a dilemma situation because there was no way for the neo-Nazis to react that would paint them in a good light, responding with violence, running away, and finishing their march all equally made them the butt of the joke. Where they were hoping to instill fear and respect, they only looked ridiculous. Even more importantly, the festive mood helped unite the community. Other examples of laughtivism have involved people dressed up like clowns answering neo-Nazis' chants with silly misinterpretations, like "wife power," or "white flower," while tossing handfuls of flour in the air. These examples of laughtivism retain what is best about nonviolent tactics without giving into respectability politics. In fact, what they have in common is defying respectability by relying on silly, irreverent tactics. If respectability politics has historically forced the marginalized group to comply with how the dominant group defines civility, laughtivism in many ways bypasses that entirely. While technically civil and nonviolent, laughtivism gains the upper hand by poking fun, refusing deference, refusing to express fear toward the dominant group, and accomplishing it all on their own terms. Where above we saw examples of how those forced to embody respectability did in many cases develop a newly found sense of self-worth as a result, we also noted that it was always through a definition of respectability that was established by an outside group and therefore failed to adequately represent self-determination and agency. Laughtivism allows activists to foster and develop a more authentic sense of self-determination and agency by arising from their own creative process, their own chosen modes of being. Furthermore, by making their opponent into the butt of a joke, they successfully challenge assumptions of that group's superiority, their respectability, and sense of power or might. Not only does that gain attention, but laughter can be a great unifier. They need not include the more troubling aspects of Popovic's advice of normalizing themselves that seem to reinforce the dominant group's worst biases. The advantage of laughtivism is that its tactics are able to avoid that altogether. Humor, after all, is not an endorsement of the normal but rather an opportunity to irreverently poke at it. Nonviolent protest and activism have a complex history that includes both admirable success and troubling risk, both the opportunity for disenfranchised people to gain a sense of dignity, but a dignity that implies an unspoken beginning place of inferiority. Moving forward, Laftivism may be one of the best nonviolent tools for activists and protesters who do not want to resort to violent tactics but also want to avoid respectability politics. Laughter symbolizes a refusal to cower before the oppressive force and their power, thereby restoring a sense of dignity to the disenfranchised. Additionally, Laftivism's inherent creative process celebrates individual agency and, most importantly, it works. 2. The last shall be first and the first shall be last. Resistance Violence. Margaret Betz. 1. Philosophy, Rutgers University, Camden, New Jersey, USA. He can only understand the deep satisfaction which I experienced, who has himself repelled by force the bloody arm of slavery. I felt as I never felt before. It was a glorious resurrection from the tomb of slavery to the heaven of freedom. My long crushed spirit rose, cowardice departed, bold defiance took its place, and I now resolved that, however long I might remain a slave in form, the day had passed forever when I could be a slave in fact. I did not hesitate to let it be known of me, that the white man who expected to succeed in whipping me, must also succeed in killing me. Frederick Douglass. When he was 16 years old, Frederick Douglass was sent by his enslaver Thomas Auld to live with the famous slave breaker Edward Covey on his Maryland farm for a year. Auld did this because he believed Douglass had become spoiled while living in Baltimore. It would be the first time Douglass ever worked as a field hand. In his autobiography, Douglass describes Covey's cruelty and how he worked the slaves to the point of exhaustion. Barely a week would pass when Covey did not beat Douglass severely through a whipping. Douglass admits Covey succeeded at breaking him. He writes, "I was broken in body, soul, and spirit." One hot summer day while he was laboring outside, Douglass became physically ill and stumbled to the ground. Covey demanded Douglass return to work and kicked him. Douglass tried to stand and go back to work but fell again. Covey responded by hitting him on the head, causing a wound that bled heavily, again insisting that Douglass get up. Douglass writes that he lay there determined to let Covey do as he wished. Covey eventually left him alone, and Douglass decided to ask his enslaver for help. He walked the 7 miles back to Auld's property. When Douglass arrived 5 hours later, he was covered in blood from his head wound. He begged Auld for protection, saying he feared Covey would kill him. Auld responded that he suspected Douglass deserved it and scoffed, saying he knew Covey was a good man. He told Douglass to return or he would whip Douglass himself. Douglass eventually returned to Covey's farm. A few days later, Covey tried to tie a rope around Douglass' legs while he was laboring. In that moment, Douglass resolved to fight. He grabbed Covey by the throat. Douglass writes, "My resistance was so entirely unexpected that Covey seemed taken aback," adding, "He used me like a brute for 6 months and I was determined to be used so no longer." Douglass and Covey fought for nearly 2 hours until Covey eventually relented. Douglass saw this moment as a turning point in his enslaved life. He says, "It revived within me a sense of my own manhood too. The gratification afforded by the triumph was a full compensation for whatever else might follow, even death itself." 3. Douglass says he was surprised Covey did not immediately take him to the whipping post for the crime of raising his hand against a white man. Douglass' actions that day exemplify what I call resistance violence. Point 4. The following represents my efforts to tease out the nuances and characteristics of resistance violence and the role larger society plays. In Chap. 1. I examine the philosophy behind nonviolent political action and its assumed moral and practical superiority to uses of violence. I showed how both the morality and practicality of nonviolent action are complicated by its connection to respectability politics, and I raised questions surrounding what effectiveness means. That discussion laid the groundwork for having a more critically engaged conversation about the use of political violence. As noted in Chap. 1. There are obvious reasons why some anticipate that such conversations amount to the proverbial opening of a can of worms, in that, once we legitimate using violence in the political realm, it is not something we can easily reclose. I am sympathetic to such hesitations, especially in an age when political violence feels ubiquitously common. but I argue such hesitation has been at the expense of seeing qualitative differences and nuances among examples of political violence. As a result, we settle on hastily concluded truisms about the superiority of nonviolence at the expense of having a better understanding of different uses of violence, an understanding that may be crucially valuable when it occurs. How, then, for instance, could we fold Charles Sims' explanation of the successes of the armed deacons of defense and justice into our understanding of the civil rights movement? Christy Dotson aptly uses the word ambivalence to describe the common discomfort many feel about the use of political violence. Through the philosophers Dotson, Leonard Harris, Lee A. McBride, Kai Nielsen, and Elsa Dorlin, I will argue we are able to gain a better understanding of the phenomenon of political violence that avoids painting all expressions with broad brush strokes and opens up paths to addressing some variations by understanding their origins. Nielsen asked his readers in the introduction to an article on the justification of violence that when you come across things that you are inclined to disagree with, and perhaps will not even want to hear, you try not to dismiss these considerations from your minds immediately. 5. I ask the same of my readers. Indeed, I believe that any advocate of nonviolence must do the work of understanding and addressing the variety of reasons that violence is used. In short, to defend nonviolence, you must understand the uses of violence. Prominent nonviolent advocates did. There are other significant things that are beneficial to consider in framing a conversation on political violence. First, it helps to remind ourselves that we already implicitly acknowledge physical violence is an appropriate response in some contexts. Nielsen points out few if any of us are absolute pacifists, given that we all attempt to negotiate its reasonable and acceptable conditions. Women are trained in self-defense techniques that may do considerable damage to an attacker, for instance. We condone not only that women use these tactics, but that women are trained to do so, train women to learn how to physically harm someone. Another form of violence that is routinely accepted is the caging and killing of livestock animals in numbers that reach the billions every year. Some may immediately respond that this kind of violence does not count because they are only animals. Needless to say, a philosophical argument with good reasons must be supplied to make this case. The point is, violence is never the answer is demonstrably not true if you look at the way most people live their lives. My aim is to explicitly explore what we already implicitly accept. Next, the above discomfort I describe can lead to sliding into self-serving epistemic omissions. By that I mean we should not forget that violence is forever all around us, aimed at marginalized populations, both state-sanctioned and by fellow citizens. Nielsen argues, when conservative political theorists play down the notion of institutional violence, stress the importance of the distinction between force and violence, and lament the way violence in our society undermines the democratic process, they are in effect arousing the emotions of many people in such a way that their thinking is deflected from raising questions about who really is justified in using coercion in a society, given that on all sides there exists violence. 6. He accuses some conservative theorists of neatly concealing some forms of violence. Nielsen criticizes those who in effect acquiesce in the acceptance of a repressive status quo with its massive and diverse forms of institutional violence. 7. He claims that popular talk averts our attention from the pervasive use of violence by the state, thereby allowing them to insinuate falsely that revolutionary violence is therefore unprincipled and morally unacceptable. 8. Rebecca Traister writes, the violence done by the more powerful entity, the police and the state, to the less powerful entity is often so normalized, so banal, so expected as to not even be discernible, not even visible. But angry resistance to that violence, coming from the less powerful and directed at the more powerful, is automatically understood as disruptive, dangerous, electric. 9. Jose Medina cites the work of Peter Dahlgren and Sumitra Chakrapani, whose analysis of Western media coverage of the Global South reveals a heavy reliance on narratives of violence and disorder, with the implicit contrast of the West as peaceful and orderly. Not only does it play into colonizer tropes, but it also hides the violence of the West. 10. Devon Zane Shaw cites the failure in particular of the history of philosophers who approached the subject of violence with a supposedly disinterested eye, one that regularly tend to normalize whatever violence is already present and work under the presumption that we live in societies that observe a universal prohibition on violence. 11. As noted in the preface, scholars on violence debate how even to define it, raising issues for instance with the ambiguity of who it is who carries out institutional violence. I will not rehash this debate other than to restate the definition of violence given in the preface and my defense of the concept of institutional violence. I define violence as harm or damage without consent properly given or without being attended to properly. By focusing too narrowly on individual acts and not on how violence becomes systematized, we run the risk of missing the effects of the lived experience of pervasive chronic threat or harm. The Jim Crow era exemplifies this reality. Robert L. Holmes identifies war as institutionalized violence. Environmental racism is yet another. Denying institutionalized violence exists is a classic example of not seeing the forest for the trees. There is no way to understand the heightened risk black people face with police brutality, for instance, without recognizing institutional violence. Carol Anderson argues, white rage is not about visible violence, but rather it works its way through the courts, the legislatures, and a range of government bureaucracies. It wreaks havoc subtly, almost imperceptibly. Too imperceptibly, certainly, for a nation consistently drawn to the spectacular, to what it can see. It's not the Klan. White rage doesn't have to wear sheets, burn crosses, or take to the streets. Working the halls of power, it can achieve its ends far more effectively, far more destructively. Point 12. I will also discuss in this chapter the important role that threat plays in creating chronically violent conditions in some people's lives. In an example that captures both individualized violence and institutionalized state-sanctioned violence, Langston Hughes wrote that in 1901 alone Negroes were publicly done to death by mobs in mass orgies of violence. They had no protection from the police and their lynchers were not brought to trial. 13. It was his motivation in helping to form the NAACP. Therefore, there exists background or structural violence that dominant society rarely notices or questions that shortens the lives of disenfranchised people if not outright killing them. Delmas contends that an ideology in the U.S. about the civil rights movement includes a defense of the status quo through a series of conformist moves, affirmation that our society is a nearly just one, erasure of state-authored violence, and celebration of submission and docility. 14. Joanne Grant describes how it was common to find during Jim Crow in the rural South a collusion between officials and white citizenry in carrying out acts of violence, and in the creation of a general atmosphere in which violence condoned. She quotes Sheriff Z.T. Matthews from rural Georgia saying to the U.S. Commission of Civil Rights, "It's fear that keeps the end down." 15. When interviewed about the Freedom Summer of 1964, Sally Belfridge said that black people still don't dare go into the white half of the integrated bus terminals, they must weigh that against having their houses bombed or losing their jobs. 16. Truman Nelson cites the example of how a jailed white man named Howard Stack wrote a confession that the Monroe police and deputy forces put to me a proposition. If I would, by force, assault one of the Freedom Riders, they would see I got free of my charges. 17. He beat one nearly to death. Nelson reports that the handwritten confession did not prompt the U.S. Justice Department to follow up with an investigation, closing their files on the matter. I propose, therefore, that these collective examples show that it is not so much violence that most people object to or feel discomfort about, but how and why and to whom the violence occurs. And that the reasons for those attitudes are not always good ones. Empirical data from Arlene Geronimus supports my argument of chronic harm done to marginalized people. Geronimus labels the phenomenon of her research as weathering, or the psychological effects of pervasive and persistent othering of some groups, a reality that afflicts human bodies, all the way down to the cellular level. This constant stress takes a physical toll on their bodies. 18. Her focus, like mine, is on the issue of race in the U.S. because racialization is a powerful means by which the dominant culture sets groups apart as more or less deserving of, or entitled to, resources, esteem, or power, or, instead, worthy of contempt, punishment, deprivation, stigma, oppression, and exploitation. It is society's racialization of certain groups as being essentially irresponsible, inferior, deficient, naturally suited to harmful occupations, insensitive to physical pain, and threatening, a classification scheme in which both dominant and marginalized groups are fluent, that damages their health. 19. Geronima cites as an example the racialized depiction of black men as threatening. She argues the long-term conditions of that kind of cultural perception necessitate continual self-monitoring on the part of black men. The invisible labor of this burden becomes a daily self-checking to ensure their behavior does not stray too close toward making others uncomfortable. The overall impact sickens those suffering through being weathered and shortens their lives. To be exact, Geronimus is describing physical harm, dehumanization, pervasive threat, and the stress that comes with living under these conditions with what she calls weathering. Any of these components is at play at any moment with weathering. In this chapter, I will be discussing a kind of violence that can emerge among people who I describe as politically vulnerable, people like Frederick Douglass. From this chronically vulnerable status, some respond to that reality with violence. Violent acts of this nature are a symbolic indictment of a system so structurally oppressive that some reside in existential and material spaces of chronic dehumanization. Our epistemic responsibilities demand that our discomfort with their choice of political violence be placed within the larger context in which it arises. Journalist Cornell Clayton reminds us it is important to recognize what is a symptom of our social problems and what is the source. 20. I argue that some violence is most accurately understood as a symptom. In his classic book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Paulo Freire presents a case for recognizing the source of violence in systems of oppression. He writes, "With the establishment of oppression, violence has already begun. Never in history has violence been initiated by the oppressed. How could they be the initiators if they themselves are the result of violence? There would be no oppressed had there been no prior situation of violence to establish their subjugation." 21. In the next chapter, I will focus on the importance of epistemic contextualization, of acknowledging what we know, and its connection to justice. But in the interest of clarification, I offer here an analogous situation. Shani Orgat and Rosalind Gill comparably address the problems with decontextualization in their book on the myopia of confidence culture. Orgat and Gill place women's lack of self-confidence within a society saturated with industries commodifying gendered pressure toward self-perfection. The lack of self-acceptance typical in many women does not arise from nowhere, they argue. It is the result of structural inequalities that perpetuate a pedagogy of defect, to quote Susan Bordeaux, in which direct, active forces promote a lack of confidence in women. Failure to couple this phenomenon in women within the context in which it arises is both a distortion in understanding it and an injustice in addressing it. The kind of political violence I will be discussing likewise results from a context. As such, the full reality of the situation demands our attention, not just self-selection that allows us to quickly condemn it. Sociologist Matthew Desmond, author of Poverty, by America, provides this analogy about how selective attention distorts addressing the social problem of Native American suicide. The novelist Tommy Orange has a line that goes, "These kids are jumping out of burning buildings, falling to their deaths, and we think the problem is they are jumping." 22. Likewise, where we place our focus, what we choose to prioritize and what we choose to ignore with instances of political violence can either identify and address social problems or can further entrench structural oppression. As we saw in the last chapter, even nonviolent activists recognize this point. King and Rustin understood that violence and rioting among black people often arose as bursts of frustration while living under chronically repressive conditions. After negotiations had been reached in Birmingham, King tells us the Ku Klux Klan held a meeting and planned a backlash. His brother's house and the hotel where King had been staying were bombed. Explosions were also timed to go off near bars as they closed and black people were leaving. Black leaders urged them to go home, but, King says, they were in no mood to listen to counsels of peace. Fighting began. Stones were hurled at the police. Cars were wrecked and fires were started. Whoever planted the bombs wanted the Negroes to riot. 23 Stephan and Chenoweth, who argue why civil resistance is more effective than violence, similarly state, the fact that large numbers of people feel the need to regularly circumvent normal institutional channels to voice grievances and resolve conflicts, highlights the weakness of power-sharing arrangements and democracy in those countries. 24 In short, proponents of nonviolence intuitively grasp that, when systematically powerless people resort to violence in response to their status, it is an indictment of the system itself that such people view violence as their best option. It suggests traditional modes of civil engagement are closed off to them. As someone who found himself in that situation multiple times, Richard Williams, the head of a chapter of the NAACP in North Carolina, argues that black people who were willing to resort to violence during the civil rights era did not introduce violence into a racist social system. The violence is already there and has always been there. It is precisely this unchallenged violence that allows a racist social system to perpetuate itself. When people say they are opposed to Negroes resorting to violence, what they really mean is they are opposed to Negroes defending themselves and challenging the exclusive monopoly of violence practiced by white racists. 25. This chapter reflects my effort to name and understand this kind of political violence. I have identified the kind of violence that is the focus of this chapter as what I call resistance violence. It is violence carried out by politically vulnerable people as an attempt to resist their dehumanization and to establish their dignity. Resistance violence is not reducible to traditional definitions of self-defense because, first, it is not always in response to an imminent threat and, second, resistance actors carry out the violence fully aware that they may pay with their lives and choose to do so anyway. 26 Their status of chronic political vulnerability leaves them with little or no sense of agency and self-determination. Mexican revolutionary Emiliano Zapata famously said, "It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees." Elsa Dorland cites Odrążenie Opolskie describing the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising as the first time in 18 centuries have risen from their humiliation. 27 Violence becomes their mode of political agency and, as such, I will argue it is a contextually reasonable response. If a society is adequately meeting its civic and political obligations to all members, the reasons why some feel the need to turn to resistance violence would diminish. Otherwise, categorically condemning this violence essentially amounts to victim blaming of persons who find themselves living in thoroughly unjust systems. Shaw argues that common to philosophies dealing with violence is a tendency to shift the burden of justification from the oppressor to the oppressed. 28 I will argue political vulnerability is not just reflected in a chronic status of being deprived of important social and civic goods, but also refers to existing under a constant threat of violence, a threat often perpetuated by or endorsed by the state by being in collusion with those posing the threat. Helpful to beginning this conversation and exploring the nuances of this kind of violence is a brief discussion of the philosophy on violence by Hannah Arendt, one of the most influential political thinkers of the 20th century. Unpacking her position on violence can serve as a gateway into what I think we often get wrong on the topic. Hannah Arendt on political violence. Hannah Arendt's philosophy on violence mirrors the one held by most people in society: no good can come from violence and it never has political legitimacy. Arendt's position on violence serves as a gateway into re-envisioning how we might understand the complexities of different versions of political violence. By identifying what I think Arendt got wrong, I am able to develop my concept of resistance violence. In her book on violence, Hannah Arendt objects to philosophers who propose the use of force and violence as legitimate means of leading and in maintaining political power. She contrasts this tradition in The Human Condition with her well-known description of political action in the ancient Greek world because of its unique commitment to participatory democracy. To understand why Arendt challenges the legitimacy of violence in the political realm, we need to look at her description of political action and how it differs from the other two activities of labor and work that, collectively, make up the human condition according to her. To begin with, Arendt identifies labor as the activity corresponding to life in that it is cyclical, repetitive, and involves necessity. Any contact or dealings with others in this activity is bodily and biological, Think of the quotidian chores of tending to the body through food, rest, bathing, and such. Next, the activity of work creates permanency and durability through an artificial world of things. Work represents a means-end dynamic that allows for control and order. Tables are the product of work, as are cups, contracts, and cathedrals. For Arendt, political action allowed for a second life of sorts, one free from the characteristics of the other two activities. Arendt's political action is more accurately described as interaction amongst one's peers or one's equals. It is not a solitary enterprise. Political action does not involve command or rulership but instead interactive speech and deeds. This makes political action distinct from the other two activities because both labor and work can be carried out in isolation without the presence of others. Arendt famously reserves the word power to exclusively describe this kind of action. Power, she argues, is never held by one person but is instead always shared among people. She writes in On Violence, power is indeed the essence of all government, but violence is not. Violence is by nature instrumental. Like all means, it always stands in need of guidance and justification through the end it pursues. Power and violence are opposites. Violence appears when power is in jeopardy. 29. Also true according to Arendt is that labor and work can be carried out in silence without losing their characteristic qualities. That is not the case with political action, where the presence of speech allows for the expression of thoughts and ideas and the development of one's own individuality in the form of each person's unique Dasein, or it appears to me. Therefore, Arendt argues political action is humanizing in that it is the space that allows us to develop our individual human persona. Political action allows us to develop not merely what we are but who we are, she claims. Furthermore, this formation of our who cannot be done in isolation. Others must be present as witnesses to our speech and deeds, as we are present for theirs. It is only through interaction with others that we gain a chance at developing this who-ness. For this reason, Arendt claims the individual is not his own master. Who you are is formed dynamically, never in isolation. Arendt celebrated the diversity of men who are the political actors of the polis. Developing one's unique persona creates a plurality of voices, a plurality that is inherently valuable and in need of protection. It is through this lens that we can better understand Arendt's position on violence. She argues that violence is pre-political or anti-political for three reasons. First, Arendt argues that violence is a kind of activity that relies on a means-end dynamic that is more at home in the category of work. Violence as an activity involves control and force, carrying something out in order to bring about a desired effect, according to her. Put another way, violence is a command/control and obedience dynamic. Arendt tells us that the ancient Greeks believed, to force people by violence, to command rather than to persuade, were pre-political ways to deal with people characteristic of life outside the polis, of home and family life, where the household head ruled. 30. A second reason Arendt argues violence is not legitimately political is because it is mute like labor and work. Speech may be present during violent activity but it merely accompanies it, according to Arendt, where the humanizing speech of political action is essential to it. Third, Arendt objects to Frantz Fanon's argument in Wretched of the Earth, which was popular among political activists at the time she wrote on violence. This is because Fanon claims that violence offers a humanizing force for the colonized. As mentioned, Arendt reserves political action in concert with others as how we develop our unique humanity. She objects, therefore, to Sartre writing in the introduction that irrepressible violence is man recreating himself and only through mad fury can the wretched of the earth become man. 31. Arendt does not agree that violence is a means to establish one's personhood. The first two objections for why Arendt does not see violence as a legitimate political expression are mostly technical in nature, in that Arendt is assessing the practical characteristics of violence as a means/ends dynamic and that it is not speech dependent. I will leave those claims unchallenged, other than to mention that I will offer a different characterization of what the end of some violence is, one not recognized by Arendt. Instead, I will focus primarily on her third objection, that violence cannot humanize. I propose that Arendt is wrong about political violence because resistance violence is carried out with the intent of establishing the dignity and the humanity of the actor. Resistance violence describes violence carried out by the politically vulnerable in order to express their agency, as a means of humanizing and dignifying themselves in a system that does neither. By politically vulnerable I mean people who reside outside the parameters of traditional protection by the legal, criminal, and judicial systems. As such, I argue that resistance violence is not reducible to self-defense because resistance actors carry out the violence fully aware they may likely pay with their lives but choose to do so anyway. Many do. Rosa Parks herself expressed this very sentiment when she said, "I would rather be lynched than live to be mistreated and not be allowed to say, I don't like it." Arendt does not make the connection that individuals denied traditional means of political agency may have only the type of violence Douglas describes in the opening quote as a means of expressing any real kind of self-determination and agency. As someone enslaved, this option was all that was left to him. Douglas' story illustrates what I mean by resistance violence. By fighting back, Douglas tells us he would no longer accept the deferential posture of the slave. Fighting back established his self-determination, his sense of agency, and his dignity. This is the end of violence Arendt overlooks. Resistance violence is a response in which the resistance actor refuses to be dehumanized any longer. Its meaning is not accurately captured in the term self-defense because resistance actors are not necessarily or ultimately attempting to defend their lives. If anything, many expect not to survive. They are defending their dignity but not necessarily their lives. Historian Elizabeth Fox Genovese says it best when she writes of violence carried out by enslaved people that the symbolic message was, "You cannot do that to me, whatever price I must pay to prevent you." 32 Resistance violence refuses the systematic dehumanization of the actor as a member of a marginalized vulnerable group. As an enslaved boy, Douglas resided outside of any traditional state protection. Even his one hope for protection, his enslaver Thomas Auld, refused to intervene. Let me explain the significance of this point. Traditionally, our shared understanding suggests individuals are justified in resorting to violence only after they have at least attempted other means of dealing with the threat. For instance, we are advised to try to get away before striking a threatening person approaching us. Usually included in this advice is the expectation that we utilize the state's criminal justice system and not take matters into our own hands. By that, I mean that we are expected to utilize the police and thereby the criminal courts rather than resorting to using harm ourselves. 33 But this commonly held viewpoint assumes the state is committed to my protection. As the multiple examples I have already cited show, throughout history different marginalized groups have never had the luxury of assuming this commitment and thereby remained perpetually vulnerable. Indeed, the history of race in the U.S. includes the painful reality that sometimes police have been the ones doing the harm or have been in collusion with the ones doing the harm. Gloria Anzaldúa shares the story that, after September 11, she saw former First Lady display limited knowledge and her myopic understanding when she said on television that Americans were no longer safe. Anzaldúa retorts, she's oblivious to the fact that for women of color, home and homeland have not been safe places. Our bodies are constantly targeted, trespassed, and violated. Poor white women and young Black and Latino men have never been safe in this country, a country that internally colonizes people of color, enforces women's domestication through violence, and continues the slow genocide of Native Americans. 34 Earlier, I questioned Arendt's description of the means/end nature of violence. This is because I argue the end that resistance violence is attempting to bring about is not bodily protection but, instead, to establish the actor's humanity, their dignity. It is my position that resistance violence confronts that exclusion through the only means often available to resistance actors through violence. Malcolm X said in a 1965 speech, "We've gone through different patterns of struggle, each way that we tried never produced what we were looking for." He famously explains the solution he arrived at was complete freedom, complete justice, complete equality, by any means necessary. Complete and immediate recognition and respect as human beings. 35 Violence by resistance actors establishes human being as person status by upholding their agency and dignity in a system that refuses to do so. Arendt's criticism of Fanon and Sartre overlooks that those being discussed colonized people are systematically excluded from establishing their personhood through political action. The resistance violence Fanon and Sartre defend is the political establishment of the personhood of colonized people. It symbolically says, "You have determined that I am not worthy of inclusion in the space of political action and all the state-sanctioned protections that become available to those political actors. Through violence, I resist this characterization of me and thereby establish my worth." Theirs is an expression of political agency. Let us return to Arendt's description of the human condition as comprised by the activities of labor, work, and action. Arendt failed to recognize that political action in its ancient Greek expression was built on the understanding that not all humans were welcome to participate. It was reserved for only a select few. If political action is the medium through which human beings are able to cultivate their individual who-ness, as opposed to merely existing as whatness, Arendt leaves unaddressed the political question of who is allowed and who is excluded. The inclusion of some and exclusion of others is itself a political question, since it denies whole categories of people the opportunity to move from human in merely the biological sense to human in the existential sense of full, flourishing personhood. Many, perhaps most, human beings were denied this privilege of political action because they remained in the private realm of labor. Robazkiewicz and Weinman comment that, the fact that both access to and engagement in the public realm are so unequally distributed is indisputably the result of socio-economic inequalities, broadly construed, which, beyond doubt, is Arendt's greatest blind spot. 36 In contemporary times, this inferior status based on characteristics of the individual like their race, gender, national status, or gender identity is itself a political question. Existence in this pre-political status means whole segments of the population are potentially denied any political agency. If crucial to the success of political action is a plurality of voices, Arendt never considered what it meant to preemptively silence so much possible diversity. Nor did she see the political obligation of protecting this plurality is also an obligation to enhance the diversity. The wealth of perspectives that can be taken into account has to be expanded again and again. 37. Therefore, I propose that, in addition to Arendt's description in the human condition of individual persona formed when political actors engage with each other in speech and deeds, a political expression of individual human dignity is established through resistance violence. Arendt overlooks that the privilege of developing one's who-ness beyond mere whatness arises only in spaces that already uphold the unquestioned basic worth of the individual. Through resistance violence, the politically vulnerable enact a kind of political agency that establishes their worth. Therefore, I would argue Arendt's philosophy describing political action as a kind of flourishing here overlooks political in the more fundamental sense as affirming basic human worth. It is one that she herself even discussed. Early in her career, Arendt came close to recognizing what I refer to as resistance violence, but she failed to fully make the connection. Richard Bernstein proposes that with her work we sometimes need to think with Arendt against Arendt. 38 In Origins of Totalitarianism, Arendt grappled with the vulnerability of stateless people and the right to have rights. As a German Jewish World War II refugee herself, Arendt understood that residing in a legal and political space outside the protection of a state left stateless people in a less than fully human status. Arendt said in an interview of her own experience in the 1930s, "I thought immediately that Jews could not stay. I did not intend to run around Germany as a second-class citizen." 39. In The Origins of Totalitarianism, Arendt discusses the vulnerability of refugees and stateless people based on the fact that no nation is obliged to recognize their basic human rights and, as such, they are not able to enjoy the full protections of legal institutions. 40 These legal freak or underprivileged individuals, as she calls them, are subject to arbitrary police rule and stand in need of gaining some kind of human equality, all of which make it difficult for them to establish their dignity. 41 She even uses the phrase scum of the earth to describe them, a close facsimile to the common translation of Fanon's book title Wretched of the Earth. Arendt writes, the loss of citizenship deprived people not only of protection, but also of all clearly established, officially recognized identity. 42 She says that what they are therefore deprived of is the right to action. 43 As a result, Arendt contends that, historically, not a single group of refugees or displaced persons has failed to develop a fierce, violent group consciousness and to clamor for rights. 44 Arendt derives from these insights on stateless persons her often cited concept of the right to have rights, or the right to belong to some kind of organized community willing to guarantee any kind of rights whatsoever. 45 There is a danger, she argues, to the abstract nakedness of being nothing but human. 46 Even earlier than the publication of Origins of Totalitarianism, in 1943, Arendt wrote an article called We Refugees that viscerally captures her own palpable sense of political vulnerability and how such people grow to accept the idea of their own death. She describes the unpopular facts of the futility of European Jews continually seeking out safe havens and the humiliation of being pressured to fit into each new host country through assimilation. Arendt laments the experience of having one's social, political, and legal status completely confused. 47 Being a Jew represented a precarious, dangerous legal status in the world, she argues, as unprotected by any specific law or political convention and therefore merely existing as human beings and not citizens or legal persons. 48 She adds, apparently nobody wants to know that contemporary history has created a new kind of human being, the kind that are put into concentration camps by their foes and in internment camps by their friends. 49 Arendt identifies a curious kind of cheerfulness amongst refugees as based in a dangerous readiness for death. 50 Death had lost its horror, Arendt claims, because refugees experienced terrors worse than death. According to Arendt, the growing response of suicide among Jews might signal a form of self-determination otherwise missing. Perhaps the philosophers are right who teach that suicide is the last and supreme guarantee of human freedom. Not being free to create our lives or the world in which we live, we nevertheless are free to throw life away and leave the world. 51 This is the essence of what I propose with regard to resistance violence. What Arendt dismisses in her book on violence about the politically vulnerable establishing their humanity she was more open to entertaining in We Refugees and in the Origins of Totalitarianism. Resistance violence is a means through which politically vulnerable actors resist remaining nothing but Arendtian legal freaks. Philosophies of resistance. Candace Delma's Duty to Resist discusses related yet not identical political phenomenon with what she refers to as uncivil disobedience, which sometimes may utilize forceful or destructive methods but is primarily offensive and or unlawful. While our topics overlap in many areas, it is worth addressing how our main theses differ, namely, in 5 significant ways. First, my project here is more concentrated than Delma's position because I focus primarily on resistance methods that are specifically violent. She is interested in disobedient activity more broadly. Second, Delma's advises that uncivil methods should be chosen based on whether those courses of action have a reasonable chance of success, a requirement antithetical to my characterization of resistance violence as often at the expense of the actor's own life. 52 It is because actors have realistic reason to believe they will pay with their lives that qualifies it as resistance violence. As a result, I arrive at a somewhat different conclusion, that is, resistance violence is primarily an expression of upholding and affirming the actor's dignity. By that I mean, the type of violence I describe is not necessarily looking to bring about social change, it is primarily attempting to swiftly respond to chronic conditions of lacking any socially recognized dignity and humanity. While Delmas does mention the question of dignity as significant to what informs disobedience, I identify it as the primary motivating factor. Third, my attempt to understand the use of violence goes further than Delmas in that she defends force as the outer extremes of uncivil activity like well-targeted property damage and forceful removal of strike scabs. In comparison, I propose that some forms of physical harm to people or property are reasonable responses based on the chronic structural obstructions to the actor's dignity. Therefore, unlike Delmas, I do not make the case that resistance actors have obligations to uphold the basic human interests of the parties involved because to do so, I argue, creates epistemically hypocritical situations in which resistance actors are held to a standard the larger society regularly denies for them. 53 Comprehensive moral and political engagement with resistance violence means at the same time grappling with the reality to which it is responding. Fourth, therefore, I am interested in the role epistemic injustice plays in how we usually assess this reality and how it contributes to willful self-serving condemnations of resistance violence without also at the same time acknowledging the role that larger society plays. Finally, in her conversation on the importance of upholding the dignity of all members of a political community, she lists among them the self-assertion of affirming one's dignity. 54 I propose that the politically vulnerable sometimes turn to violence precisely in order to do this. We agree, then, that individuals need not be constrained by respectability politics, but we diverge in that, where Delmas defends vulgarity, unlawfulness, and offensiveness, I see reasons to argue certain uses of violence as reasonable given the context. She argues we are not justified in asserting our dignity by diminishing another's, naming this as one way we might brutalize the other. But recall the significant political insight from nonviolent advocates like King and Rustin, while violence by the politically vulnerable does not necessarily help political actors' lives or a larger cause, King and Rustin nonetheless understood why it occurs. I propose that Rustin's phrase frustration politics exemplifies what is often happening with resistance violence. Delmas and I agree that principled refusal to comply with unjust systems/practices need not always be civil. Yet my position follows from insurrectionist ethics and additionally contends that, when individuals live in systems that are committed to depriving them of political agency, violence carried out by resistance actors in order to establish their dignity is a reasonable political choice. I am not sure on what epistemic grounds larger dominant society can justifiably argue otherwise. By perpetuating and benefiting from systems that leave certain demographics chronically vulnerable with no viable options for establishing a dignified and thriving human existence, our condemnation ignores that the situation is largely of our own making. Frederick Douglass had this understanding in mind when he wrote, "The morality of the free society can have no application to slave society. Slave owners have made it almost impossible for the slave to commit any crime, known either to the laws of God or to the laws of man. If he steals, he takes his own; if he kills his master, he imitates only the heroes for the revolution." 55 Again, this is a reality even nonviolent action advocates recognize. Their disapproval of political violence by disenfranchised people was primarily directed at the self-harm it represents, not a judgment and moral condemnation of such actors. Delmas expresses criticism of positions like mine, most strongly in her discussion of vigilantism. She provides limited grounds for what she calls the justified use of force or threat to prevent, control, or punish immoral behavior. 56 Delmas contrasts the deacons of defense with the Ku Klux Klan's vigilantism. The criteria for why the deacons were justified, according to Delmas, is that they were combating contexts of entrenched institutional inefficacy that leaves some people vulnerable to grave harm, thereby providing defense. Delmas adds the vigilantism must be a proportional response to an immediate threat, but that the use of deadly force cannot be used preemptively or indiscriminately. 57 Because my project includes a focus on the unjust systems that produce and perpetuate political vulnerability, I question the use of words like immediate, necessary, fitting, and preemptively as the standard by which to judge how the politically vulnerable respond with violence. It is true that Frederick Douglass' case of fighting back against Covey fulfills Delmas' criteria, but slave revolts like Nat Turner's by definition do not. Nor does physical harm to an enslaver in order to free their slaves as John Brown did in Missouri. In response to positions like the one presented by Delmas, I contend that chronically unjust and oppressive systems of deprivation and harm do not always represent clear-cut imminent threat scenarios. By Delmas' definition, John Brown's Harper's Ferry raid was morally wrong because it involved members of the military and a train worker being killed. But we will see that Brown defended his actions by identifying slavery as a perpetual state of war. He would characterize the raid, therefore, as responding to a situation and not as initiating one. How is one to appropriately respond to people brutalized by being enslaved? Brown asked. Are we to wait until the moment a physically harmful act is about to be carried out against them, or may we respond to systematic violence with violence? Brown's answer was the latter. It was an answer that Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, and various prominent black abolitionists were all equally convinced by. Otherwise, it requires that a politically vulnerable person wait until the threat is imminent, but that is too high a moral requirement, too great an undue burden. Furthermore, the argument for waiting when dealing with serious injustice is historically charged, while, hopefully, politically vulnerable people feel optimistic about pursuing more dignified treatment through traditional political means. Rustin's phrasing of frustration politics reveals that may not be realistic. Indeed, King himself addressed the problems with waitism in his response to white clergy in a letter from a Birmingham jail. He asked them to look at it from black people's perspective, writing, "When you are forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness, then you will understand why we find it difficult to wait." 58. A common criticism of what I call waitism is to point out that time itself does nothing one way or another to bring about social justice progress, and that pleas for time are frequently a guise for simply putting something off. Indeed, the book of King's speeches and articles is entitled "Why We Can't Wait." The perceived virtue of waiting seems, often, to be dependent on one's social positioning. Therefore, Delmas and I disagree about how to qualify and determine the concept of threat fairly. In systems of severe and chronic oppression, threat is a permanent reality of politically vulnerable people's lives. Angela Davis said in an interview in 1972, "Because of the way the society is organized, because of the violence that exists on the surface everywhere, you have to expect that there are going to be such explosions, you have to expect things like that as reactions. If you are a black person and live in the black community all your life, and walk out on the street every day seeing white policemen surrounding you, when I was living in Los Angeles, for instance, long before the situation in LA ever occurred, I was constantly stopped. The police didn't know who I was, and when you live under a situation like that constantly, and then you ask me whether I approve of violence. Some state-sanctioned violence is so pervasive that members of dominant groups often get away with ignoring it, as this interviewer seems to, but the recipient never has that luxury. If an enslaved person kills their enslaver, it is epistemically and morally questionable to insist they should have waited until they faced an imminent threat, as though enslavement itself is not structural brutality and violence. Insistence that their response of violence only gains justification when it occurs in response to an immediate threat downplays and possibly ignores this reality. The state has already failed certain people by refusing to ameliorate their chronic politically vulnerable status. Being in this chronic status, as seen in the multiple examples provided, is evidence that the state has largely left them to fend for themselves. Truman Nelson said of the use of violence by black people during the fight for civil rights, "If the government would not protect their rights by due process, then they must do it themselves." 59. The question of imminence and what constitutes a threat has produced a great deal of discussion among legal scholars, and I will address how those concepts arise in the philosophy of self-defense later on. But a common response to positions like Delmas is to offer as a counterargument the situation of victims of chronic domestic abuse. Here is a contemporary case that exemplifies my point. Victoria Shelton Sands suffered daily beatings from her husband, Thomas Lee Sands. Victoria repeatedly requested a divorce from her spouse, to which he responded by physically abusing her. He threatened to kill her and her family if she left. One beating was followed by keeping Victoria hostage in their home for 3 weeks. She attempted to get help from her parents in his arrest, but her parents were seriously injured in a car accident and getting legal help came to a halt. One day in August of 1998, Thomas beat Victoria severely and threatened to kill her. The next day, a neighbor saw her outside her home with a firearm. Thomas came upon Victoria holding the gun and took it from her, then pushed her down concrete steps, sat on top of her, and fired 2 shots into the ground near her. Later that day, Thomas would not let Victoria leave with her aunt or then later with her brother to visit her parents, threatening to harm all of them. For the rest of the day, Thomas beat his wife in between drinking, using cocaine, and watching television. That evening Victoria went outside, got the gun, and shot Thomas 5 times while he lay in bed watching television. By Delma's estimation, it appears that Victoria's choice was not a defendable return of violence despite living in the chronically vulnerable position of being susceptible to Thomas's violence. Delma's position seems to insist that Victoria wait until the next violent episode occur, but, for what? Victoria was no match for his physical strength. My position asks that we pay attention to the fact no traditional means of protection were available to Victoria in a system of chronic harm. We cannot adequately understand or evaluate her choice to shoot Thomas without placing it within the abusive context from which it emerged. Furthermore, to conclude that Victoria's actions were not defendable because she did not face any threat in the immediate moment of killing her husband does a disservice to victims of domestic abuse by focusing too narrowly on isolated moments. It distorts the reality of what chronic threat and violence mean in the lives of such individuals. To do so places undue burdens on people living under chronic threat and violence by holding them to moral requirements not met by the rest of society. Existing within the system of slavery shares this quality. Decontextualizing these individuals' actions from the chronic conditions of their lives means we might interpret their violence as preemptive when in fact it is a response. Therefore, the following discussion of resistance violence asks that we avoid the inclination to decontextualize, as Orgat and Gill advise, those choices made by resistance actors. 60. Another relevant discussion of resistance comes from Jason Brennan in his book When All Else Fails, The Ethics of Resistance to State Injustice. Brennan considers what it means to take moral parity seriously when discussing the concept of self-defense, proposing that sometimes the philosophical conclusions we draw from well-reasoned arguments can cause discomfort and be dangerous by arriving at logically consistent yet unconventional positions. If Delmas makes an argument for the duty to resist, Brennan is making an argument for the right to resist. He asserts that if the morality of self-defense allows you to defend yourself or others against harm, that morality would also include the right to defend yourself against government harm, too. Even from government officials carrying out legally sanctioned actions and behaviors. Brennan does not believe that special immunity for government actors is a defendable position, they do not hold special moral status. Application of this principle would then mean, when a police officer uses excessive violence against you for a crime that should not be a crime, you may defend yourself. It means that agents working in the government may sabotage their colleagues or superiors who act unjustly. It means you may lie to government agents who use your information in unjust ways. 61. Like Delmas. Brennan argues his position is not about endorsing political violence in general or that his book should be viewed as a manual for revolution. He similarly upholds the condition that physical force be applied only in situations of imminent threat of harm, calling delayed force exacting revenge or private punishment. 62. Brennan does, however, agree that imminence need not be interpreted literally as waiting until the last second to use force, turning to a kidnapping scenario as an example. He concludes he need not resolve the scholarly debate about how to interpret imminence, yet does not seem to recognize the larger philosophical import of kidnapping scenarios, that is, that threats can be pervasive and looming and therefore complicate imminence requirements for justified force. 63. Brennan's focus is on how we may defend ourselves or others from immediate threat of injustice. 64. The forms of resistance he envisions might include damaging government property, deceiving and/or lying to government agents, and resorting to physical harm. Furthermore, Brennan is careful to clarify he would not endorse these actions as the first resort and maybe even as the last resort, since we should try nonviolent methods first. He writes, "Decent people try to resolve disagreements through nonviolent means when possible. There are good reasons to minimize violence, not just in general, but even in response to violence from others. It's usually better that we resolve our disputes and disagreements peacefully. Sometimes the best response to injustice is to suck it up and live with it or turn the other cheek." 65. While certainly such advice is generally what aids in the smooth functioning of society, my description of political vulnerability names the systematic and structural deprivation some chronically endure. The harms, often targeted harms which they suffer, create pervasive and persistent conditions of frustration and despair not easily endured through a suck-it-up perspective. Therefore, Brennan and I are not envisioning identical circumstances for resistance, since I am focused specifically on the existence of politically vulnerable people while his focus is on society in general. Applying a suck-it-up perspective to chronic political vulnerability amounts to a kind of weightism that black people have been encouraged to embrace for centuries. Brennan's thesis involves defensive resistance or defensive violence for any civilian caught in a situation in which they or someone else are actively suffering an injustice by government actors. As addressed with Delma's thesis, my position challenges limiting permissibility to facing imminent threat for the politically vulnerable. Finally, Devin Zane Shaw examines emancipatory violence through the commitment of existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir to political freedom. Shaw turns to Beauvoir's understanding that oppression involves violence and calls for contextualizing any response of violence within this framework, as I do. The use of violence by the oppressed to gain freedom should be a last resort, according to Beauvoir. Shaw adds the important question of for whom, since the oppressed and those complicit in oppressing others might answer that question differently. Shaw explains that Beauvoir argues, when oppressors cannot be persuaded to renounce their privileges, the oppressed must suppress the oppressors. 66 Shaw proposes there is a kind of violence that reduces human beings to mere material objects, denying them of their rights and future possibilities, or, to quote Beauvoir, to deny them existence as humans. 67 Beauvoir arrives at the conclusion, then, there is a fundamentally different ethical meaning between state-sanctioned existential violence and violence in return by the oppressed, according to Shaw. The latter is best described as vengeance, which has two goals: first, vengeance aims to end the oppression, and, second, it aims to re-establish reciprocity between the oppressor and the oppressed. He responds to critics who say we have a moral duty to uphold the dignity of the other through relying only on nonviolent tactics by citing how existentialists like Beauvoir rejects the possibility that one is able to respect the dignity of all human beings in a situation of oppression. 68 Shaw and I share the understanding that contextualizing violence by oppressed people means recognizing it represents a response more than an initiation. However, the type of violence I describe is not captured by the phrase vengeance for various reasons that will be clear in the following sections. Defining resistance violence. Resistance violence is a provocative thesis involving several concepts that require clarification. My hope is that by peeling off this kind of political violence and distinguishing its characteristics, we are able to see the conditions that bring it about and the ways that larger society is complicit. Clarification also includes consideration of all the moving possible parts involved with resistance violence: who carries out the violence and against whom. Is it by the politically vulnerable or done by someone on another's behalf? Is the violence property damage or physical harm to a person? Each of these conditions creates different considerations and therefore differently developed positions, some of which are directly addressed in this chapter. In Chap. 4. I present the radical abolitionist John Brown as a case study of committing resistance violence on another's behalf. In Chap. 5. I consider if making a case for the reasonableness of resistance violence applies to property damage. The core concepts that are pivotal to characterizing resistance violence are the following: political vulnerability, contextual reasonableness, and what distinguishes this kind of violence from traditional understandings of self-defense. Political vulnerability involves bringing to the foreground the dehumanizing mode of existence some people are forced to endure as members of disenfranchised groups. By doing so, we are better able to observe how resistance violence is best understood as first and foremost a response. Next, I will explain why I conclude resistance violence is a reasonable political choice given this context of vulnerability. Finally, I will explain why I argue the traditional sense of self-defense does not adequately capture what is meant by resistance violence even when it responds to imminent harm, as Douglas' example does. Instead, I believe the conversations around insurrectionist ethics provide a more productive and fitting home for exploring resistance violence. As I begin, I would like to compare the traditional nonviolent activist with my characterization of resistance actors of violence. Resistance actors and nonviolent protesters both implicitly believe that through their actions they are establishing a sense of dignity and agency in the actor. Both are aware they may be harmed or die in the process. Where they seem to diverge is four places. First, the resistance actor is willing to physically harm the oppressor, to meet the oppressor's violence with violence. Second, the nonviolent protester's focus includes not only their own dignity, but also the dignity and humanity of the oppressor, of finding redemption for the oppressor and allowing for the opportunity of reconciliation. King describes it as the majestic power of nonviolence to bring about the beloved community. 69 Todd May refers to nonviolence as that which challenges or resists a current political, economic, or social arrangement while respecting the dignity of its participants, adversaries, and others. 73rd, because the resistance actor is prepared to die, there is not the same practical set of goals. The act of dignifying is the primary goal and not necessarily social change. Fourth, the resistance actor's violence is a refusal to be confined by respectability politics, where the nonviolent protester is beholden to some standard of civility and respectability as a tool to winning over public approval. I have defined violence as harm or damage without consent properly given or without being attended to properly. What does it mean, then, to refer to something as a resistance form of violence? Resistance violence is violence that does harm or damage that does not involve consent and serves as an expression of the actor's resistance to their dehumanization. The resistance actor does physical harm or damage because other tools are not available to them to establish agency or self-determination. Political vulnerability. Resistance violence does not include all political violence, it describes only the violence carried out by the politically vulnerable in an attempt to resist their dehumanization. The context in which their violence occurs demands that we consider from where and for what reasons it arises. Therefore, the status of a resistance actor as politically vulnerable is what constitutes their status as someone resisting. It also explains why their violence is a form of political agency because traditional modes and avenues have been blocked for them. How then do we determine who in society qualifies as politically vulnerable? By the term I mean to describe a kind of vulnerability that has political significance. In other words, I do not mean the emotional vulnerability and openness needed to establish healthy relationships. Terms like marginalization and oppression express a similar focus. Political vulnerability describes systematic forms of deprivation, a vulnerability in your political status. For instance, King described American slavery as sheer physical force kept the Negro captive at every point and that punishment for any form of resistance or complaint about his condition could range from mutilation to death. 71 With the ending of physical slavery after the Civil War, new directives were found to keep the Negro in his place. It would take volumes to describe these methods, extending from birth in Jim Crow hospitals through burial in Jim Crow sections of cemeteries. The result has been a demeanor that passed for patience in the eyes of the white man, but covered a powerful impatience in the heart of the Negro. 72. Similar characterizations of oppression have been developed from sources as diverse as Marilyn Frye's birdcage analogy to Giorgio Agamben's bare life. Even before that, in 1910, the National Negro Committee listed in a letter to Booker T. Washington all the ways black people remained precarious. Among the things they list, being denied the ballot, many young black boys are unable to read and write, discrimination based on color, being forced to live in the worst quarters, their death rate as a result is higher, being prohibited from buying property in better areas, forced to work for lower wages, being denied access to unions, their women are left without protection by law and custom, unable to secure decent accommodations in hotels, trains, restaurants, theaters, willful miscarriage of justice in the courts, black men are lynched without a semblance or pretense of a trial. 73 In 1999, Leonard Harris offered a comparable definition of racism as a polymorphous agent of death, premature births, shortened lives, starving children, debilitating theft, abusive larceny, degrading insults, and insulting stereotypes, forcibly imposed 74. In her classic Five Faces of Oppression, Iris Marion Young identifies the 5 significant characteristics as the following: marginalization, exploitation, cultural imperialism, powerlessness, and, significant to my project here, violence. Young was one of the first philosophers to name the background structural violence that harms the most disenfranchised in society but is rarely recognized as institutional or systematic. She argues the oppressed group is subject to violent acts and that a cloud of threat continually terrorizes oppressed people as well. For instance, to be a trans person in today's political environment is a risk in itself. Living as a trans person involves physical threats, transphobic verbal and physical assault, legislation targeting one's rights, and or physical harm through obstacles to or the denial of medical care. Young writes, what makes violence a face of oppression is less the particular acts themselves, than the social context surrounding them which makes them possible and even acceptable. 75. It involves the daily knowledge that one is liable to violation, solely on account of their group identity because violence perpetually hovers over the person as a cloud of threat. 76. Young argues this damages individuals' sense of freedom, dignity, and needlessly expends their energy, a reference to the invisible labor of maintaining deference described in Chap. 1.77. Geronimus describes the related phenomenon of the physically and psychologically damaging sheer often heroic exertion of enduring being othered. It involves not only suffering under poor and dehumanizing treatment/conditions, but also constant self-monitoring to ensure the dominant group is at ease. According to Young, an indication that the violence is sanctioned by the system is that perpetrators receive little to no punishment. To that extent, society renders their acts acceptable. 78. Therefore, the violence politically vulnerable people are forced to endure may involve any/all of the following: the pervasive threat of violence by the state or by individual citizens, acts of violence by the state or by individual citizens, and the inaction of the state to stop violence. In an example of the latter, sometimes the police were known to purposely stay away while white mobs descended on civil rights protesters, like in 1961 when the Freedom Riders arrived at the Birmingham bus terminal. An example from today, cited by Geronimus, is the lack of public attention given to the murder of trans women of color. If Young's thesis seems too hyperbolic, consider this: lynchings in the South were not only public events with thousands of white people attending, but they were also sometimes advertised prior to happening, as Akinel Umoja notes. Although left merely implied by Young, there is a necessary public component to uses of violence against marginalized people in that these state-sanctioned incidents act as a clear threat, a warning, to reinforce hierarchical societal norms. In effect, this is what will happen to you. In The Racial Contract, Charles Mills argues the coercive arm of the state enforces racial hierarchies and maintain the racial order and detect and destroy challenges to it. 79. For instance, police brutality against black people, he contends, should not be viewed as an excess but rather as an organic part of this political enterprise. 80. What constitutes politically vulnerable people, therefore, involves those who systematically experience harm in state-sanctioned ways because they are a member of a particular group. Political vulnerability is not reducible to a single slight or wrong or obstacle but rather is a chronic and systematic mode of existence members of that group are forced to endure. This is an important point since hardship and obstacles can accompany any life. But political vulnerability is comprehensive, and state-sanctioned harm to members of a group is not random or by chance but precisely because they are members of that group. For instance, it is not that a trans person living in the US should expect the possibility of experiencing violence given the exorbitant rates of physical violence in the US compared to other industrialized democratic nations. It is that the trans person can realistically expect state-sanctioned transphobic harm or assault precisely because they are trans. State sanction need not take the form of overt declarations of expressed intent to harm. According to Young, it may be as simple as the fact that it occurs with regularity and the state does little to nothing to address it. Informed by Young's insights, I argue that political vulnerability involves being systematically deprived of the following: traditional modes of safety and protection from the system. This includes police protection, protection from environmental harm, establishment of a safe, thriving community, access to sustaining health care. Traditional modes of enhancement by the system that foster the conditions for human flourishing, adequate schooling, living wages, green spaces, access to affordable, healthy food. Traditional modes of civic engagement with the system. This includes access to voting without undue obstacles, genuine access to public office, access to professional positions and careers, access to public protest without undue police response. Traditional modes of communally granted respect. This includes instinctively being recognized as entitled to respect, entitled to being heard, entitled to being believed, entitled to having a perspective that matters, entitled to visible representation as community and political leaders, entitled to being recognized as an authority. Traditional modes of neutral and/or positive depictions in the media, entertainment, and news sources on a regular basis. Traditional modes of peace of mind. This includes not living within a system that targets you as the recipient of harassment, taunting insults, threat, and violence by both state actors and individual citizens. It includes a sense of freedom to move about and appear in public spaces, free from harassment, detention, and arrest. Related to these modes of being are the ways in which, first, the state serves as a mode of active, systematic exclusion, deprivation, and harm, and, second, the state chronically leaves these conditions unaddressed. The collective result is that whole demographics of people are left in existential, psychological, material, and physical conditions that perpetually open them to harm in the ways described above. Delmas comments that different injustices inflict different harms, from eroding victims' sense of self-worth through small but repeated humiliations, to physically annihilating them through genocide. 81 She identifies as what has been violated is people's right to self-determination, and that some people in society are afforded more respect based on morally irrelevant categories. 82 These chronic conditions mean individuals live in a state of perpetual dehumanization that robs them of their dignity and agency. This institutional dehumanization and denial of agency that the politically vulnerable endure create conditions in which resistance violence becomes a reasonable option for them as an expression of their dignity. Whenever these acts of resistance violence garner our attention, they must be placed within the larger context described here from which they arose as a response. By allowing these conditions to persist, the dominant culture holds some responsibility for why resistance violence occurs and lacks credible grounds for condemning it. As Clayton reminds us, we are responsible for identifying what is a source of social problems and what is a symptom. Yuan Galtung points out that not only are resources unevenly distributed, but the power to decide over the distribution of resources is unevenly distributed. 83 He concludes that something like hunger should be understood as institutional violence. If people are starving when this is objectively avoidable, then violence is committed, regardless of whether or not there is a clear-cut violent actor. 84 Another example of active physical harm done to vulnerable communities that is passively accepted without question is environmental racism, or the reality that the burdens of harmful industrialized living fall disproportionately on black and brown people. 85 Frederick Douglass' narrative about fighting back against Edward Covey illustrates my description of violence by the politically vulnerable. As an enslaved man, Douglass fulfills these various conditions for political vulnerability. He was denied protection, enhancement, engagement, respect, and peace of mind. As enslaved, Douglass was expected to embody deference toward all white people no matter their individual treatment of him. Covey's violence toward Douglass was more than simply state-sanctioned, it was explicitly arranged by his enslaver Ald in order to break Douglass, that is, to make him more deferential. Were it not for these conditions that robbed him of all dignity and humanity, including Covey's brutality toward Douglass, he would not have been pushed toward responding violently. I will argue that his actions do not constitute our common understanding of self-defense because he was prepared to die in the moment or to pay later as a slave should typically expect to for the crime of raising my hand against a white man. 86 Describing it as a turning point in his life, Douglas tells us that Covey had used him like a brute for 6 months, and I was determined to be used so no longer. 87 It rekindled the few expiring embers of freedom, and revived within me a sense of my own manhood. The gratification afforded by the triumph was a full compensation for whatever else might follow, even death itself. 88 Douglas' story involved an imminent threat, but not all cases of resistance violence do. Had Douglas suffered Covey's blows only to violently respond to him at a later time, his action would still qualify under my characterization of resistance violence. But for the cloud of threat and dehumanization both slavery generally and Covey personally posed to Douglas, he would not have sought out this response. The treatment of the trans community in contemporary times also exemplifies political vulnerability. On multiple fronts, trans people face active threat and harm both by the state and through fellow citizens. State laws are being enacted around the country that diminish trans people's dignity, denying them access to desired health care, thereby creating inhospitable conditions for their very existence and psychologically harming them. Pervasive fear of being victimized by physical assault makes appearing in public risky. In the spring of 2023, Montana State Representative Zoe Zephyr was banned from completing the legislative session by her Republican colleagues for breaking decorum during sessions. Zephyr, a trans woman, objected to legislation that would deny trans minors gender-affirming health care, arguing to do so would exacerbate the already alarming rates of suicide among trans youth. Zephyr attempted to speak over the course of 3 days of legislative sessions, and eventually the microphone she was holding was disabled. A tweet by the Montana Freedom Caucus misgendered Zephyr as they criticized her for her behavior. Later, interviewer Ali Velshi asked her, "You have said that what these laws do is they can end up in people's death, whether it's suicide because they live in a society that others them and tells them that they are not welcome and that they are scary and that they are a threat. This entrenches hate against trans people." Zephyr responded, "That's exactly right. And I gave the example of the suicide in my speech, but we've also had people attacked in public, run over by vehicles in Montana. The violence is escalating and these policies create the conditions of that violence in our states and the legislators that are trying to pass them. When people stand up in defense of our communities, they're not just okay with passing it, they want to silence us." 89. Because this structural violence serves as the backdrop of our lives, it frequently goes unnoticed by the dominant group. Ta-Nehisi Coates reminds us that the America that he knows acquired the land through murder and tamed under slavery, secured and ruled by savage means. 90 Delmas notes the role ideology plays here, of common implicit judgments. She argues, ideology works to conceal structural injustice, making its harms look necessary or justified. 91 Malcolm X famously described white America's perception of chronic harm to black people this way: "When someone sticks a knife into my back 9 inches and then pulls it out 6 inches, they haven't done me any favor. And if they pull that knife which they stuck in my back all the way out, they still have not done me any favor. They should not have stabbed me in the back in the first place." 92. An SNCC statement on the Vietnam War declared, "We ourselves have been victims of violence and confinement executed by U.S. government officials. We recall the numerous persons who have been murdered in the South because of their efforts to secure their civil and human rights, and whose murderers have been allowed to escape penalty for their crimes. Samuel Young was murdered because U.S. law is not being enforced. We recall the indifference, suspicion, and outright hostility with which our reports of violence have been met in the past by government officials." 93. Daisy Bates describes the experience of Elizabeth Eckford, one of the Little Rock Nine who integrated their local high school after Brown v. the Board of Education. Bates shares what the New York Times education editor Dr. Benjamin Fine relayed to her about his coverage of Elizabeth trying to enter her high school. As Elizabeth tried to make her way through the enraged white crowd, Fine told Bates he put his arm around Elizabeth's shoulder because she was crying and terrified. The crowd threatened to lynch her and called him a dirty Jew. Fine explained, The irony of it all, Daisy, is that during all this time the National Guardsmen made no effort to protect Elizabeth or to help me. Instead, they threatened to have me arrested, for inciting to riot. 94 The Equal Justice Initiative compiled a list of all the lynchings of African Americans in southern states from 1877 to 1950. State-sanctioned lynchings are a perfect example of the vulnerable status of black people in the South. The EJI cites one particular example in 1918 in which a group of white people in Arkansas brought a black man named Owen Fleming to the local sheriff because Fleming had fired a gun at his overseer in self-defense. The sheriff responded, "I'm busy. Just go ahead and lynch him." 95. When describing the oppressive reality of colonization, Frantz Fanon identifies the violence and aggressiveness with which the supremacy of white values is stated in control of the colonized, demanding they proclaim loud and clear that white values reign supreme. 96 Recognizing the chronic vulnerable status of some people to state-sanctioned harm provides us with important moral and epistemic information about when violence is used by them or on their behalf. An example of failing to consider this context in critically significant ways comes in the introduction to Janet Kirkpatrick's Uncivil Disobedience. Kirkpatrick begins the book by describing an 1854 violent incident involving fugitive slave Anthony Burns. Burns was being held in a Boston jail with the intent of returning him to his enslaver in Virginia. Kirkpatrick recounts how an interracial mob of militant abolitionists broke through the door of a Boston courthouse to seize Burns from official custody. A guard was killed in the violent fight that ensued. The attempt to free Burns ultimately failed and he was returned by ship to Virginia the next day. No amount of money offered to his enslaver was enough to buy Burns' freedom. This is a significant detail considering some might respond that the predicament of Burns facing return should have been solved peacefully without resorting to violence. Kirkpatrick writes, for instance, rather than protest, sit-ins, and marches, the Boston mob took up a battering ram and used deadly force. 97 Burns is said to have begged for a knife to kill himself from the crowd of nearly 50,000 that formed in protest as he was led to the ship. Kirkpatrick lists this use of political violence along with the lynching of black people in the South as examples of uncivil disobedience, largely overlooking the significant qualitative differences between them. The mob was, after all, attempting to save Burns' life since most of those who were returned to their owners were severely punished in an effort to deter others from attempting to leave. 98 In contrast, lynch mobs murdered black people in order to reinforce white supremacy. Just as in ordinary cases we consider why someone resorts to violence, a woman attempting to fend off an assault versus a white nationalist attacking a minority, we have an obligation to attend to the morally relevant contextual details here as well. They determine that the use of violence in Burns' case was protective, while the use of violence in lynching black people was terrorism. Delmas is right to argue that at the very least, the duty of justice prohibits complying with laws that make us agents of wrongdoing. 99 Abolitionists in Boston who attempted to free Burns felt this way, they believed it applied to the courthouse guards, too. Curiously, Kirkpatrick repeatedly uses the term indiscriminate violence when it does not accurately apply to the illustrative example she chose. The man who was killed died because he was among the guards who would not hand over Burns. He was instrumental in why Burns could not leave. One of the abolitionists was Boston Unitarian minister Theodore Parker, who famously announced 4 years before the Burns incident that he would not comply with the fugitive slave law and was prepared to use violence if needed. "I have had to arm myself. I have written my sermons with a pistol on my desk, loaded, a cap on the nipple and ready for action." 100 Kirkpatrick notes that Frederick Douglass defended the killing of the guard on the grounds that he was an instrument of a pro-slavery government, yet she does not seem to recognize his point. Instead, Kirkpatrick accuses uncivil disobedience of collective solipsism, explaining, while it would be too strong to say the uncivil disobedience truly think they are the only thing existent, they tend to act as if this were the case. They are apt to care only about their own will or morality in relation to the law, not that of others. 101. What is therefore most noteworthy about Kirkpatrick's curious choice of the Burns' case to exemplify and introduce her discussion of uncivil disobedience is her failure to contend with the context that informs this use of violence. Coates writes of perspectives like Kirkpatrick s. that when the nonviolence begins halfway through the war with the aggressor calling time out, it exposes itself as a ruse. 102 As an enslaved man, Anthony Burns resided within a system of dehumanizing violence. Biographical details of his life confirm he endured severe beatings and that his hand was mangled after getting it caught in a will purposely turned on by an overseer. Both Burns' attempts to escape and the attempts to save him from being returned to harm's way should not be divorced from that context. To do so commits epistemic infractions that alter how we perceive the violence used to free him. Despite this, Kirkpatrick refuses to label the abolition's use of violence in this case as commendable. A comparable situation would be choosing to resort to violence to free detained European Jews from Nazi custody, knowing what likely awaits them otherwise. The shared context is an individual in a politically vulnerable status subject to the institutionalized harm of the state who is unable to use traditional routes to redress the wrong done to them. It means the state itself creates the conditions in which violence by the resistance actors appears as the best option. The phrase collective solipsism therefore more aptly describes the state, not those attempting to address harm to another. Coates surmises, when nonviolence is preached by the representative of the state, when the state doles out heaps of violence to its citizens, it reveals itself to be a con. 103 Delmas adds that those who condemn black violence tend to do so in a vacuum, without regard to, and in ways that obfuscate, the state's own encouragement and commitment to violence against blacks. 104 Decontextualizing the violence is epistemically self-serving and distorts the reality of what is at play, thereby reinforcing entrenched oppressive structures. In 1966, John Hewlett wrote an article on the founding of the Black Panther Party, explaining how the animal came to symbolize the mindset of militant black people. This Black Panther is a vicious animal, as you know. He never bothers anything, but when you start pushing him, he moves backwards, and backwards into his corner, and then he comes out to destroy everything that's before him. Negroes in Lounsco have been pushed back through the years. We have been deprived of our rights to speak, to move, and to do whatever we want to do at times. And now we are going to start moving. On November 8th of this year we plan to take over the courthouse in Hayneville. And whatever it takes to do it, we're going to do it. We decided to stop begging. We decided to stop asking for integration. 105. Brennan's argument about resisting unjust actions by government officials applies here as well. Among the claims he sees might be derived from his position is resisting imprisonment for doing something that should not be a crime, in particular, naming as an example harboring an escaped slave during the 1850s. According to Brennan, it seems implausible to hold that citizens had a duty specifically to let enforce slavery. 106 It is permissible for you to try to break free and others may aid you in what you are justified in doing. 107 Therefore, Brennan is in agreement with me that slavery itself is an injustice and the laws that enforced its perpetuation, especially in particular cases of great direct harm to individual people as the Fugitive Slave Law did, are laws that we are morally permitted to actively break. Brennan distinguishes his position as something different from civil disobedience, although he understands why it sounds similar to that philosophy. Brennan is not focused on social change, as is true of civil disobedience, rather, he is focused on defense. Therefore, where civil disobedience is strategic nonviolence, Brennan identifies his position as defensive violence or violence justified as a use of defense of the self or others. A final note on my discussion of political vulnerability: throughout this work, I overwhelmingly turn to examples from American history that involve race. This decision emerged organically as I researched scholarly works on what constitutes oppression, dehumanization, and their history. Among the first was Giorgio Agamben's thesis of bare life. Agamben's concept, a life devoid of value, includes the understanding that there is an essential link between it and juridical violence. He names Arendt's discussion about stateless refugees as capturing the essence of this concept. 108 Agamben quotes German penal law scholar, Karl Binding, who asked in 1920, "Are there human lives that have so lost their quality of legal good that their very existence no longer has any value, either for the person leading such a life or for society?" 109. Agamben answers that binding did not see it as problematic to authorize the killing of some, in this case, lives incurably lost to illness. 110. According to Agamben, this established a threshold beyond which life ceases to have any juridical value and can therefore be killed without the commission of a homicide, a threshold beyond which life ceases to be politically relevant. 111. He claims every society creates such a limit. 112. Nazi Germany first authorized the killing of the incurably mentally ill as the elimination of life unworthy of being lived, utilizing binding's terminology. 113. Therefore Agamben attributes to binding the understanding that the state has the power to decide which lives have value and which do not. He cites European Jews sent to extermination camps during World War II who were stripped of every political status as exemplifying a new paradigm that set aside a space for bare life through a definitive exclusion from the political community. 114. This odd positioning of still being alive yet excluded from legal and moral consideration meant they came to be situated in a limited zone between life and death, inside and outside, in which they were no longer anything but bare life. 115. Agamben concludes, the correct question to pose concerning the horrors committed in the camps is, therefore, not the hypocritical one of how crimes of such atrocity could be committed against human beings. It would be more honest and, above all, more useful to investigate carefully the juridical procedures and deployments of power by which human beings could be so completely deprived of their rights and prerogatives that no act committed against them could appear any longer as a crime. 116. Agamben finds contemporary spaces of bare life to exist in modern cities. He is at every instant exposed to an unconditioned threat of death. 117. As insightful as this designation of bare life is in analyses of modern dehumanization, I am convinced by Alexander G. Weheli's criticism of Agamben as overlooking the critical role race has played in shaping the modern idea of human as largely determining what constitutes bare life. 118. He explains, rather than using biopolitics as a modality of analysis that supersedes or sidelines race, I stress that race be placed front and center in considerations of political violence, as a set of socio-political processes of differentiation and hierarchization. 119. Weheli sees racialized categorization as what has primarily allowed for the creation of spaces of dehumanization. Racialization has been the basis for creating hierarchies of humans, not quite humans, and non-humans. 120. Weheli argues that people around the world continue to be rendered disposable by the pernicious logics of racialization and are thus vulnerable to victimization from political violence. 121. To make his case, Weheli queries, if bare life embodies a potential dimension of contemporary politics as such, we might ask, then, why certain subjects are structurally more susceptible to personifying its actualization. 122. The origin of concentration camps. Agamben's choice for exemplary spaces of bare life, were American spaces reserved for Indian removal, Weheli argues. During the Civil War, contraband camps were created as temporary holding spaces for slaves in southern states. Contraband is a reference to the slaves themselves, Weheli notes, since they had not yet retained emancipatory status. The conditions were so horrific that thousands died. He concludes, then, that it is racial slavery and its aftermath, the routine brutalization of black flesh, that reveal a greater acceptance of modes where extreme brutality and directed killing frequently and peacefully coexist within the normal functioning of political systems. 123. Weheli credits Hortense Spillers with first exploring and naming how enslaved people were transformed into bare life. 124. Lastly, in anticipation of my discussion of contemporary examples of political violence in Chap. 5. It is worth noting that all sorts of groups today self-identify as persecuted. My discussion here of political vulnerability helps us weed through those claims. In 2011, a Public Religion Research Institute poll found that 44% of Americans surveyed see discrimination against white people as just as big as bigotry aimed at blacks and other minorities. Of that 44%, 57% were white evangelicals. 125. In 2022, the University of Texas/Texas Politics Project found that, when asked who endures the highest level of discrimination, white Republicans in the state answered it is white people. National polls show similar results of white conservatives identifying white people as the victims of discrimination. 126 Whether or not white people are systematically persecuted as white helps in determining how to characterize the violence they commit in some political circumstances. In recent years, conservative political movements have co-opted the language of progressive politics by labeling themselves the real victims, recognizing the social power involved in convincing people they have been wronged. On the Adam Carolla show, the host and his guest, Tucker Carlson, agreed how destructive it is to continue making accusations about white supremacy, with Carlson expressing his surprise that people put up with it. We're allowing our leaders to attack an entire group of people based on their genetics? Isn't that the one lesson we learned from Jim Crow, is that shouldn't be allowed, and yet it's the defining fact of American politics, white people are bad. 127. An entire volume could be written on the history of the calculating usage of this language to make political gains. Mark Bray makes the case that it is a common tactic within far-right extremist strategies to play the victim. White supremacists frequently rely on fear, he argues, of various groups to both encourage a group identity and to rally those within the group to fight against the other. 128 Nevertheless, a concise response simply involves turning to the above descriptions of oppression and political vulnerability as guidelines to determining whether they apply. Whiteness as a characterization demonstrably does not qualify as creating comprehensive conditions of political vulnerability. Whether a white person as LGBTQ or as poor would qualify is about those qualities and not about whiteness. This gives us an indication about how to assess the January 6 insurrection of the U.S. Capitol and claims about the political vulnerability of the actors. Resistance violence as reasonable. To make the claim that resistance violence is a reasonable choice is admittedly bold and deserves proper attention on its own. I am primarily motivated by recognizing what it means that the resistant actor resides in an existentially and oppressive state, chronically humiliated, disrespected, and physically harmed by material deprivation and violence. Therefore, I arrive at the conclusion that such violence is a contextually reasonable response based on compassion. To suggest that the possible responses to this chronically dehumanizing reality stay within the confines of morally respectful choices seems to not only lack compassion but also sets a higher moral bar for the oppressed than the rest of society. Shaw adds that practically speaking, the oppressor and the oppressed are not merely two sides of the debate, because the oppressor class also sets the terms of the debate. 129 According to Delmas, people should not insult or violate other person's dignity by humiliating, objectifying, or brutalizing others, which seems to prohibit, or at least place a presumption against uncivil and undignified, that is, violent, offensive, and self-demeaning, conduct. After considering arguments for the use of violence, Delmas concludes that violence can be an expression of self-defense, but disproportionate or retaliatory violence could not be justified as an exercise of collective self-defense. 130 Myashicheri contrasts how we tend to hold more flexible and forgiving standards for white people's wrongdoings than we do for other groups. Part of remembering whiteness and keeping it holy is recognizing that when whiteness fails to act holy, whether through racial violence or racial wrongdoings, it is met with forgiveness, not judgment or punishment. This response is not due to moral reasons. It is based on race. The frequency with which public forgiveness requests are made to black victims of white violence and mistreatment provides some evidence for this. 131. Cherry argues that who is perceived as being entitled to anger in our society falls along race and gender lines, and that transgressing these unspoken enforcement rules brings consequences. The rules state, don't demand respect if you are non-white, and act civilly and respectfully toward white people in the face of insult or you will be punished. Some people, in breaking this rule and demanding respect for either themselves or others, can pay for their transgression with their very lives. 132 Fanon presents the other side of this racialized reality by arguing, confronted with a world configured by the colonizer, the colonized subject is always presumed guilty. 133. As noted, the model for this compassion comes from advocates of nonviolent action. It is worth examining this in more detail. Bayard Rustin was a highly influential part of the civil rights movement. He is credited with guiding King's embrace of nonviolent political action, since Rustin himself was a student of Gandhi's civil disobedience campaign, having visited India in his youth. And yet Rustin understood why black people living under Jim Crow turned to violence at times. He labeled it frustration politics. One cannot argue with the president's position that riots are destructive or that they frighten away allies. But one can question whether the government has worked seriously enough to eliminate the conditions which lead to frustration politics and riots. 134. As a lifelong activist, Rustin surely wanted nonviolent solutions to the politically vulnerable status of fellow black people. But he also questioned what it means to wield the standard of nonviolence as a cudgel against people who are preemptively forbidden to meet the brutal and pervasive violence of their lives with a return of violence, or requirements that violent means be appropriately directed and suitably constrained. 135. While Rustin identifies riots as destructive and admits they harm the public perception of the black cause, he nonetheless characterizes this reality as a politics of frustration. This reality emerges, Rustin insists, out of the egregious conditions of their lives, conditions the federal government is responsible for allowing to remain intact. In Chap. 1. We saw King express similar compassion that avoided simplistic condemnation of such choices as morally reprehensible in favor of an approach that sympathetically reflects on why it occurs. In addition to using the word impatience in his writing on race relations in the U.S., King uses the same term as Rustin, frustration, in Letter from a Birmingham Jail, claiming, "If our white brothers dismiss as rabble-rousers and outside agitators those of us who employ nonviolent direct action, and if they refuse to support our nonviolent efforts, millions of Negroes will, out of frustration and despair, seek solace and security in black nationalist ideologies, a development that would inevitably lead to a frightening racial nightmare." 136. He also warned, if his repressed emotions are not released in nonviolent ways, they will seek expression through violence. This is not a threat but a fact of history. 137. King worried that by turning to violence it would be used against black people and they will be blamed for whatever outcomes result. It is unfortunately true that however the Negro acts, his struggle will not be free of violence initiated by his enemies. And he will need ample courage and willingness to sacrifice to defeat this manifestation of violence. 138. Myasha Cherry vocalizes a similar argument. Violence can become an expression of anger when anger is otherwise not expressed or unaddressed. It is usually the last resort, but can be avoided if we find a more productive outlet before we get so desperate that we go there. Violence is not what happens when you express anger but when you keep it in, causing it to reach a boil and then explode. People are also likely to suppress their anger and ultimately resort to violent expressions when expressive resources are limited. 139. Cherry emphasizes the significance of how disenfranchising people, or, in my language, producing politically vulnerable people, creates the conditions for violent outbursts. It is through compassion that dominant society is able to understand why the choice occurs from within such conditions. Jose Medina argues a significant aspect of how the dominant group's perception of marginalized people is distorted is a kind of epistemic numbness. It involves the inability to feel concerned and to have an entire array of emotions such as sympathy, empathy, and compassion. 140. He identifies an important epistemic virtue as questioning this apathy and indifference in favor of making the effort to understand. I propose that the dominant group of white people in this case make the effort to consider King and Rustin's resigned recognition that resistance violence emerges for a reason we are frequently encouraged to ignore. This is not the same as endorsing resistance violence as a solution, for no other reason than that the resistant actor frequently pays with their life. Resistance violence, then, is not a solution to the actor's political vulnerability. It is merely an understandable response and an expression of political agency given the context. Because larger society itself has obstructed politically vulnerable people's access to and engagement with the social goods that allow citizens to function and flourish, the politically vulnerable are left with few to no options to develop their sense of humanity and dignity. Furthermore, the state condones harm against them. Within this context, some choose violent means in response even with the knowledge they may not survive it. I determine this to be a reasonable and understandable choice given the severe limitations. King regularly reminded American society how pervasive state-sanctioned violence against black people is. Armies of officials are clothed in uniform, invested in authority, armed with the instruments of violence and death and conditioned to believe that they can intimidate, maim, or kill Negroes with the same recklessness that once motivated the slave owner. If one doubts this conclusion, let him search the records and find how rarely in any southern state a police officer has been punished for abusing a Negro. 141 He challenged the characterization of Birmingham police as keeping order and preventing violence, saying he doubted people would believe that if they had seen police dogs sinking their teeth into unarmed nonviolent Negroes and the ugly, inhumane treatment of Negroes here in the city jail. 142 During the summer of 1963 state troopers beat Negroes sitting on their porches back into their houses in Birmingham. 143 It is morally hypocritical when dominant society fails to see resistance. Violence as a response and not as an initiation of violence. 144 Arlene Geronimus provides pivotal research on the impact of weathering on marginalized people that shortens their lives. She shows how many policies meant to alleviate social problems often end up exacerbating their situation because policymakers rarely have an inside understanding of the impact of even well-meaning changes. In addition to advising that policymakers adopt a philosophy of do nothing about us without us, Geronimus suggests that cultivating empathy for the plight of the marginalized would accomplish a great deal. She adds, unfortunately, privileged Americans have become so disconnected from the vastly different everyday experiences of the exploited, oppressed, and marginalized that we have no idea how challenging their lives can be, or that we make them so. This ignorance leads to a kind of judgment that results in contempt rather than empathy. 145 Listening to the politically vulnerable, giving space for them to be heard, will affect not only how we understand what is happening but also how larger society should respond. A case for the contextual reasonableness of resistance violence can be established through looking at John Locke's political philosophy. Locke is admittedly a surprising source to contextualize the violence carried out by politically vulnerable people given his historical standing as someone who lacked the epistemic consistency discussed in the next chapter. Locke is known for establishing the legitimacy of government as arising from the consent of the people, yet wrote the Constitution for the English colony of Carolina in which he endorsed the concept of enslaving people. It is precisely for this reason that it is beneficial to turn to a canonical political philosopher's thought to show its gaps, omissions, and oversights. In other words, what is often assumed to violate Western political ideals and standards actually has been endorsed by one of the founders of political liberalism. 146. In the second treatise of government, Locke famously defends the position that if a government abuses its power, the citizens have a right to use force to rid themselves of those leaders. According to Locke, violence should not be the first solution if the situation can be made good by an appeal to the law. Locke presents this analogy to convey what he views as the legitimate and illegitimate use of force. A man with a sword in his hand demands my purse on the highway when I have almost no money with me. This man I may lawfully kill. To another man I hand 100 pounds to hold while I get off my horse. He then refuses to give it back to me and draws his sword to defend his possession of it by force if I try to take it back from him. The harm this man does to me may be 100 or even 1,000 times more than the other intended to do to me, yet I can lawfully kill the one and cannot so much as hurt the other lawfully. The reason for the difference is obvious. The first man used force, which threatened my life, and I had no time to appeal to the law to make me safe. And once my life was taken it would have been too late to appeal. The law could not restore life to my dead carcass. The law of nature gave me a right to destroy the man who had put himself into a state of war with me and threatened my destruction. But the second man did not put my life in danger, so I can have the benefit of appealing to the law and getting reparations for my 100 pounds that way. 147. What? Locke essentially identifies in this passage is self-defense as the legitimate basis for the use of violence. Everyone has a right to defend himself, Locke insists, and to resist the aggressor. 148 Locke vocalizes the common perception of why someone might legitimately resort to violence. Lacking any other means to protect ourselves and our property, we may use physical force. But if other means are available, such as appealing to authorities, we have an obligation to first turn to those. Yet, Locke's common-sensical explanation of when resorting to violence is legitimate/illegitimate captures an assumption many of us rely on when addressing violence, that is, that there is a criminal and judicial system to address wrongdoings in society. We often decide that acting outside of this structure automatically delegitimizes the cause. 149 Yet my discussion about political vulnerability identifies whole segments of the population who lack traditional modes of protection from the state. Indeed, examples I cite establish active physical harm by state officials themselves. For instance, Robert F. Williams, who was the former leader of the Monroe, North Carolina NAACP, recounts that when faced with a seething white mob at a swimming pool he and others were protesting because it was segregated, a city councilman asked Williams if he would be willing to leave, promising a police escort. Williams bitterly responded, "I might as well go with the Ku Klux Klan as go with them." 150 Note the conditional language David S. Lund uses when he says, vigilante justice is commonly assumed to be wrong once there is an adequate public justice system. 151 What does it mean for those who are not able to reasonably expect protection from such a system? Williams endorsed armed resistance during the fight for civil rights. He argued, in civilized society the law serves as a deterrent against lawless forces that would destroy the democratic process. But where there is a breakdown of the law, the individual citizen has a right to protect his person, his family, his home, and his property. To me this is so simple and proper that it is self-evident. 152 He offers as an example shooting at the Ku Klux Klan who drove by the home of Dr. Albert E. Perry. Within the group of cars driving by were 2 police cars. Williams offers multiple examples of police collusion, including peaceful protests outside of segregated swimming pools in which white people fired their rifles and pistols over the heads of protesters to scare them. Williams approached the police chief who was there and asked that he stop the white people from threatening them with gunfire. The police chief responded more than once, "Oh, I didn't hear anything." 153 Williams' plea to the Justice Department was met with assurance that the local police would protect them. Other examples he cites of pleading for help from the local police involved being met with laughter. Let me return to the quote by Locke for the conditions he provides for the use of physical force. He writes, "The first man used force, which threatened my life, and I had no time to appeal to the law to make me safe. Therefore the law of nature gave me a right to destroy the man who had put himself into a state of war with me and threatened my destruction. But the second man did not put my life in danger, so I can have the benefit of appealing to the law and getting reparations for my £100 that way." According to Locke, lacking the ability to appeal to the law served as the grounds for using force against the first man who posed a threat to me. He cites the law of nature as giving me the right to destroy the person posing a threat because he was responsible for creating a state of war between them. These are the conditions I have described regarding the status of political vulnerability. Individuals residing in a politically vulnerable status have no reason to regard the state as committed to their protection. Such protection has never applied to everyone. This reality means that the politically vulnerable are left to fend for themselves when facing pervasive violence, even though they know the aggressor may kill them or the state may punish them with death. Some may choose to respond with violence anyway. Williams uses this very language to describe the conditions black people suffered in the Jim Crow South. He denied it resembled anything near a civilized state and likened it to a jungle necessitating black people to revert to the law of the jungle. 154 He understood that to mean resorting to violence sometimes. Selective epistemic attention that ignores this pervasive threat reinforces structural inequalities. Here, Locke is describing situations in which the threat is imminent, but above I address why that may be too great a moral requirement for politically vulnerable persons based on what I argue is a fairer and more accurate assessment of what threat represents in their lives, a point I will elaborate further in the next section. Earlier in the second treatise, Locke includes a section he calls the state of war. He describes how the state of nature might be made into a state of war when harm occurs because, by definition, there exists no judicial system to address wrongdoings. The harmdoer thereby becomes a threat to the rest of humankind, which is, in essence, a declaration of war. According to Locke, anyone has the right to punish lawbreakers who have become dangerous to everyone else and to restrain them from future harm. Locke argues this declaration of war on all humankind creates legitimate conditions for taking action. Each offense may be punished severely enough to make it a bad bargain for the offender and to terrify others from offending the same way. 155 Even after all parties have left the state of nature, Locke sees the possibility that the state of war still might arise because of a manifest perverting of justice, a barefaced twisting of the law so that they protect or even reward the violence or injury perpetuated by some. He recognizes this leaves the recipient in the position of having nowhere on earth to appeal to for justice. 156 Locke concludes this gives the individual the right to war against the aggressor. 157. These aspects of Locke's discussion of the legitimate use of force acknowledge that a perpetual state of war exists if someone is unable to appeal to authorities for protection, giving them the right to turn to violence. Similarly, I have proposed that, given the political context some groups face, as Locke says, of a manifest perverting of justice, resistance violence is a contextually reasonable option. Political vulnerability means residing in chronically harmful and threatening conditions with nowhere on earth to appeal for justice, the status errant attributed to stateless people. Resistance violence is a reasonable choice given the context of the politically vulnerable because, as Locke determined, they reside in a system that protects and even rewards the violence or injury perpetuated against them. Nonetheless, I avoid concluding with an endorsement of resistance violence based on the bearing witness approach I discussed in the preface. To restate what I propose there, I do not fulfill the description of being politically vulnerable in ways that are true for the people described in this book. My outsider status and my membership within the dominant group means I understand my role as showing solidarity with the politically vulnerable, mindful that my perspective should not overshadow theirs. For this reason, it would be the height of insensitivity to urge politically vulnerable people to choose resistance violence. Whether or not those from within politically vulnerable groups forcefully make the case advocating for violence of this nature is another question. To borrow how Jason Brennan describes his thesis on resisting state injustice, I'm not being evasive here. Rather, it's important to recognize what's at stake in an argument and what isn't. 158 Bearing witness is an expression of the compassion King and Rustin call for. Later in the chapter I discuss perspectives from within politically vulnerable groups that do endorse resistance violence. Related, even while in solidarity with resistance actors, we can ask nevertheless whether or not it is advisable given the set of events that can follow. For instance, slave insurrections, while understandable, often led to terrified white people randomly killing both free and enslaved black people in order to re-establish dominance. It shows how further harm to politically vulnerable people is all but likely. Charles Mills refers to these systematic massacres that followed slave insurrections as resulting from an ontological shudder sent through the system. 159 This also brings us back to the quote from King in which he describes frustrated black people resorting to violent methods to address their chronically vulnerable status, which he describes as a development that would inevitably lead to a frightening racial nightmare. King is expressing fear that Southern black people would be essentially pushed to more radical means and only end up further harmed. Finally, I make the case for compassion even with the understanding that there are considerable obstacles to the likelihood of its expression, ones I will address in detail in the next chapter. While I believe compassion is a morally appropriate response, I also recognize there are practical reasons it is unlikely to be the one chosen by dominant groups. Perhaps one of the most compelling examples came in response to King's own murder. As someone who experienced the assassination of his own brother, Robert F. Kennedy was well positioned to express sympathy to a black crowd in Indianapolis on the night that Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. Kennedy's impromptu speech that night was a genuine expression of empathy as someone who understood the rage and pain of losing a loved one to a horrific act of violence. He expressed to them that he understood their feelings of a desire for revenge. He understood, he said, that white people have to work along with black people to comprehend, and to replace that violence, that stain of bloodshed that has spread across our land, with an effort to understand with compassion and love, just as King did. Kennedy said he understood why they would feel hatred for white people, that he had the same kind of feeling after the murder of his brother. He gently asked them to return home and to pray for King's family, to pray for compassion. Historian Richard Pierce questions the common narrative that Kennedy's speech alone quelled rioting and violence in Indianapolis after King's assassination, citing that the city's race relations and structuring were different than other cities. 160 But Kennedy's noteworthy attempt to approach King's assassination with recognition about black people's justified rage, solidarity with them through his own similar pain, and general compassion serves as a model for acknowledging the frustration of the politically vulnerable in ways that lay the groundwork for moving forward. Robert Kennedy may not be the reason that Indianapolis did not erupt into rioting following King's murder, but Kennedy's effort to approach black Indianapolisans with respect for their pain and anger models some of the best advice. 161. The question of self-defense. In 1831, an enslaved man named Nat Turner carried out a slave insurrection in Southampton County, Virginia. Close to 60 white people were killed by the end. 162 On the night of August 21, Nat and a group of other slaves and free black men went from one white residence to another, killing every white person in the house. Turner's plan was to eventually reach the county seat and take over the armory, all with the hope of arming and freeing local slaves. It ended when Turner and his crew eventually faced a white militia, who captured some of Turner's men. Turner himself hid for a month. Ultimately, he was discovered, captured, brought to trial, and sentenced to die. Turner was hung on November 11, 1831. His body was desecrated by a white crowd afterwards. 163 21 other rebels were also hanged. Turner claimed that a particular biblical passage is what motivated him to carry out his insurrection, Matthew 20:16, which says, "For the time was fast approaching when the first shall be last and the last shall be first." 164 This passage refers to Jesus' teaching that the least among us deserve kindness and respect. The parable describes a vineyard owner paying day laborers, starting with the ones he hired last who worked the least amount of time. Jesus' message requires that his followers dignify everyone, that we extend generosity, kindness, and respect first to the ones we think deserve it the least. In this parable, Jesus calls upon us to recognize the forgotten, the ignored, and the vulnerable among us. In accordance with Jesus' teaching, Turner believed that he must give the downtrodden their due by taking steps to eliminate slavery. Frantz Fanon offers a contemporary version of Turner's message by not only borrowing Turner's characterization of resistance violence as a dignifying force, but also by citing the same biblical passage as inspiration. According to Fanon, decolonization is guided by the words, "The last shall be first," in which the thing colonized becomes a man through the very process of liberation. Fanon argues that moving the last up to the front can only be accomplished by resorting to every means possible, including, of course, violence. He describes decolonization as the verification of "the last shall be first." 165. Nat Turner's lawyer, Thomas Gray, tells us that Turner expressed himself fully satisfied as to the impracticality of his attempt. 166 The impracticality of his efforts did not diminish the perception of him or his actions, since it became a common tradition in African American communities moving forward to appreciatively refer to Turner as Captain and General. Turner viewed the violence as dignifying him and his fellow enslaved rebels. As enslaved, Turner resided in a perpetual state of fear, of placating enslavers and overseers, and of accepting physical harm without responding. Locke's requirement of first appealing to authorities does not apply to Turner and his fellow enslaved rebels. To be enslaved means being denied dignity and the fundamental right to fight back when harmed. Resistance violence restores that dignity. To be clear, Nat Turner escaping slavery would not accomplish the same thing in this interpretation. With resistance violence, he is meeting his oppressor face to face. He makes a point to state that this was not a case of avenging a particularly brutal owner. Turner describes his current owner, Joseph Travis, as a kind master. In fact, I had no cause to complain of his treatment of me. 167 Turner's insurrection was not to take revenge, it was to right a societal wrong. The enslavers in the immediate area, the benign ones and the brutal ones, all equally deserved to be made last. The fact that Turner and his fellow rebels killed entire families is more evidence to this fact. 168 A kind enslaver is still an enslaver. White children were not spared because they were still part of a larger societal power structure, the first that oppressed and dehumanized Turner and people like him the last. Douglas R. Edgerton states, the fact that Turner's soldiers employed weapons in the murder of women and children horrified antebellum journalists as it does modern audiences. But vicious slave societies rarely gave birth to passive martyrs who behave as did the fictional Uncle Tom. In understanding that black liberty necessitates the death of slave-holding whites, Turner stood in a long line of anti-slavery activists. 169. In his own autobiography, Frederick Douglass tells us that the Reverend Rigby Hopkins proactively beat his slaves to keep them in a constant state of terror. Violence kept slaves compliant. Resistance violence, even when it did not protect the life of the slave, humanized slaves. Violence becomes an expression of dignifying the resistance actor by refusing oppressively deferential posturing in the face of their continual dehumanization. Some have responded to my general thesis of resistance violence by insisting that my position amounts to self-defense by resistance actors. I have opposed this characterization because I believe it fails to capture two significant features of what is happening with resistance actors. First, the likelihood that their choice of action all but guarantees them great harm, including death as a result. Knowing this, they still make the decision when compliance would have likely protected their lives. Various examples I cite throughout this book share that quality. Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass chose violence knowing the stakes involved, all but Douglass paid with their lives, which, as we have seen, surprised him. Second, definitions of self-defense also traditionally include the requirement of an imminent threat, which I have challenged as not necessarily a factor in chronic, pervasive systems of violence. Jason Brennan, for instance, says the common understanding of self-defense is when someone reasonably believes he is in imminent danger of severe bodily harm from his adversary. 170. Therefore, common usages of the term self-defense imply an attempt to protect or save one's life, which is not what is necessarily prominent in the minds of resistance actors. Instead, I argue that resistance actors are first and foremost resisting their dehumanization and establishing their dignity with the knowledge it may be at the expense of their lives. Douglass' words describing his fight with Covey precisely reflect this mindset. As do Turner's insistence that Jesus calls on us to make the last the first. If self-defense in terms of protection from bodily harm were their prime motivator, most resistance actors caught in moments of facing violence would be more likely to comply in order to suffer the least damage possible, especially considering how little state protection they can expect. Likewise, those resistance actors who are not facing imminent threat would never pursue their path of violence in the first place. To be clear, what I propose here is not the same as making a case that resistance actors are examples of self-sacrifice or martyrdom, which bring along with it other intentions and goals. As we saw with Douglass, it is not that by fighting back against Covey, Douglass had in mind the larger cause of serving as a martyr to the eradication of slavery. Instead, resistance actors are committed to their action even with the understanding it may not amount to much of anything, an understanding explicitly stated by Turner. Ian Fishback makes a similar argument through a critique of the requirement that an actor is only justified in responding with violence if that actor faces an imminent threat. Fishback presents a position much like my critique of Locke, that is, Such an argument assumes reliable security institutions exist in that society to offer a general sense of protection or an interest in addressing crime. My position differs from Fishback's in that I see those conditions as chronically applying in particular to the politically vulnerable, a nuance he does not address other than to consider how citizens are to deal with continuing threats that problematize imminence requirements. According to Fishback, continuous threat anarchy means that the requirement of imminence is overly restrictive. Anarchic conditions permit private citizens to inflict severe harm as a means to defeat and deter non-imminent threats because there are no less harmful means of achieving the same defensive end. 171. The legal scholar Kimberly Kessler-Furzin presents an interesting position about self-defense and the stipulation of imminent threat by similarly proposing that the dynamics of domestic abuse complicate a simple understanding of these terms. Again, I am not proposing that resistance violence is an example of self-defense. Rather, I am stating that insisting that a threat be imminent in order for an individual to be justified in responding with violence is contested for good reason. 172 Furzin addresses the unique reality facing those who experience domestic abuse that I described earlier of residing in a space of continual threat interspersed with individual acts of physical assault. Furzin rejects the attempts by other legal scholars to reconcile situations in which such women kill their abusers in moments when they are not facing immediate harm with how to describe their actions as nonetheless acts of self-defense. She is likewise critical of the implication that what is required of those in this position is to wait until a moment in which imminent threat develops again, also noting that the requirement ignores that many domestic abuse victims are no physical match for their assaulter. Furzin asks, the victim claims that if another strike is likely, why the aggressor is given the benefit of the doubt where the victim's life hangs in the balance. This shifts the risk of harm to her from her aggressor. 173 Furzin's solution is to offer the analogy of someone who is kidnapped and held hostage. While it may be the case that hostage situations are interspersed with physical harm, holding someone hostage constitutes an ongoing inchoate harm itself that warrants acts of self-defense, that is, of physically harming one's kidnapper at any point, not just in moments of imminent threat. Furzin argues that someone facing chronic domestic abuse is like the kidnapped victim through similar conditions of control, pervasive threat, and individualized moments of harm. The kidnapped victim need not wait until their kidnapper initiates a physically harmful act to return the use of violence against them, nor does the abused woman, Furzin contends. Both situations continually invade the victim's rights. 174 Indeed, many real-life cases of horrific domestic abuse represent nearly identical descriptions to hostage situations or of someone trafficked, including the case Furzin cites of Judy Norman, who was abused and forced into prostitution by her husband. Furzin argues we should leave intact the requirement for imminence in traditional situations of self-defense while adding that inchoate threatening situations need not involve a requirement to wait until an immediate threat emerges again in order to justify responding with physical force. Furzin concludes by making another comparison, relevant to my discussion here. She writes, while a full argument is beyond the scope of this paper, it seems that hostage situations like slavery are the sorts of harms to persons that warrant deadly force. The abusive husband prevents the battered wife from pursuing her own projects and from defining herself. The denial of personhood warrants the employment of deadly force. 175 Judy Norman was qualitatively no different than a slave, Furzin argues. She contends that both legal philosophy and everyday understandings of threat frequently overlook the inchoate forms. Furzin's position is that situations in which victims kill their abusers in moments that do not represent imminent threat may still be characterized as of self-defense if we understand the term as simply referring to a response to aggression, imminent or otherwise. It is the aggression that triggers the right to a defensive response. Far too often, we have focused on the defender's needs and not the aggressor's actions. 176 I similarly argue, following the lead of King and Rustin, but for the context of chronically vulnerable conditions for some persons, their response of resistance violence would not arise. I described threat in the preface as an attempt at psychological control that often does the work of physical violence. Fersen's argument shows how complicated it is to separate these two as distinct phenomenon when someone responds with violence after living under chronic and pervasive threat. Daniel Statman addresses another sticky aspect of analyzing self-defense, namely, the question of how factually based a potential victim's belief must be that turning to violence to defend themselves will be successful. He arrives at an initial similar conclusion as mine but without the specific focus on the context of politically vulnerable people. Statman notes that justifiable self-defense is usually conditioned on the understanding that violence is not committed in vain as futile or meaningless but that it is likely to neutralize the illegitimate threat. 177 In other words, to state the obvious, why would you commit any act of violence that you know will not change a threatening situation for the better? We can see the relevance of Statman's question with regard to resistance actors and their characteristic belief they will pay with their lives. Their use of violence demonstrably is not based in the belief it will preserve their lives, either in the immediacy or in the long run. In most cases, they are right. Statman challenges the traditional logic that ties chances for success with how morally acceptable uses of violence are, providing this example as a means of illustration. Suppose a woman faces being raped by a group of 5 men and has a weapon with only 2 bullets. Some might claim it is futile to shoot 2 of the men since it would likely anger the remaining 3 and potentially result in them treating her even more cruelly. Judging acts of self-defensive violence through the lens of likely success, then, means her choice to shoot 2 would seem unwise and morally forbidden. 178 Yet Statman argues to draw that conclusion means demand submission to evil and passivity in the face of wickedness. 179 He cites the real example of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which was eventually cruelly crushed by the Germans, surmising, if ever there were a justified case of self-defense, the uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto would be it. 180 Like me, Statman wants to complicate our understanding of threatened people's use of violence and the conditions we traditionally place on these situations. He states, it was not their lives the rebels were fighting for but their honor. They knew that they were almost 100% doomed. They wanted to die with a gun in their hands rather than in Treblinka or another death camp. 181. However, Statman and I ultimately draw different conclusions about examples like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising that raise questions once again about imminence. First, he is concerned with establishing these types of violence as morally permitted while I describe them as contextually reasonable. Next, Statman rejects positions that look to people's behavior as somehow creating a context in which they presumably give up their rights to complain about infractions made against them. For instance, treatment of a murderer should not forever after be determined by this act because the license to carry out actions against the person would become almost limitless. Statman argues. 182 In contrast, I have attempted to demonstrate that chronic conditions of political vulnerability leave people subject to pervasive threat by the dominant group. In this context, at issue is not one act of murder, as Statman suggests with his example, but rather chronic conditions like those someone subjected to domestic violence endures. Fersen provides the reasons for why this person need not wait until facing imminent threat to respond to these conditions with violence. Applied back to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, I do not believe Statman looks at all the implications of living under genocidal threat. With genocide, focusing on individual acts of Nazis murdering Jews is misleading because those individual acts are part of the larger establishment of an institutionalized violence. The institutionalized violence of genocide created conditions of severe political vulnerability for Jews who perpetually lived under a cloud of threat. Sometimes they responded with violence, as the Ghetto Uprising shows. As was the case with Nat Turner, we might ask what it means to choose to focus on proportionality and imminent threat in their acts of resistance violence given that context. Genocide itself is violence, resistance violence is a response to those conditions. In the next chapter, I will look at Elsa Dorlin's position that legitimate uses of self-defense have been interpreted historically as the sole prerogative of the oppressor. Dorlin argues that to be enslaved or colonized meant the subject has no right to self-preservation by definition. These norms informed the Jim Crow South and contemporary attitudes of white Americans' perceptions of black bodies as inherently dangerous and violent and, therefore, criminal. Scholars advocating for uses of violence. While legal scholars provide significant criticism of overly simple definitions of self-defense and imminent threat, I nonetheless do not think that self-defense is the most promising nor productive means to understanding resistance violence. As helpful as their criticisms are, they are not direct responses to and informed by oppression and structural inequality. Instead, what is occurring in instances of resistance violence is better exemplified through what is known as insurrectionist ethics, which is a commitment to humanity and to the recognition of the dignity of oppressed persons. 183 Leonard Harris' insurrectionist ethics begins with the provocative declaration that a philosophy that falls short of requiring that we have a moral duty to support or engage with slave insurrections is defective. 184 Harris grapples with what chronically unjust systems require from their members in terms of their role in confronting the injustice. He rhetorically asks, is the category of humanity understood in a way that would justify radical action on behalf of the downtrodden even if the consequences will likely be harmful to the actors and others? 185 He answers, advocacy representing, defending, or promoting in some form of liberation of self and others from bondage is a good that warrants special honorific status. 186 Leah McBride identifies insurrectionist ethics as a willingness to challenge civic and moral authority who are instrumental in the denigration of vulnerable populations. Physical violence, the absolute destruction of one's oppressor and the bonds of one's oppression, may be among the forms of resistance. 187. Common to the study of insurrectionist ethics is the understanding that the effectiveness and/or success of resistant methods should not determine their value or worth. Harris argues, no American had good reason to believe that their heroic acts to destroy slavery would, as an isolated set of acts, produce the desired results for themselves or for persons they loved. Nor had they any historical evidence to suggest that highly risky social acts would substantively encourage others to fight for abolition or result in successful outcomes. 188. In other words, proponents of insurrectionist ethics accept that such violence might not result in protecting the actor's life but is nonetheless worthwhile in upholding the dignity of the oppressed. Indeed, the moral sensibilities of insurrectionists includes a willingness to lend support where consequences are likely to be unfavorable in the immediate future, disadvantageous for individual actors and contrary to popular beliefs and practices. 189 McBride defends insurrectionist ethics by asserting that destroying racism will require insurrectionist conduct, identifying the mindset as embracing that moral action against obvious injustice or brutality justify militancy and radical action on behalf of the persecuted peoples. 190 Indirectly describing the shortcomings of respectability politics, McBride adds, moral suasionists are typically committed to approaching their oppressors with civility, courteousness, compassion, and humility. The attempt is made, through great shows of humanity and cultural achievement, to convince one's oppressor that the racialized group in question is, in fact, fully human and thereby deserving of basic human dignity. Given the particularly odious nature of racist forms of oppression, I am confident that liberation will not be had without some form of resistance and compulsion. 191. Above I described the discomfort many feel about Nat Turner's insurrection, including children as some of those killed. Dotson responds to situations like this that the motivation of insurrectionist ethics lies in the social identities of the oppressed population resisting and the social identities of the oppressor population who are a threat to the liberation of the relevant oppressed population. 192 In other words, denial that the children of enslavers pose any threat would likely be answered by insurrectionist ethics by pointing out the institution of slavery can only continue because there is a new generation of both enslaved people and enslavers. Scholarship on American slavery has done an excellent job of exposing how the continuation of slavery involved the dehumanizing abuse of enslaved women's bodies by forced reproduction and kidnapping of their children. Dotson's point here is that we are rarely called upon to recognize that enslavers also need a generation to succeed them in order for the institution of slavery to continue. Proponents of insurrectionist ethics promote perspectives that are suspicious of demands that chronic social injustices be addressed through civil pleas and demonstrations of worthiness that embody norms of respectability. There is no human progress without the discord of social conflict. Insurrections and revolutions. 193. They identify the violent systems in which oppressed people reside and support the return of violence, whether it be in situations of imminent threat or otherwise. Shaw defines the term insurrectionism as a strategy that challenges the state's monopoly on legitimate violence. 194. Proponents also accept that the violent responses may not be successful or effective in any immediately tangible sense and that the insurrectionist actors may be harmed. They nonetheless still advocate insurrectionist ethics as an appropriate response because it signifies the oppressed are worth fighting for. Insurrectionist ethicists maintain conceptions of personhood and humanity that motivate moral action against obvious injustice and brutality. 195. Insurrectionist ethics secure those basic human dignities afforded to all persons. 196. These are the defining qualities I have associated with resistance violence. In naming this kind of ethics insurrectionist, proponents focus on systems of oppression by arguing one is morally required to respond to pervasive state-sanctioned violence. Among the ways may be violence that symbolically expresses the worth of the oppressed. Such violence would not be necessary, as Fersen argues above, if not for the conditions of inchoate threat and harm in oppressed people's lives. Kai Nielsen also constructed an argument for justified uses of violence for oppressed people facing institutional violence. His position comes close to mine, but I would argue that he stops short of the full recognition of what he describes. Similar to Delmas and Brennan, Nielsen begins with the criteria that the response of violence should have a reasonably good chance at success and that the actors should reasonably believe that their violent response will not cause more injury and suffering than would simple submission. 197. However, Nielsen makes clear he argues for these careful conditions to ensure those resisting live to fight another day. In other words, he is reluctant to actively encourage fatal options, a reluctance I share since one of the characteristics I attribute to resistance violence is that the actor carries it out knowing the stakes, knowing they have a good chance of not surviving it. Nielsen appears to somewhat arrive at this understanding further in his article by explaining, the strongest reason for their not so acting are the prudential ones based on their weak and oppressed status and the likely indifference to their suffering from the state. 198. To make the case for the use of violence, Nielsen considers how some situations create conditions in which the response is an act of desperation, but then the situation itself is a desperate one, adding what people faced with such morally obscene government behavior should actually do is plainly something that cannot be rationally resolved by conceptual analysis. 199. He offers a scenario that essentially captures how I characterize political vulnerability in which an ethnic minority, who are desperate and despairing, suffers under chronic conditions of poor treatment, dehumanization, and disenfranchisement. 200. Nielsen oddly characterizes the scenario as one in which they are only nonviolently contained and effectively ignored, despite also proposing that such a group's life expectancy is considerably lower than other citizens, a reality other scholars identify as a clear example of institutional violence. Nonetheless, despite this oversight, Nielsen rhetorically asks, in such a circumstance, is it at all evident that they should not act violently in an attempt to attain what are in effect their human rights? 201. More than once, Nielsen requires the marginalized give it a reasonable amount of time, which I propose has troubling implications in that weight politics may be inadvertently sanctioning chronic and pervasively damaging conditions. Where we differ is that Nielsen regards these realities from the sidelines in a measured, rational approach these actors rarely can afford by, for example, calling for pragmatic and utilitarian considerations about the chances for success. He writes, if there were good reason to think that their human rights might be secured and to think that human welfare would be enhanced by their use of violence, then they would be justified in so acting. 202. I argue that, first, through compassion we can understand why the desperate group would still nonetheless carry out the violence, and, second, that the conditions of their lives fulfill Locke's state of war in which it is acceptable that they fend for themselves. Think about the example of Douglas' fight with Covey that began this chapter. Douglas expresses surprise that he was not killed. It was not a reasonable belief for an enslaved man to think he could fight back against a white overseer and not pay the ultimate price. But few, if any, of us would begrudge Douglas for the choice he made. Again, we may not recommend that someone make such a choice, but that does not mean we cannot understand it. Nielsen entertains the possibility of horrific conditions and how they impact considering the use of violence, if things had so deteriorated that reasonable, properly informed people found it necessary or even strongly tempting to engage repeatedly in violence, the society in question would have already so badly crumbled, that talk of protecting social stability and orderly procedure would come in effect to a recommendation to support a rotten regime. Things must be in a very bad way indeed for reasonable people seriously to consider such acts. They grow out of a desperation about the quality of life in such a society. In a situation which has grown so repressive, it is utterly mistaken to argue that we must resist violence in order to promote stability and harmony. 203. We have seen that proponents of nonviolence also recognize this point. In short, the conditions of people's lives inform how we regard their use of violence. Like me, Nielsen asks that we consider how their acts of violence are best understood as a response. Catharsis. In the 1960s, during the fight for civil rights, Robert Williams frequently armed himself as the head of a North Carolina branch of the NAACP to protect himself and others. Williams explained the necessity of arms because of the frequent use of violence to kill and intimidate protesters. In one of many violent incidents responding to protesting a segregated swimming pool, Williams tells us he was driving his car to the protest when another driver ran into Williams' car in an attempt to flip it over. Williams swerved his car defensively and both cars ended up in a ditch. A nearby crowd screamed over and over, "Kill the N." The white driver came out of his car aggressively and headed toward Williams with a baseball bat. Williams recounts that, when the man drew back the bat, Williams silently put a pistol up to the window of his car and pointed it at the man's face. The man saw the pistol and started backing away to his own car. The crowd became even more angry and repeated their chant. The police now saw that Williams was armed and ran over demanding that he surrender his weapon. Williams struck the police officer in the face and told him he and the others with him would not surrender to a mob, that he did not intend to be lynched. One of Williams' passengers was a 17-year-old boy who pointed a pistol in a second policeman's face, saying that if the officer pulled out his weapon, he would be shot. The officer put his gun away. 204. I have argued that resistance actors may respond to their politically vulnerable status through violence in a system that dehumanizes them. Their violence is best understood as an act of political agency by establishing their dignity, their symbolic "you cannot do that to me, whatever price I must pay to prevent you." Scholars on violence by oppressed people suggest the violent means through which oppressed people establish their dignity can have another effect, catharsis. Lewis Gordon argues Douglas expresses such a cathartic use of violence in his description about finally fighting back against Covey. Douglas describes a turning point when his self-confidence was rekindled and the deep satisfaction that followed. "I felt as I never felt before. It was a glorious resurrection, from the tomb of slavery to the heaven of freedom. My long-crushed spirit rose, cowardice departed, bold defiance took its place." 205. Frantz Fanon also saw an attitudinal change that has implications for social and political actions with the use of violence, possibly creating a new consciousness, a regeneration. 206. Fanon writes, "At the level of individuals, violence is a cleansing force. It rids the colonized of their inferiority complex, of their passive and despairing attitude. It emboldens them, and restores their self-confidence. Violence hoists the people up to the level of the leader." 207. Fanon describes the colonized silencing the arrogance of the colonist, breaking his spiral of violence, in a word, ejecting him outright from the picture. 208. Leonard Harris claims that murder, pillage, and destroying the property of democratically supported governments have on occasion produced favorable consequences for some individuals and groups. The material and mental well-being of interested populations may also gain from such actions. 209 Devon Zane Shaw describes cases of revenge killings of SS soldiers at Dachau by prisoners as the camp was liberated, presumably bringing a cathartic concrete reversal of victim and perpetrator. 210. In his book on Antifa, Mark Bray examines the role that catharsis plays as people enjoy watching fighting the Nazis in numerous WW2 movies, a genre always reliably popular in the US, pointing to Raiders of the Lost Ark, Saving Private Ryan, and Inglourious Bastard. Bray concludes that Americans implicitly see Nazis as the epitome of historical evil, and that seemingly any form of punishment unleashed on the fascist body, like the mechanic in Raiders being sliced to bloody bits by a moving plane propeller, elicits a cathartic delight at the unleashing of vengeful justice. But with the distance of time and medium. 211 It is so common and reliably popular in American entertainment, Bray contends, that he wonders why we do not honestly engage with what it symbolically reveals. Far-right politics can veer toward genocidal tendencies that we collectively find despicable and dangerous. We gain satisfaction from watching people fight back against them in our entertainment. Catharsis is a complicated notion to attribute to resistance violence because it implies the resistance actor is working within a particular state of mind, and we cannot have access to that unless they express it is so, as Douglas did. Therefore, I am reluctant to identify it as a fundamental component of resistance violence given its merely possible presence. Yet, it is certainly understandable, as Douglas, Fanon, and Harris illustrate, that resistance violence represents a dramatic shift in the dynamic between the politically vulnerable and those representing harm to them. The posturing of compliance and deference expected by the politically vulnerable is replaced in that moment with bold defiance. Therefore, catharsis is an interesting possible component of resistance violence that complicates the narrative of nonviolent action. Put simply, in some cases, the resistance actor experiences profound appreciation by upending and renouncing respectability politics. Living under oppression brings with it mentally exhausting conditions of compliance. Resistance violence, arguably the least compliant act conceivable, represents a release. Conclusion. In this chapter, my goal has been to name, characterize, and present examples of resistance violence as a form of protest to people's dehumanization. I have focused primarily on examples from American slavery and Jim Crow segregation because they represent egregious systematic and structural denials of rights, dignity, enhancement, and state protection. They also represent pervasive systems of violence. As I note in the preface, there is a reason scholars frequently turn to these historic realities because of what they are able to teach us about systematic dehumanization. I argue that these conditions create a reality for their victims, the politically vulnerable, of being robbed of self-determination and political agency. An understandable Rustinian frustration emerges when living within these chronic conditions. In their impatience, as Fanon writes, the muscles of the colonized are always tensed. 212 Through an act of self-determination and agency, some make the choice to respond with violence, one of the few tools available to them, to protest and resist their dehumanization in a dignifying gesture that refuses the posturing of compliance and deference. They meet the other in an act that definitively says, "You cannot do that to me, whatever price I must pay to prevent you." Precisely because of their politically vulnerable status, resistance actors respond with the act of violence with the awareness that non-compliance may bring about their immediate or eventual death. Their resistance, therefore, most likely will not defend or save their lives, but it is a moment of dignifying agency, nonetheless. Situated within this context of political vulnerability, the violence of resistance actors is a contextually reasonable, understandable choice, given they reside in a Lockean state of war. Advocates of insurrectionist ethics go even further by proposing the firm moral grounding of stemming the perpetuation of serious chronic injustice through, among other things, uses of violence. Eradicating this kind of political violence means recognizing and addressing its source. Failure to contextually understand its cause and meaning only further entrenches the structures and systems at the root. Engaging more honestly with what is at play would mean recognizing the chronic dehumanization that fuels it. Some may be left with objections to my position on resistance violence, ones I will try to address in an epilogue. But I will respond to an obvious one here. It is possible some readers will arrive at the end of this chapter with the thought, she is giving permission to people to be violent, which, I hope I have made clear, would be a distortion of the multiple considerations I have offered. However, if this is the possible conclusion some might draw, no matter how simplistic, my response is to point out that is exactly what Iris Marion Young and I are accusing the larger dominant society of doing. If I call for compassion in the face of the frustration politics of the politically vulnerable, sometimes expressed through resistance violence, it is because larger society has already given permission to people to be violent toward them. Recall the words of the sheriff to whom Owen Fleming was brought. If we agree, therefore, with the various scholars who regard the use of violence by some as an unfortunate but understandable choice given the conditions of their lives, we are positioned to recognize that eradicating that violence entails the whole society become involved. In the next chapter, I will examine the epistemic reasons that this kind of violence and its ultimate causes have largely gone unnamed. It is with some irony that, upon hearing about my research interest, someone responded that they would not accept my thesis because violence begets violence. I did not realize until I was deep into the project that the individual is actually right. The politically vulnerable live under structurally violent conditions and sometimes their frustration politics are expressed through resistance violence. Obligations regarding epistemic justice mean we contextualize what we see and confront inconvenient realities. In other words, it means that violence beget violence. As Nielsen concludes his article on justifying violence, we must avoid a cultivated incapacity to see what is plainly there before us. 213. 3 says who? Epistemic injustice. Margaret Betz. 1. Philosophy, Rutgers University, Camden, New Jersey, USA. Phil Robertson, the star of a popular reality show called Duck Dynasty, gave an interview to GQ magazine in 2013. During the interview, the Louisiana native said that black people in the U.S. were happier during Jim Crow. The article is noteworthy also for Robertson's comments on LGBTQ issues, ones that were deemed so controversial that his television show was put on hiatus as a result. Overlooking that the blues actually were in full swing during the era he is referring to, Robertson said, "I never, with my eyes, saw the mistreatment of any black person. Not once. Where we lived was all farmers. The blacks worked for the farmers. I hoed cotton with them. I'm with the blacks, because we're white trash. We're going across the field. They're singing and happy. I never heard one of them, one black person, say, I tell you what, these doggone white people not a word, pre-entitlement, pre-welfare, you say, were they happy? They were godly, they were happy, no one was singing the blues." Even the interviewer, Drew Margaret, feels compelled in the article to point out that of course, Phil is conveniently ignoring centuries upon centuries of war, bloodshed, and human enslavement, yet decides not to openly challenge any of the questionable or hostile things Robertson has to say, remarking that he simply smiled and nodded politely. Multiple things about what Robertson reports on black people prior to the fight for civil rights are notable, all stemming from a very shallow and willfully self-serving interpretation of what he experienced. It is not unrealistic to believe that poor white people and black people of the era found common ground as they labored in the hot fields of the South together. But to conclude that a period in a region that included the scourge of lynching black people was not also a period of mistreatment defies any reasonable basis. As noted in the previous chapter, lynchings were advertised, planned public celebrations with picnics and photographs taken next to the lynched victim. Body parts of the person were removed and passed around as souvenirs. It never occurs to Robertson, therefore, that even while the black people of his upbringing maintained friendly relations with white people like himself, they were also painfully aware of the social requirement to appear deferent and harmless in his company, a requirement necessary for their survival. Indeed, Christy Dotson's concept of testimonial smothering, or the self-monitoring of what the speaker assesses to be too risky for their audience, likely better describes Robertson's impression of his youth. Miranda Fricker contends that what makes Robertson's kind of framing so damaging is that it reveals how the collective hermeneutical resources structurally prejudiced one. A Google search immediately provided me with the information that, between 1882 and 1968, there were 335 lynchings of black people in Louisiana. And lynchings only represent the most dramatically egregious abuses from that era. Daily indignities, hostilities, threats, and harms were the norm, as the testimony of black activists has shown throughout this book. Robert Williams recounts that his life was at such risk as the leader of a NC branch of the NAACP that the governor's chief aide, Hugh Buchanan, was surprised to hear from Williams and asked, "You mean to tell me that you're not dead yet?" How are we to reconcile all this with what Robertson is convinced was the reality of that time? Consider these two perspectives. Following the Brown versus the Board of Education desegregation decision, Southern politicians objected, like South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond, who complained, "The unwarranted exercise of power by the court is creating chaos and confusion in the states principally affected. It is destroying the amicable relationship between the white and Negro races that have been created through 90 years of patient effort by the good people of both races. It has planted hatred and suspicion where there had been heretofore friendship and understanding." 3. In contrast, consider how Martin Luther King and Robert Williams describe that same era. King writes, "For years, in the South, the white segregationist has been saying the Negro was satisfied. For corroboration, they would tell you, why I talked to my cook and she said, or I discussed this with the colored boy who works for us and I told him to express himself freely," to which King responds, "White people in the South may never fully know the extent to which Negroes defended themselves and protected their jobs and, in many cases, their lives, by perfecting an air of ignorance and agreement." For his contemporary, Williams, likewise writes of the violence black people faced. This violence is deliberate, conscious, condoned by the authorities. It has gone on for centuries and it is going on today, every day, unceasing and unremitting. It is our way of life. Negro existence in the South has been one long travail, steeped in terror and blood, our blood. 5. Williams' book on his time leading a chapter of the NAACP during the Jim Crow era, Negroes with Guns, presents one story after another of systematic, open police collusion with local white people attempting to intimidate and kill civil rights activists. Over and over, Williams pleaded with local, state, and federal officials for help and protection. He was met with laughter, hostility, indifference, and violence. One of the central theses of this book is that dominant groups in society are encouraged to ignore certain realities because to do so threatens firmly entrenched hierarchical norms. The inconvenient and dangerous nature of consistent, honest, or accurate thinking can undermine communally shared narratives and power structures. Christy Dotson writes that those who are recognized as the most epistemically credible will not abandon their privilege easily because of the difficulty of convincing them their privilege is unwarranted and not their right. 6. In the last chapter, I argued that, as one dimension of political vulnerability, denial of being recognized as credible, trustworthy, or as an authority is historically politically charged and an important way dominant groups maintain structural inequalities. The name of this phenomenon, epistemic injustice, is the subject of this chapter. Holding socially and politically dominant groups accountable for the dehumanization from these epistemic injustices is one factor in eradicating the context that creates the conditions for resistance. Violence. 7. Jose Medina describes the self-serving positions of people like Robertson and Thurmond as cognitive immaturity that can lull people into a disposition in which they become incapable of learning at all. People can grow so entitled that they give up thinking of the outside world as having anything important to offer them because one's word is the law or truth others are bound to uphold and abide by. 8. We grant some people the right to epistemic laziness. 9. In Blackness Visible. Caribbean-born Charles Mills recounts coming to the U.S. and teaching a graduate philosophy course in the South. He was astonished to learn that at a predominantly white university what he had taken to be an uncontroversial banality, the centrality of racism and the subordination of blacks in U.S. history, was not widely held among them. 10. Compartmentalizations, inconsistencies, self-serving beliefs, and outright denial work to reinforce social positioning and power. Why else, for instance, are we encouraged to dismiss the living conditions and killing of livestock animals as not qualifying as violent? Whether or not those conditions actually are violent is beside the point I am trying to make. It is that we are not even called upon to critically engage with such questions. Interestingly, Fricker addresses this very situation of eating animals and how a possible vegetarian future society would probably be entitled to real moral disappointment in, say, my extant moral commitment to animals kept as pets. She says that while she asks herself questions about her eating practices, she never quite answers them. 11 examples of epistemic injustice can become surreal as the dominant group goes so far as to actively deny the reality of what is visibly evident. Williams tells a story about almost being forced over a cliff when he was driving in 1961. The driver, whom Williams recognized, sped after him and rammed Williams' car, pushing it closer to the edge, as he was on his way to picketing a segregated pool. Williams showed his damaged car to the police chief, who laughed and said, "I don't see anything at all." Williams named the assailant and asked for a warrant for his arrest. The police chief responded, "I can't give you a warrant because I can't see anything that he's done." 12 Williams offers another example equally surreal in which blame and punishment are assigned to the black recipient and not the white perpetrator. He tells the story of 9-year-old Hanover Thompson, who was arrested for rape. Thompson had been the playmate of a white girl named Sissy Marcus when they were younger. When Marcus recognized Thompson, she kissed him on the cheek and later told her mother about it. Her mother called the police and Thompson was arrested for sexual assault and sent to a reformatory school. Common sense is in reality a socially and politically charged concept that frequently serves as permission to not engage with what we are doing, as Arendt said. Even scholars on violence do not always see what is before them. Robert Audi theorizes that he might conclude the use of violence is justified after gathering a good deal of data and asking some very difficult questions, but that he anticipates what people consider a reasonable answer will depend largely on the strictness of their moral and epistemological upbringing. Because there is such a high moral cost, it is surely not too much to ask that our reasoning be careful. 13 Audi's article was published in 1971 in the aftermath of decades of police and civilian violence against black people in the fight for civil rights, after the murder of multiple prominent black activists, including Martin Luther King. Audi's implication that anyone involves some sort of moral failing borders on obtuse. In contrast, Newton Garver points out President Johnson told those in the Watts riots of 1965 that, as Garver phrases it, nothing of any value can be won by violent means, while Johnson was responsible for the escalation of the Vietnam War. 14 Garver surmises, but the president is not the only one of us who deplores violence while at the same time perpetuating it. 15. This chapter will explore philosophical issues surrounding epistemic injustice and how they relate to our warped perception of uses of violence. 16 As the coupling of the two terms suggest, epistemic injustice is the philosophical exploration of how we wrongly harm people in their knowing capacity. The epistemic wrong bears a social meaning to the effect that the subject is less than fully human. 17 Scholars of epistemic injustice note that who counts as a credible knower, as a reliable and valuable source of information and first-hand experience, who is considered authoritative and an expert, and who is entitled to the benefit of the doubt are all socially charged, coded realities. What/who we are encouraged to pay attention to and what/who to ignore, whose perspective we consider to be the official one, and who receives subtle social permission to freely express their thoughts and who does not, are all aspects of this phenomenon. Ray Gwynn Smith asks, who is to say that robbing a people of its language is less violent than war? 18 It is my contention that epistemic injustice is responsible for why Rustin's frustration politics has remained overlooked. In short, violence by politically vulnerable people is often construed by the larger culture as unfounded aggression because the larger culture is not forced to confront what the politically vulnerable are frustrated about. Indeed, Williams recounts that, despite the well-publicized multiple threats to his life, he was told, "You've been asking for violence, now you're getting it." 19 Medina links institutional violence and epistemic issues this way. In some cases, especially those in which the oppressive mechanisms are particularly violent, the machinery of oppression is rendered invisible, it is literally put out of sight to protect some members of the privileged class, either because they are depicted as unable to handle it or just to spare them unnecessary troubles. Thus, privileged subjects often ignore the most violent and hard-to-swallow aspects of social confrontation. Those with enormous amounts of power can sometimes be quite ignorant of the violence committed to maintain their privilege, and can be quite genuinely surprised when they find out facts about the oppression of which they are the main beneficiaries. Point 20. In the last chapter I proposed that compassion is valuable as a means of understanding the resistance. Violence by politically vulnerable people as contextually reasonable. I cited Medina's concept of epistemic numbness as what discourages the dominant group from emotionally engaging with the desperate and frustrated status of politically vulnerable people. Point 21. We saw that Medina argues it is epistemically virtuous to be attentive to an accurate and fair assessment. Epistemic injustice connotes there is a moral dimension to this phenomenon, that this is more a case of willfully ignoring rather than of ignorance. Or, as Claudia Rankine says, the not knowing on the part of whiteness is an active investment in not wanting to know. 22. Doing so allows social hierarchical positionings to remain intact, with some residing at the top in a status of entitled, as Kate Mann notes. Fricker refers to this as a credibility excess and a contrasting credibility deficit in politically vulnerable groups. Point 23. Medina talks about the privilege of not knowing and even more importantly not needing to know. For instance, generations of men did not need to be familiar with the care of their own children because it has been recognized as a mother's responsibility. Doing so also helps dominant groups misconstrue forms of protest and resistance by the politically vulnerable. It allows, as Rustin says, for the government to conveniently overlook its role in eliminating the conditions which lead to frustration politics and riots, and for fellow citizens to characterize politically vulnerable people's violence as unprovoked aggression. As a result, I argue those in dominant groups have epistemic moral duties that we regularly ignore in favor of upholding and perpetuating structural advantages. It will involve more than just mere vigilance, as Delmas suggests, and instead means combating both lazy acceptance and stubborn protection of self-serving tropes. Point 24. Some willfully cling to their position despite ample evidence to the contrary, as Williams' examples show, because to do otherwise is disruptive of their political goals and values. Delmas argues that Americans should learn about xenophobic and anti-Muslim prejudices as though the need to educate dominant society about the facts is the problem at hand. Point 25. Elsewhere in her book, she admits education alone will not be enough to address social injustices, that empathy is needed as well. But this is exactly what helps create the injustice in the first place, a willful refusal to engage and a purposeful withholding of empathy. What is missing, I argue, is not empathy but more precisely the will to be empathetic. How to convince people that they should care or what care needs to look like is the issue. Somewhat ironically, Fricker provides us with an excellent example of exactly this problem as she ponders what her attitude about animals seems to suggest. Johanna Luttrell cites Christopher LeBron commenting on white people's uncharitable responses to Freddie Gray and Sandra Bland's fatal treatment while in police custody, adding that LeBron shows that there is no point in arguing with a person who cannot be persuaded that it is reasonable to feel scared of the police based on repeated personal and communal experience or that one deserves death for reasonably asserting one's dignity. 26. To illustrate this point, consider Holocaust denial. Is the way to solve this problem educating deniers or asking them to be more empathetic? Clearly it is not, because the issue at hand is the willful refusal to accept facts and the denial of any empathy toward Jewish people. Denial plays a protective role in narratives focused on othering people. Take for instance the phrase benefit of the doubt. Our epistemic moral duties call on us to question how the benefit of the doubt functions in American society. Cherry identifies it as commonly granted to white people and their intentions in a way that it is not to black people. We also saw Furzan question why with domestic abuse the aggressor is given the benefit of the doubt where the victim's life hangs in the balance. In the last chapter, We saw Geronimus name the phenomenon of the weathering black people experience while enduring the persistent stress of an othered American existence. Geronimus writes, in the context of a society where black working-class men can never expect to be given the benefit of the doubt by their fellow citizens, it is easy to imagine that their choices will continually be self-protective. She argues that most black Americans are primed to be in a continuous state of vigilance about how others perceive and manage social identity in public accordingly. 27. A physical price comes with this sustained vigilance. What these scholars collectively draw our attention to is the subtle phenomenon of particular groups denied humane consideration that actively creates conditions that harm them. Benefit of the doubt means regarding the other and their words neutrally and fairly before responding in ways that might harm them. The opposite of benefit of the doubt is suspicion. Sustained, chronic conditions of suspicion make the subject susceptible to abuse by the system, like the example of Arizona Law SB 1070 that required anyone over 18 who looked suspiciously undocumented as legally obligated to show their papers. 10 years later, Cesar Escalante, professor of agriculture and applied economics at the University of Georgia, said, SB 1070 had significant mental health repercussions on Hispanic adolescents, including Hispanic adolescents who are legal residents. 28. Another example of epistemic injustice is selective attention. Martin Luther King was a master at forcing white Americans to confront their refusal to fully engage with a more accurate account of race relations, of forcing them to confront reality. The perpetuation of this selective attention allowed white America to blame and criticize black people's choices and actions in fighting for their rights. King and Williams both refused to defer to the dominant narratives and perspectives that only help to entrench segregation. In letter from a Birmingham jail, King says to the white clergy who criticized him for going to Birmingham and protesting, "You deplore the demonstrations taking place in Birmingham. But your statement, I am sorry to say, fails to express a similar concern for the conditions that brought about the demonstrations. I am sure that none of you would want to rest content with the superficial kind of social analysis that deals merely with the effects and does not grapple with the underlying causes. It is unfortunate that demonstrations are taking place in Birmingham, but it is even more unfortunate that the city's white power structure left the Negro community with no alternative." 29. King pushed back against the characterization of nonviolent protesters as the creators of tension. Instead, he insisted they merely brought to the surface the hidden tension so it can be dealt with. King explains, like a boil that can never be cured so long as it is covered up but must be opened with all its ugliness to the natural medicines of air and light, injustice must be exposed, with all the tension its exposure creates, to the light of human conscience and the air of national opinion before it can be cured. 30. Selective attention focuses on the most self-serving aspects of a situation, thereby allowing the person to manipulate what is relevantly at play. King questioned how some condemned his nonviolent action because they saw it as precipitate violence, but is this a logical assertion? Isn't this like condemning a robbed man because his possession of money precipitated the evil act of robbery? Drawing attention back to what is actually happening, King responded, society must protect the robbed and punish the robber. 31. He admits his hope that white moderates would understand these things was perhaps misplaced, too optimistic. 32. He supposes that not many from the oppressor race can understand the deep groans and passionate yearnings of the oppressed race, and still fewer have the vision to see that injustice must be rooted out by strong, persistent, and determined action. 33. King takes pride in the fact that the civil rights movement forced white America to face the ugly facts of life as the Negro thrust himself into the consciousness of the country. 34. In another example of confronting selective attention, Black Power activist Stokely Carmichael prodded white Americans to accurately engage with the truth of how to address race relations. It's time that the people who are supposed to be defending their position do that. That's white people, Carmichael said. They ought to start defending themselves, as to why they have oppressed and exploited us. 35. It is white people who make sure we live in the ghettos of this country. It is white institutions that do that. They must change. 36. In other words, Carmichael calls out especially white political leaders who use as talking points the troubling status of black neighborhoods by insisting their conversation focus on the institutionalized racism that is responsible for creating segregated neighborhoods in the first place, the institutionalized racism that fostered desperate poverty and lack of opportunity for those living there. Paulo Freire is also critical of how the perception of oppression and violence are distorted to benefit dominant groups. Freire writes, "Violence is initiated by those who oppress, who exploit, who fail to recognize others as persons, not by those who are oppressed, exploited, unrecognized. It is not the helpless, subject to terror, who initiate terror, but the violent with their power create the concrete situation which begets the rejects of life. It is not the tyrannized who initiate hatred, but those who despise." 37. Research by Arlene Geronimus confirms that dominant narratives, ways of knowing, and common sense are crafted by powerfully positioned groups and are deemed the authoritative knowledge in society, the knowledge that counts, irrespective of whether it is universally or empirically true. 38. Geronimus argues this imposition of worldviews is maintained systematically by power historically derived through might and hubris, and maintained by institutional control and greater economic resources of the dominant group. 39. Because common sense predominantly reflects a particular perspective in terms of histories, degrees of access to power and resources, and different sources of fulfillment, meaning, and joy, what works for one group of people may be maladaptive for others. 40. Marginalized groups are forced to adapt in ways that often imply the inferiority of their own perspectives and ways of life. If compliance is the only way to succeed in that culture, it can mean the marginalized group is forced to remain in a heightened vigilant state by donning a mask. A final example is waitism, the term I propose for when dominant groups advise politically vulnerable people to wait for things to improve, to be patient. First, I noted that this is often deceptively an attempt to simply push off addressing a serious, chronic social problem to a future time. Second, we can see the patronizing epistemic vice at play when observing another's oppressive conditions and feeling competent enough to determine a more appropriate timetable. Waitism also implicitly judges the level of frustration and desperation felt by the politically vulnerable and deems it to be misplaced or out of proportion. We have seen King's famous response to the white clergy who criticized his unwise and untimely direct action, to whom how we even perceive the problem of social injustice can reveal questionable, self-serving, epistemic dispositions. Gloria Anzaldúa describes the eruption of fighting among feminist scholars at a conference after the slowly increasing frustration of women on color participants. Anzaldúa identifies the devastating disappointment and hurt they experienced as their white counterparts refused to budge on policies that diminished the cultural norms of narrative and storytelling common among the women of color. She writes that their pleas for the community to finally deal with the racism they experienced were met with essentially laying the blame at their feet. Whites still view issues of racism as the concern of women of color alone, anti-Semitism, the concern only of Jewish women, homophobia, the concern of lesbians, and class, the concern of working class and poor women. 41. In this chapter I will look at influential philosophies on epistemic injustice, present a case study involving epistemic injustice and resistance, violence, and consider a direction forward. Philosophies of epistemic injustice. One of the earliest recognitions that grave injustice can come from refusing to critically engage honestly came from Hannah Arendt's 1963 coverage for The New Yorker of Nazi official Adolf Eichmann's trial in Jerusalem. Arendt admitted later that she had no developed theory regarding her use of the term banality of evil to describe Eichmann's over-reliance on clichés to explain himself, bordering on a kind of macabre comedy. Arendt confessed she actually burst out laughing at how ridiculous it became, despite the solemnity of the proceedings. Eichmann famously defended himself by claiming he was just following orders in the mass deportation of Jews and that he harbored no ill feelings against his victims. 42. In other words, Eichmann's legal strategy was to establish that, like thousands of other Nazi state actors, he was fulfilling the duties of his position, not carrying out acts motivated by a deep hatred. Arendt eventually noticed that Eichmann was genuinely incapable of uttering a single sentence that was not a cliché. 43 According to Arendt, even when he did manage to generate a relatively original thought, he repeated it until it became a cliché. 44 She grasped that what was at play was his inability to think, namely, to think from the standpoint of somebody else. 45 She concludes that it resulted in him being safeguarded from and shielded against reality itself. These self-deceptions, lies, and stupidity typical among German society as a whole, Arendt argues did not even manage to stay consistent from year to year and frequently even contradicted each other. 46 She concluded that it seemed more accurate to label Eichmann a clown than it was to label him a monster. 47 This conclusion garnered a lot of attention at the time because, isolated from her explanation, some interpreted Arendt to mean that we should not regard Eichmann's crimes that seriously. However, Arendt says in that same passage that identifying him as a clown was rather hard to sustain in view of the sufferings he and his like had caused to millions of people. 48 She named this refusal to engage the banality of evil, a sheer thoughtlessness which is not the same as stupidity, she argued, and can wreak havoc all on its own. 49 Some also interpreted her use of banality to suggest the evil in question was insignificant. She later clarified in the thinking section of The Life of the Mind that what she meant was she experienced the horrific realization during Eichmann's trial that sometimes evil arises from refusing to morally engage with what is in front of us. In other words, sometimes the cause of the evil is not sociopathic motives but rather simply someone doing their job, the superficial nature of someone avoiding the reality of what is there before them. I was struck by the manifest shallowness in the doer that made it impossible to trace the uncontestable evil of his deeds to any deeper level of roots or motives. The deeds were monstrous, but the doer was quite ordinary. 50 Eichmann's reliance on clichés, stock phrases, adherence to conventional standardized codes of expression and conduct have the socially recognized function of protecting us from reality, that is, against the claim on our thinking attention that all events and facts make by virtue of their existence. 51 Arendt's insight, then, represents an analysis of how socially prescribed norms encourage especially the dominant groups to hold positions that are self-serving and uphold power structures. By refusing to confront reality, no matter how inconsistent or absurd. In short, dominant groups are encouraged to not think, to not engage. It leaves those who do feeling exasperated, especially if they are members of politically vulnerable groups like Angela Davis and James Baldwin. In a 1972 interview, Davis was asked about the use of violence in revolutions. She is openly taken aback by the focus of the white male interviewer. Davis responded, "And you ask me whether I approve of violence? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense at all, whether I approve of guns. I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama. Some very, very good friends of mine were killed by bombs that were planted by racists. I remember from the time I was very small, I remember the sound of bombs exploding across the street, our house shaking. I remember my father having to have guns at his disposal at all times because of the fact that at any moment we might expect to be attacked. I mean, that's why when someone asks me about violence, I just find it incredible, because what it means is that the person asking that question has absolutely no idea what black people have gone through, what black people have experienced in this country since the time the first black person was kidnapped from the shores of Africa. A few years before that, and right after the murder of Martin Luther King, Esquire magazine interviewed James Baldwin in the summer of 1968 asking him, "How can we get the black people to cool it?" Baldwin responded, "It is not for us to cool it." The interviewer pressed, "But aren't you the ones who are getting hurt the most?" Baldwin responded, "No, we are only the ones who are dying fastest." Davis and Baldwin resist the framing by their white interviewers, refusing deferential answers that promote a particular view of black violence that best serves dominant white society. The subtext in both cases is that black violence has been unprovoked because both interviewers insist on focusing only on how black people appear to act and not as contextually responsive to a larger situation not of their making. Calls for consistency are as old as oppression itself. Charles H. Langston was a black abolitionist and contemporary of John Brown. Langston wrote a lengthy defense of Brown's choice to resort to violence to address slavery. A common argument among abolitionists was pointing to the hypocritical nature of the Founding Fathers' Declaration of Freedom and Equality while enslaving millions of people. Some will say no doubt that the teachings of the renowned fathers had no reference to Negroes. In sober earnestness, did they believe in one-sided, selfish, partial, and sectarian freedom? Liberty for proud Anglo-Saxon and chains and fetters for all the world and the rest of mankind. I think they must have had a higher, nobler idea of man and his inalienable rights. 52. Multiple contemporary scholars have produced philosophies of epistemic injustice, and I will offer a sampling of some of their ideas here. In 2007, Miranda Fricker declared that a crucial component to investigating the philosophy of knowledge, knowing, and knowers is studying epistemic practices because subjects are socially situated. 53. Doing so allows us to grasp the reality of epistemic injustices. She identifies the focus of her discussion as testimonial injustice and hermeneutical injustice. The former is when prejudice causes a hearer to give a deflated level of credibility to a speaker's word, a prejudice in the economy of credibility. 54. The latter is what comes before that, Fricker argues, when a gap in collective interpretive resources puts someone at an unfair disadvantage when it comes to making sense of their social experiences. Structural prejudice in the economy of collective hermeneutical resources. 55. Fricker argues this wrongs the knower/speaker in the essential capacity of their value as a human being. 56. Those impacted are hermeneutically marginalized, or they participate unequally in the practices through which social meanings are generated. 57. A good example is how the police chief responded to Williams when he showed the chief evidence that someone tried to kill him by running him off the road. When Williams tried to involve the court solicitor, the solicitor called the man in question, then reported back to Williams, "I called him and he said he didn't do that." 58. Nothing came of the incident afterward. My primary contention throughout has been that dominant society maintains structural inequalities that result, among other things, in violent conditions for politically vulnerable people, both in overt acts and structural harm. Feeling desperate and frustrated by these chronic conditions, the politically vulnerable sometimes respond with acts of violence they implicitly know are risky, perhaps even fatal, choices for them. They are still willing to carry through in an effort to resist their dehumanization by establishing their dignity. These acts of resistance may emerge in the moment of facing a threat or later as an expression of the desperation and frustration of living under chronic threatening and harmful conditions. The dominant society's response frequently is to view especially the latter situation as unprovoked by selectively attending to only the most self-serving details. Paulo Freire argued that, to the oppressor, it is always the oppressed who are violent, barbaric, wicked, or ferocious when they react to the violence of the oppressors. 59. Fricker describes such a situation this way: our collective forms of understanding are rendered structurally prejudicial in respect of content and/or style. The social experiences of members of hermeneutically marginalized groups are left inadequately conceptualized and so ill understood, and/or attempts at communication made by such groups are not heard as rational. 60. She names this situated hermeneutical inequality. There is a gross epistemic and appalling ethical failure of grave practical consequence at play when the listener will not engage justly with a marginalized speaker or a situation. Not only is dehumanization one of the effects of epistemic injustice, but it also creates self-doubt in the speaker about their intellectual abilities, damaging their perception of their own credibility and their perception of situations. It tends to knock your faith in your own ability to make sense of the world. 61. As should be clear, this has rippling effects through society in that the dominant group and their narratives may become reinforced simply because no one is openly, actively challenging them. Where it is not only persistent but also systematic, testimonial injustice presents a face of oppression. 62. Fricker argues that the powerful have a positive interest in sustaining the misinterpretation that comes with hermeneutical injustice. The exemplary social reality she cites throughout the book of sexual harassment, for instance, means men feel entitled to touch women and demand sexual favors and suffer no consequences. It occurs because present in that culture is already hermeneutical inequality with some hermeneutically marginalized. The men in question might brush off such behavior as only flirting, while women's contribution to the social understanding would likely express how it leaves them feeling uncomfortable, belittled, humiliated, and afraid. Fricker's point is the lack of women's contribution to understanding what is happening in these situations diminishes anyone fully grasping it. The structural powerlessness that is a part of hermeneutical injustice means the dominant group is never forced to confront the full reality of the situation and the harm for which they are responsible. She writes, hermeneutical lacunas are like holes in the ozone, it's the people who live under them that get burned. 63 The result, she argues, is that we are collectively encouraged to continually misinterpret situations and behaviors and thus misrepresent an area of oppression for the marginalized group. Fricker argues that testimonial injustice may often compound hermeneutical injustice in that an individual's experience is ignored by dominant culture because of their powerless positioning and, when they attempt to bring it to others' attention, their words seem to lack credibility. Testimonial injustice and hermeneutical injustice share the injustice of prejudicial exclusion from participation in the spread of knowledge. 64 Consider the commentary on race relations during segregation that opened this chapter and the difference between two white men's assessment versus two black men's assessment. The contrast is dramatic. Neither white man questions that what appeared to be friendly dynamics during segregation emerged out of black self-protection and survival. Fricker's analysis of epistemic injustice is a valuable tool for understanding what is happening from beginning to end when resistance violence occurs, a tool to make sense of Clayton urging us to pay attention to causes and mere symptoms of social problems. First, a group becomes politically vulnerable and is deprived of the conditions of a flourishing human existence, one aspect of which is to live under the threat of violence by the state and from fellow citizens. This chronic status is sanctioned by the state both by being the perpetrators of violence and by being indifferent to violence by citizens. The dominant groups in society are encouraged to overlook and ignore political vulnerability in general and this violence in particular. 65 Doing so contributes to the dehumanization of the politically vulnerable who are silenced, distrusted, or mocked for attempting to name these conditions. Sometimes they respond themselves with acts of violence that are not ultimately meant to overthrow systems, which becomes clear because the violence is almost definitely not something they will survive. By doing so anyway, they are establishing that they resist this chronic material and epistemic dehumanization and establish their sense of dignity and agency through one of the only methods available to them: violence. Their epistemically and hermeneutically marginalized status means that dominant culture frequently misconstrues this violence. The narratives that emerge from their material, epistemic, and hermeneutically dominant positioning first fail to recognize this violence as responsive, thereby depicting it as unprovoked aggression. Second, it allows them to react with condemnation and punitively against the politically vulnerable resistance actors. Third, it reaffirms intact structural inequalities that paint the politically vulnerable as dangerous, untrustworthy, and the dominant group as rightly in control. I propose that why resistance violence occurs in the first place and how dominant society characterizes it, then responds to it, all involve important epistemic moral duties. In short, it is not just that dominant society creates the conditions for rust-deny and frustration politics, but what is also crucial is how dominant society thinks about and responds to it. In a book examining white people and the Black Lives Matter movement, Johanna Luttrell points out that power and interests promote forgetting and make certain processes invisible to certain people, and hypervisible to others. 66 As a white woman, she argues she does not have to live in a kind of culture that would encourage an honest self-accounting on race. 67 She notes the invisible labor described in Chap. 1. Of exhaustion among black people when discussing issues on race with white Americans. In particular, Luttrell examines white people's perceptions of black anger. She identifies a common tendency in white people of perceiving black protesters as inherently angry and, therefore, as a threat. Luttrell interprets this as an error that gives information about the interpreter in that it shows the assumption that the chickens are soon coming home to roost. 68 In other words, although white people are encouraged to adopt perspectives about the history of race relations that frequently paint white people as benign forces, Luttrell proposes that it masks an underlying discomfort with these narratives. Deep down, she suggests, white people know that black people have a lot to be angry about. Robert Williams, rhetorically asked, "Why do the white liberals ask us to be nonviolent? We are not the aggressors, we have been victimized for over 300 years. Yet nobody spends money to go to the South and ask the racists to be martyrs or pacifists, but they always come to the downtrodden Negroes, who are already oppressed and too submissive as a group, and ask them not to fight back." 69 Williams' words address the point I raise in Chap. 1. About how the promotion of nonviolence by white Americans may have roots in avoiding the comeuppance of the chronically dehumanizing and violent conditions black people have endured. As Coates remarked, it seems suspiciously self-serving to proclaim the virtue of nonviolence only after being aggressive. That does not necessarily diminish the wisdom of nonviolent tactics, but it does point to the uneven and hypocritical nature of how, when, and by whom nonviolence is invoked. Truman Nelson agrees, writing during the civil rights era, that "I believe that the nonviolent resistance advocated by Mr. King is acceptable to vast numbers of whites in this country because it is racist." 70 Nelson cites William Lloyd Garrison's review of Uncle Tom's Cabin to make his point, that all slaves of the South ought to repudiate all carnal weapons, shed no blood, be obedient to their masters, wait for peaceful deliverance, and abstain from all insurrectionary movements is everywhere taken for granted, because the victims are black. They cannot return blow for blow, or conspire for the destruction of their oppressors. They are required by the Bible to put away all wrath, to submit to every conceivable outrage without resistance. None of their advocates may seek to inspire them to imitate our revolutionary sires, for such teaching would evince a most unchristian and bloodthirsty disposition. But for those whose skin is a very different complexion, the case is materially altered. Talk not of whites peacefully submitting, or overcoming evil with good when they are spit upon and buffeted, outraged and oppressed. Oh no, for them it is, "Let the blood of the tyrants flow." Is there one law of submission for the black man, and another law of rebellion and conflict for the white man? When it is that the whites are trodden in the dust, does Christ justify them in taking up arms to vindicate their rights? And when it is the blacks thus treated, does Christ require them to be patient, long-suffering, harmless and forgiving? 71. Charles Mills coined the term white ignorance, that includes whitewashing, myth-making, and victim-blaming that reinforce white supremacy by encouraging distorted views of reality. Mills' philosophy helps us make sense of the dramatic contrast we saw earlier between the white perception of segregated America and the black perception. Each of these self-serving tendencies helps to obfuscate wrongdoing and abuse by white people in efforts to sanitize their image and actions, creating the impression that black people's responses are not responses at all but are instead baseless acts of aggression. Mills defines white ignorance as the refusal to perceive systemic discrimination, the convenient amnesia about the past and its legacy in the present. 72 In the racial contract, he identifies a significant aspect of whiteness to be a cognitive model that precludes self-transparency and genuine understanding of social realities. 73 Mills argues it is a general rule informing the white perspective that white misunderstandings, misrepresentation, evasion, and self-deception on matters related to race are among the most pervasive mental phenomena. 74. Cherry develops her position on giving the benefit of the doubt discussed earlier by offering its contrast: white skepticism or suspicion that sets the bar high for what constitutes believable evidence. Even visual evidence like a videotape is exhaustively analyzed, Cherry argues. Rodney King's beating by the police, for instance, was scrutinized frame by frame during the trial to see if the police's baton swings or kicks actually made contact with his body. The goalposts move, Cherry observes, because white skepticism is selective and inconsistent, they would have no problem believing another white person at their word. 75 Cherry also shows how epistemic injustice and respectability politics are related, insisting on the right way and mode to protest prioritizes the norms of the dominant group. For instance, Martin Luther King noted that some labeled him as extreme. He saw himself as in between black people who have internalized racism so much that they've adjusted to segregation, and another group of black people he believed were filled with bitterness and hatred, coming perilously close to advocating violence. 76 The latter group, according to King, was frustrated over the continued existence of racial segregation. Jose Medina focuses on examining how epistemic vices contribute to racism and sexism, particularly what he calls epistemic insensitivity, or the inability to listen and learn from others, the inability to call into question one's perspective. 77 Another epistemic deficiency, according to Medina, is numbness, the inability to feel or empathize with a marginalized group. He argues that epistemic injustice affects all knowers, not just those marginalized, because it diminishes all of us having access to well-rounded, plurally informed perspectives. Of course, because of the relative privileged and disadvantaged positions particular to different groups, we are not all equally harmed. Some experience their perspective given more credibility than it deserves, and some experience their perspective given less. But Medina's larger point is that this chronic distortion of who counts as a knower and what counts as knowledge means that none of us form adequately well-rounded perspectives. It damages the social knowledge available. 78 Medina argues that in a way subordinate groups in society actually maintain some forms of epistemic advantages in that they are expected to implicitly understand the dominant group's perspective, in addition to their own. This is what W.E.B. Du Bois meant by double consciousness. Epistemic arrogance, famously captured in Rebecca Sollitt's Men Explain Things to Me, is an obstacle to knowledge and is frequently a structural reality, he argues. Medina shares my position that the not knowing on the part of the most privileged in society is often a willful refusal to engage, or, to use his phrase, active ignorance, for which they are complicit in maintaining. 79 Where I have proposed that there is a kind of violence carried out by politically vulnerable people in order to resist their dehumanization, Medina uses the term resistance to describe those in dominant groups' resistance to know. Medina explores a similar phenomenon to what Arendt identifies as Eichmann's refusal to critically engage, and likewise calls out the social irresponsibility at play. 80 Yet, Medina defends some forms of ignorance that might be typical to marginalized people as a defensive mechanism or self-protection. Ignorance on the part of the dominant group often includes ignorance about oneself as well, namely, such individuals are often blind to their blindness, he argues. They tend to accept themselves as a sort of standard, as a mainstream normal subject. 81. Finally, an analysis of the historical conceptualization of self-defense and legitimate uses of violence by Elsa Dorlin dramatically captures how they have been interpreted through the subject's positioning within power structures. While she does not rely on the language of epistemic injustice, Dorlin challenges the assumption that perceptions of violence, threat, and self-defense are not politically coded concepts. Dorlin uses as an illustrative example the criminal case for the police who beat Rodney King in 1991 after a car stop. Dorlin argues that, given the long history of white America's assumption of the black male body as inherently dangerous, Rodney King's instinctive attempt to stagger to a standing position or putting out his hands to stop the police baton swings from making contact were interpreted as posing a danger, because he was seen a priori as an agent of violence. It was the police who were understood by white America to be at risk in this situation, it was they who were understood to be acting in self-defense. By defending himself against police violence, Rodney King became indefensible. The more he defended himself, the more he was beaten and the more he came to be perceived as the aggressor. Dorlin calls this a reversal of attack and defense, aggression and protection, as if violence were the sole voluntary action possible for a black body, effectively excluding the very possibility of legitimate self-defense. 82 Describing this as an imperial economy of violence, Dorlin argues that the right to self-preservation is coded as the exclusive prerogative of the dominant group. By definition, the oppressed group is understood to have no legitimate right to self-preservation, so any attempts at defending oneself are construed as acts of aggression, a failure to comply as expected. Dorland cites laws and regulations during the history of chattel slavery that enshrine suspicion of any behavior by black people that might be construed as planning insurrection or arming themselves. In short, black skin meant even the perception of self-preservation was criminal. It fed into later perceptions during Jim Crow that an armed black person who wounded or killed a white person to defend themselves should expect to be lynched for such a choice, because they were considered dangerous. Some subjects were excluded from the right to self-defense, they thus became indefensible, exposed to violence and always already guilty. 83. Like me. Dorland recognizes this dynamic to mean that attempts to preserve their lives are often futile as a result because they are interpreted as acts of aggression, a designation seen in my next example of an enslaved girl named Celia. The jury in the case of Rodney King's beating concluded that the police were defending themselves despite suffering no injuries and King suffering multiple severe injuries, including 11 broken bones. The epistemic injustice of perceptions of who is vulnerable, who is threatened, and whose violence is justified contributes to why, despite living within conditions of the continual threat of violence, resistance actors rightfully do not expect to survive responding with violence. Dorland refers to this phenomenon as thanatoethics, or the set of practices wherein death serves as an agent for restoring life's value. Death becomes a means by which the body, destined to be murdered, regains its humanity. 84. Thanatoethics refers primarily to situations of imminent threat for the politically vulnerable in which they choose a death with dignity by fighting back, where my concept of resistance violence includes both situations of imminent threat and situations of pervasive, chronic threat. Yet Dorland and I both recognize oppressed people sometimes respond with violence, even when the actor knows it is not likely to preserve their life. Any Woman, Celia's story. In order to explore what epistemic justice and its counterpart epistemic injustice look like, I will turn to an example of resistance. Violence by someone politically vulnerable that illustrates how epistemic injustice plays a role in the occurrence of resistance. Violence. 85. Previously, my focus has been primarily on men as resistance actors. Recent books by Rebecca Hall and Judy Battalion provide excellent analyses of the roles women played in slave revolts and Jewish ghetto uprisings, respectively. Following their lead, I will focus here on the social/political vulnerability and exploitation that women face, particularly through their sexuality as targets of sexual violence. Addressing the role that threat plays, Susan Brisson writes that sexual violence victimizes not only those women who are directly attacked, but all women. The fear of rape has long functioned to keep women in their place. 86. The story of an enslaved girl named Celia who killed her enslaver to end his chronic sexual abuse demonstrates a way in which women experience another dimension of politically vulnerability, specifically sexual violence. Celia's experiences are pronounced examples of abject exploitation and dehumanization of her as a woman and her as a person. Her story provides a rich context for exploring how selective epistemic attention perpetuates grave injustices and leaves politically vulnerable people to seek out resistance violence in order to gain a sense of agency and dignity. Because Celia's act occurred in a racially invented delusional world, as Charles Mills calls it, she was further victimized by a criminal justice system committed to epistemic absurdities, doublethink, and convenient compartmentalization. The system of slavery itself meant living with heavy doses of violence not far below the civilized surface. 87. Enslaved women like Celia faced enduring sexual violence as well. Her story offers important lessons about the intersection of race and gender, about male sexual entitlement, and about the ethical issues raised with epistemic commitments to ignorance. I argue that institutionalized epistemic injustices help perpetuate the politically vulnerable status of whole demographics of people, leaving them open not only to systematic dehumanization but also to constant threat of physical violence. As I argued in the last chapter, the institutional dehumanization and denial of agency that resistance actors endure create conditions in which resistance violence becomes a reasonable option for them. In one case, an enslaved woman decided to finally fight back against constant beatings because she felt she would be better off dead and out of her misery, as reported by her daughter Josie Jordan. 88 Our epistemic obligations include contextualizing resistance violence by staying mindful of the role dominant culture plays in why it occurs. This kind of political violence is a reasonable choice because such individuals reside in no-win situations without viable options. As such, they may choose to turn to violence in this context to establish their agency and dignity. Robert Newsom was a prosperous plantation owner living in Missouri. Newsom was widowed and lived with his teenage daughters, who acted as mistresses of the household. In 1850, he bought an enslaved girl named Celia when she was 14 years old, the same age as Newsom's daughter, Mary. There is strong evidence that Newsom purchased Celia with the explicit purpose of serving his sexual needs. This is despite the fact that as a 60-year-old man, Newsom could have easily remarried. 89 Beginning on the day of their return to his plantation, Newsom spent the next 5 years repeatedly raping Celia and was responsible for fathering 2 of her children. Newsom's choice of someone as young as Celia was uncommon even by the convoluted antebellum norms that accepted the rape of enslaved women. Slaves under 15 were not usually sexually active for a variety of reasons. Celia served as Newsom's cook, but her real purpose on the plantation remained clear, especially since Celia was given separate living quarters. 90. At some point during the time on Newsom's plantation, Celia became romantically involved with a fellow slave named George, who sometimes stayed with Celia in her cabin. In the winter of 1855, Celia became pregnant again. It is not clear who the father was, since Newsom continued to visit Celia's cabin to sexually assault her. According to Celia, George became upset that these visits continued, telling her that he would have nothing to do with her if she did not quit the old man. George's demand raises significant questions about female sexuality and agency. While Celia surely wanted Newsom to stop assaulting her, following through involved obvious risks. Elizabeth Fox Genovese identifies the slave owner's power as absolute, calling it the linchpin of slavery as a social system. 91 She adds, the system endowed masters with a power that few could defy and that the law could barely check. A slave woman, in resisting her condition, risked assault on her person, and ultimately isolation and death. Neither well-intended slave-holding women nor determined slave men could withstand the power of the master. 92 There is no way to know what Celia was thinking as she pursued ending her sexual exploitation by Newsom and how pressured she felt by George's ultimatum, but we do know that she had no legally or socially sanctioned grounds for demanding it end. The intersection of Celia's race and gender diminished her agency by forcing her to navigate how to appease the sexual demands of both men. Celia began by appealing to Newsom's daughters, which implies she believed that as fellow women they would sympathize with her being forced into a sexual relationship. There is no record of how they responded other than that Celia's appeal did not solve the problem. The complicated intersection of race and gender has meant that white women have been complicit in maintaining white supremacy in ways that actively harmed fellow women. Newsom's daughter's difficulty with naming Celia's situation as rape represents a good example of Miranda Fricker's hermeneutical injustice, or the injustice of having some significant area of one's social experience obscured from collective understanding as a member of a marginalized group. 93 Antebellum cultural norms depicted black women as sexually insatiable, thereby preemptively victim-blaming those exploited. Mary Boykin Chestnut, for instance, famously complained that under slavery we live surrounded by prostitutes. 94 Often resentful that the white men in their lives pursued sexual relationships with enslaved black women, white women sometimes took this resentment out on the enslaved women themselves. Historians also note that white women were financially dependent on white men and were therefore reluctant to challenge egregious male behavior. White women like Newsom's daughters likely felt an active fear of empathizing with those whose terrifying fate forces us to acknowledge that we are not in control of our own. 95 Just as Newsom conveniently compartmentalized how unacceptable he would find the sexual exploitation of his own teenage daughter, Newsom's daughters compartmentalized Celia's exploitation because she was a slave and because her perpetrator was their father. Celia next appealed to Newsom directly, telling him she felt sick with the hope that Newsom would take pity on her and leave her alone. Newsom ignored her pleas and told her he intended to continue their sexual relationship. Celia later testified that she threatened to hurt him, which Newsom apparently didn't take seriously because he came to her cabin around 10 p.m. on June 23. Celia was waiting with a large stick she placed in the corner of her cabin, prepared to confront him. According to Celia, when Newsom arrived she refused to allow him to rape her. When he ignored her demands to leave her alone, Celia grabbed the stick and hit him over the head. As he stumbled, Celia reported that Newsom reached out to her and she hit him again. Newsom fell to the ground dead. We can speculate whether or not Celia ultimately confronted Newsom and then killed him in order to appease George. Even if she did, killing Newsom served as an act of self-determination by controlling with whom she would have a sexual relationship. In a system that by definition gave Celia no way to resist, with this act she established her own dignity and her own agency, by killing her sexual abuser. Killing Newsom may technically qualify as an act of self-defense, but I propose that Celia's act exemplifies resistance. Violence. As with Douglas' case of fighting back, had Celia waited until the threat Newsom posed was not imminent, it would still qualify as being characterized as resistance violence. Also, like Douglas' act and Turner's act, Celia knew the stakes involved in violence toward a white person and that she would likely pay with her life for it. Hers was an act of resistance violence by obstructing the systematic exploitation of her as a member of a politically vulnerable group. While my focus here is on an enslaved woman who responded with violence, it is important to recognize that enslaved people managed smaller, less risky forms of resistance throughout the history of slavery. Deborah Gray White writes, "Slaves may have thought of overthrowing the system of slavery, but the odds against them were so overwhelming that the best most could hope for was for survival with a modicum of dignity despite severe consequences." 96 Some simply disobeyed orders, some pretended to not understand directions, some feigned illness, and nurses pulled children's hair. 97 Others broke the tools and some feigned pregnancy, recognizing the economic value associated with it. Whatever form it took, Fox Genovese refers to their resistance as a struggle for self-determination and that they embodied the psychological dynamic of all resistance. 98. Celia immediately panicked because she knew the punishment for killing a white person was death. She attempted to remove any evidence that Newsom was in her cabin that night by burning the body in her fireplace. The next day, Newsom's daughters began frantically looking for him with the help of others in town. Newsom's neighbor, William Powell, questioned George, who outright denied knowing anything about Newsom's disappearance but responded that he believed Newsom had been seen on the path that ran between the main house and the slave cabin, in other words, placing Newsom in Celia's space. George's role in Celia's story is complicated by how little is known of him. It is unclear whether George knew what Celia did, but there is a strong possibility that he helped Celia kill Newsom and or to burn his remains. Celia was after all notably smaller and younger than Newsom and, at the time of his death, about 4 months pregnant. What is clear, however, is that no matter George's possible involvement, he opted to protect himself given that he too faced the punishment of death. Sensing he was in danger himself, George ran away from the plantation soon after, leaving Celia to deal with Newsom's death on her own. The searchers confronted Celia and she eventually confessed. Murder charges were immediately brought against her. At her trial, Celia's confession was presented by William Powell and the investigator because black people were not allowed to testify in court against white people. 99,100 Noteworthy is that when newspapers reported on her trial, more than one stated Celia killed Newsom without sufficient cause, thereby creating yet another epistemic injustice by completely ignoring Celia's claim that Newsom repeatedly raped her. Exemplifying Fricker's testimonial injustice, Celia's status as a slave was understood to negate her capacity as a trustworthy, credible knower. Celia's voice was usurped and negated. Fricker points out that testimonial injustice is often context-dependent in self-serving ways to the listener, that is, the speaker is not distrusted or regarded as lacking credibility in all their utterances. Using the example of Tom Robinson from To Kill a Mockingbird, Fricker argues that Tom would be trusted as long as there was no challenge to a white person's word, referring to this as the incoherence of human prejudice sustained through mechanisms of psychological compartmentalization. 101. A similar incoherence is present here. The court testimony of what happened between Celia and Newsom were her own words, simply relayed by white men, as though the act of being spoken aloud by these men gave her words credibility. Charles Mills writes, "The testimony of the black perspective will tend to be whited out. Whites will cite other whites in a closed circuit of epistemic authority that reproduces white delusions." 102. The judge presiding over Celia's trial was William Hall. Her lawyer was a court-appointed attorney named John Jameson, who himself was an enslaver. Like most of those who interrogated Celia, carried out the investigation, prosecuted her case, and served on her jury. Even a prominent doctor who testified on her behalf, James Martin, was an enslaver. 103. Indeed, any court trial involving an enslaved black woman accused of committing harm against a white male enslaver amounted to little more than a mockery of justice. It was unlikely any would maintain enough objectivity to fairly assess the mindset of an enslaved black woman who chose to kill her white rapist. Celia's lawyer tactically weighed how to best defend her as an enslaved woman. Jameson began by attempting to establish Celia feared for her life by emphasizing in Celia's confession that when she first struck Newsom, he threw up his hands to catch her. Establishing that Celia believed Newsom might kill her was the best option because, as historian Melton McLaurin explains, the law gave a slave the right to use force to repel physical attacks that threatened his/her life. 104. Next, before the jury began deliberations, the prosecutor and defense attorney were given the opportunity to request the judge instructions about what should factor into determining the jury's decision. Jameson requested that the jury be instructed to consider that Celia was protecting herself from the imminent danger of forced sexual intercourse, as stipulated in Missouri's law. Section 29 of the second article of the Missouri Statutes of 1855 made it a crime to take any woman unlawfully against her will and by force, menace, or duress, compel her to be defiled. 105. Jameson proposed that the words any woman be applied to Celia, an enslaved woman, just as they would to a white woman in Missouri. McLaurin argues this defense essentially made the claim that even a slave woman could resist unwanted sexual advances with deadly force and that the sexual demands of even a master could be legitimately resisted by his human property. 106. Judge Hall denied the request. Celia was a slave and therefore would not be legally recognized as a woman. At issue in Celia's trial was the possibility of undermining the perpetuation of slavery itself by recognizing the humanity of the slave and her right to human dignity. 107. If enslaved women could refuse sexual advances at will, enslavers could not continue enforced reproduction among slaves. Owners saw this as an economic asset of which they had control. The interpretation of any woman to include slave women threatened the fundamental concept of slave law itself. 108. By making it legally impossible to rape an enslaved woman because consent was removed from consideration, cultural prejudice was reinforced as law. Because the enslaved female is legally unable to give consent or to offer resistance, she is presumed to always be willing. 109. Judge Hall's instructions were therefore another example of compartmentalization by reaffirming white men's entitlement to commit sexual violence but not regular violence, for which they could be punished. 110. Celia was found guilty and sentenced to hang. 111. Sometime during her incarceration, Celia delivered a stillborn child. Despite an escape from jail and an appeal to the Missouri Supreme Court, Celia was hanged on December 21, 1855. McLaurin surmises, Celia's challenge to her master's power over her sexual integrity was personal, violent, extreme, and unacceptable to slave-holding society. 112. Celia's story reveals how gender and race intersect in an extreme form of misogynoir. She was and was not considered a person, and she was and was not considered a woman. 113. As black, Celia was victimized by the legal compartmentalization that applied to her as enslaved. As a woman, Celia was victimized by the legal compartmentalization that applied to her as the object of male sexual interest and as someone capable of reproducing. First, because she was a slave, Celia was given enough legal standing as a person to be recognized as willfully acting upon the intention of killing someone and thus to be charged with murder. But she was not viewed as enough of a person to be capable of consenting or withholding consent from a sexual act. 114 Second, Celia was recognized to be a woman as the object of her enslaver sexual interest and her capacity to reproduce. But she was not considered a woman in that rape laws applying to white women did not apply to her. In sum, the enslaved could neither give nor refuse consent, nor offer reasonable resistance, yet were criminally responsible and liable. 115. An earlier Tennessee court case established a similar position. In 1841, Judge Nathan Green sent an enslaved man named Grandison to jail for the attempted rape of a woman named Mary Douglas. Green commented on the enormity of the case because Douglas was a white woman, adding that such an act committed on a black woman would not be punishable with death. 116 Slave women could be subjected to a sexual violation that would have offended the honor and evoked the murderous retaliation of the husbands and the fathers of white women. Violations painfully reminded slaves that they did not enjoy the full status of their gender, that they could not count on the protection that surrounded white women. 117. To be a white woman in the 19th century meant to be protected, leaving black women unprotected by men or by law. 118. The mental contortions necessary to simultaneously hold these contradictory ideas about enslaved women reveal how problematic selective epistemic attention is. Expanding on Fricker's epistemic injustice, Gail Polhouse coined the term willful hermeneutical ignorance, or when dominantly situated knowers refuse to acknowledge perspectives outside their own, thereby allowing them to misunderstand, misinterpret, and/or ignore whole parts of the world. 119 Polhouse explains, when a group with material power is vested in ignoring certain parts of the world, they can, therefore, maintain their ignorance by refusing to recognize and by actively undermining any newly generated epistemic resources. 120 She turns to the example Fricker uses, the characters of Tom Robinson and Mayla Ewell in To Kill a Mockingbird. Both Fricker and Polhouse observe that Robinson is convicted of attempted rape and battery despite the fact that the evidence presented to the all-white, all-male jury confirms Robinson could not have been the perpetrator because of a childhood injury that made one of his hands non-functional. Adding to Fricker's interpretation that the jury simply refuses to grant credibility to a black man's testimony, Polhouse argues that they were only willing to consider the experience and perspective of a white supremacist patriarch. In situations of willful hermeneutic ignorance, seeing things otherwise is often preemptively dismissed. Polhouse argues. 121 The similarities to Celia's case are clear. Celia's testimony only gained credibility by being uttered by white men. Also, her case involved a murder charge brought against someone enslaved and therefore legally not considered a person. Finally, Celia qualified as enough of a woman to be a sexual partner and give birth, but not enough to be protected by rape laws. These are not just examples of oversight, Polhouse argues, but the perpetuation of injustice as something one chooses to maintain and for which they are accountable. 122. Charles Mills and Claudia Card highlight other epistemic absurdities and lies of convenience that people in power work hard to maintain. Mills describes willful agreements on a social level to racially misinterpret the world. 123 As Celia's trial shows, one has to learn to see the world wrongly, but with the assurance that the set of mistaken perceptions will be validated by white epistemic authority. 124 Card argues the Orwellian doublethink, or maintaining contradictory positions for political reasons, is at the heart of perpetuating institutionalized rape, like Celia's. In her case, rape is sanctioned with political legitimacy for one class of women but not for another. Card adds that doublethink about rape is achieved by rules defining consent, or rather, defining it out of existence. 125 As these philosophers of epistemology show, dominant groups in society maintain self-serving epistemic norms that reinforce their perspectives, their knowledge, their desires, and their material benefit. Epistemic justice. Jordan Klepper of The Daily Show has developed a reputation for interviewing Republican voters, especially at Donald Trump rallies. 126 Klepper engages with the Trump supporters by asking their stance on topical political issues and events, frequently doing little more than repeating what they have said, sometimes asking for clarification. In an example from January 2023, Klepper talked to a man about the changes in the MAGA community, asking if he had noticed them to be more serious and respectable. The man responded that conservative rhetoric shows that you still love America. Klepper asked for clarification: conservative rhetoric still respects positions of power in this country? The man nodded yes, naming our police, our military. Klepper interrupted, adding our executive branch, to which the man responded, exactly. Without missing a beat, Klepper asked him, what's your hat say? The man laughed, pulled it off his head, and repeated what is written, I could sh*t a better president. He laughed again, and this time Klepper laughed with the audience, who are in on the joke that the man has not made the connection. While interviewing a woman, she questioned whether there was actually a war in Ukraine because she reports not seeing any news coverage about it, labeling it fabricated. When asked where she gets her news from, she answered, Newsmax, shaking her head no when Klepper asked, they haven't covered it at all. Klepper told her he went to Hungary and met Ukrainians fleeing the country to find safe haven, asking her who she thinks these refugees were. Are they lying? I think they might be actors, was her response. In return, he said, that's a lot of actors. If that's a SAG gig, that's going to cost you billions. Klepper's interactions with conservative voters provide real-life examples of the extent to which members of dominant groups are willing to cling to inconsistent, hypocritical epistemic practices that rely on little critical engagement and self-reflection. His probing, critical questions reveal a determined unwillingness to budge. The narratives, it seems, represent a dimension of shared identity among his interviewees, and admitting the truth represents an existential threat. This is an ethically, epistemically, and politically charged reality that brings along with it duties. As Young writes, all agents who contribute by their actions to the structural processes that produce injustice have responsibilities to work to remedy these injustices. 127 What, if any, advice do the philosophies of epistemic injustice offer us? During the fight for civil rights, Truman Nelson expressed skepticism that all that it would take to change hearts and minds was nonviolent inspired love. I really do not think that eyes will be opened by any words of love addressed to them by a people whom they have already trodden underfoot for hundreds of years. 128 Nelson was critical of what he called the saccharine rhetoric he would hear during that era, especially if it gave a misleading perception of what civil rights activists really experienced. The brutality freedom riders endured in Southern jails, for instance, included deputies bending their fingers back until they broke and cattle prods applied to men's testicles. He notes that some jailhouse lynchings were simply recorded as suicides. In Nelson's estimation, Southern officials would never stop beating until the rest of the country makes them stop, forcibly. 129. According to Fricker, the antidote to epistemic injustice is the responsible, virtuous hearer who reliably succeeds in correcting for the influence of prejudice in her credibility judgments. 130 Testimonial justice, therefore, detects and corrects for that prejudice. The hearer is critically open to the word of others stemming from a well-trained testimonial sensibility. 131 It involves being open-hearted enough to resist the dishonest safety of the dominant group's narratives about the politically vulnerable and their relationship with them. 132 Fricker suggests an epistemic training and socialization of sorts that acts as a corrective, a gestalt switch. 133 It means maintaining a critical awareness and reflection about one's prejudices. Fricker names serving as a courtroom juror as a prime context in which these epistemically just practices are important. Fricker declares that jurors are seriously at fault if they fail to do so. 134 Recognition of long-standing epistemic injustice should inspire each of us to ask, what sort of hearers we should try to be. 135 In combating particularly hermeneutical injustice, she argues what is needed is an alertness or sensitivity on the part of the hearer, especially if the speaker is having difficulty communicating an experience to make it intelligible to the other. Fricker invites us to not jump to interpretations that reflect poorly on the speaker and their intellect or abilities, but rather on the inherently difficult nature of this kind of situation. The point is to realize that the speaker is struggling with an objective difficulty and not a subjective failing. 136 It involves an awareness of the relative differences in social positioning between the speaker and the hearer and how that impacts what seems credible. In short, it involves, then, the virtue of reflexive social awareness and inclusive listening. 137 It also involves fostering an inclusive hermeneutical climate. 138 Fricker cites advice from Louise Antony that men, or any dominant group, adopt the working hypothesis that when a woman or a member of any marginalized group says something anomalous, they should assume that it's they who don't understand, not that it is the woman who is nuts. 139 To put it in Cherry's words, that they be given the benefit of the doubt. Fricker suggests we can be trained in proactive listening. 140 Another area of resistance is for the epistemically marginalized person herself, possibly developing a bold sense of dissonance in which absurd, manifestly false, and ridiculous constructions offered by society are now suspect as well. One hermeneutical rebellion inspires another. 141 Exposure to and communication with others similarly affected by the hermeneutical injustice means the collective ability to recognize that dissonance has a shared basis that can increase and embolden one's refusal to accept the common social narratives about them. Finally, Fricker reminds the reader this piecemeal approach to combating the injustices surrounding meaning and knowledge will only get us so far, creating microclimates that are more inclusive and fill hermeneutical gaps for the parties involved. But the exercise of the virtue ultimately aims at the actual elimination of the very injustice it is designed to correct for and address the unequal relations of social power through group political action for social change. 142 She recognizes, therefore, that these epistemic virtues must be possessed not only by individuals but by institutions as well, particularly through institutional conduct. Earlier I discussed Arendt as a forerunner to recognition that harm to vulnerable people results from those in dominant groups firmly holding onto superficial, self-serving perspectives and narratives. Arendt tells us in The Life of the Mind that Eichmann's reliance on clichés protected him from ever having to think about what he was doing. It prompted her to examine the nature of thinking itself and whether it plays a role in evil-doing or, more exactly, that the activity of thinking keeps us safe from doing evil. Arendt favors Plato's description of thinking as the soundless dialogue we carry on with ourselves. 143 She calls thinking a quest for meaning. 144 Thinking is dangerous, Arendt contends, because it undoes its own results. Thinking turns over ideas and introduces new considerations, which means nothing remains settled. Engaging with thought means not being able to rely comfortably on established stock phrases or clichés like Eichmann did. Again, Arendt's point is that this is not the same thing as stupidity, which suggests an inability. Instead, the refusal to think is about not allowing this wandering process of thought to continue. The refusal to think stays on the surface level and encourages the individual to hold on to well-worn acceptable, non-disruptive answers. She adds, all critical examinations must go through a stage of at least hypothetically negating accepted opinions and values by searching out their implications and tacit assumptions. 145 As disruptive as thinking is, Arendt sees non-thinking as even more dangerous. By shielding people from the dangers of examination, it teaches them to hold fast to whatever the prescribed rules of conduct may be at a given time in society. 146 Therefore, the precursor to Fricker's advice on addressing epistemic injustice is allowing our minds to engage in the first place. Arendt answers Fricker's implied question about the mental process that allows epistemic injustice to occur. If Fricker recommends that we be virtuous listeners, Arendt advises us, first, to recognize how important critical engagement is to that process. 147. Like the others, Medina proposes epistemic resistance that recognizes that epistemic injustice has largely structured contemporary social institutions and norms by silencing and ignoring those in vulnerable groups. He adds, as Young emphasizes, structural injustices are often so pervasive and extended across networks of social relations that we can legitimately say that we are all responsible for them. 148 Mindful awareness begins, then, in epistemic interaction, Medina argues, in which resources are pooled and experiences and imaginations are shared, compared, and contrasted among heterogeneous groups. 149 He proposes we open ourselves up to epistemic friction or viewpoints radically different from our own and make ourselves vulnerable. 150 Failure or refusal to do so involve both individual responsibility and collective responsibility. An important contribution Medina brings to the discussion about change is that the epistemically marginalized should not be left to create change on their own. Medina names in particular the situation for trans persons and invites the gender privileged to start the process of disrupting assumptions and willful exclusions. 151. Earlier I challenged Delma's argument that what is needed is empathy for politically vulnerable people. I argued she does not reckon with the willful refusal to be empathetic. That is, as Luttrell points out and Williams' many examples prove, dominant white culture implicitly knows the stakes involved. Opening the door to empathy for the politically vulnerable suggests they have been wronged and are owed something. But refusing to think and refusing to consider what is being silenced through epistemic and hermeneutical marginalization means structural hierarchies that benefit the dominant culture remain intact. Empathy and the lack of it, in other words, have political significance. As Williams said of the vicious white mobs he encountered, these are people who would like to do violence to others but want to have immunity from violence themselves. 152 Overcoming the absence of empathy in the dominant group involves more than merely asking it of them. It involves dismantling the structures and hierarchies that encourage its absence in the first place. In the last chapter, I proposed that resistance violence is a contextually reasonable choice if we follow the lead of nonviolent advocates who modeled compassion for those who carry it out. But even as I propose a compassionate response, I recognize it is precisely the response discouraged by the status quo in order to protect power structures. Therefore, calls for compassion involve first dealing with the epistemological systems of inequality that benefit from its absence. It is for this reason that Medina's argument appears to be overly optimistic, because it also fails to address the willful obstruction of many within dominant groups to the type of change he proposes. Surreal situations came to light at Fox News, for instance, where pundits claimed one thing about the 2020 election while on the air but admitted the falsity of those statements in private correspondence. 153 Therefore, Medina's analysis does not quite address political actors operating in bad faith with no explicit commitment to pluralistic democracy, as factions of the alt-right, for instance, express. His suggestion of acknowledgement is exactly what many oppose. Furthermore, Medina advises us all to seek out sustained interactions with those different from ourselves in order to expand our social sensibilities. It is certainly true that it is easier to rely on caricatures of politically vulnerable people if one has little exposure to any of them, but Medina's advice has its limits. The harm that LGBTQ youth experience by members of their own families shows that sustained interaction alone is not sufficient to humanizing politically vulnerable people to dominant groups. Some estimates have determined that up to 40% of runaway kids are LGBTQ. Furthermore, suicide becomes a greater risk among LGBTQ kids, as well. Familial rejection and pressure to change show how the difference in question is interpreted. If the difference is depicted by the dominant group as sinful or disordered, interaction alone may not accomplish much. When considering the lack of empathy dominant groups have for politically vulnerable people, the situation starts to resemble a chicken and egg scenario. What is the origin of the problem, so what best sets the path to address it? In other words, empathy is needed to help make dominant groups more aware of their dehumanizing epistemic marginalization of politically vulnerable people as knowers and as contributors to shared social narratives. But, because dominant groups are encouraged to diminish, distrust, and ignore marginalized groups through prejudice and stereotypes, dominant groups also lack empathy for them. In short, the very tool that is needed to address this problem is the tool the dominant group is encouraged not to possess. Multiple examples throughout this book are evidence of heartbreaking violence done to politically vulnerable people, in many cases leaving us wondering alongside Hannah Arendt how such acts could be possible from anyone with a conscience. Where, then, do we ultimately start? Arendt's thinking, Fricker's virtuous listening, and Medina's epistemic friction only come after people have decided they need to change how they view and handle things. Philosophies of epistemic injustice run the risk of proverbially preaching to the choir in that their audiences already are open to their message and advice about changing. Someone only starts thinking and critically engaging because they recognize that not doing so means neglecting their intellectual and moral responsibilities. Someone only starts the practices of virtuous hearing because they recognize that not doing so dehumanizes epistemically marginalized people. Someone only opens up and makes themselves epistemically vulnerable because they realize they had been epistemically arrogant before. Simply asking people to change does not solve anything because they may not accept that they need to change. They have a vested interest in not recognizing. How do you rouse someone's conscience? How do you foster in people holding onto dominant positioning sympathy for the damage their self-serving narratives do? Christopher Lebron's and Truman Nelson's cynicism is well-founded. Elizabeth Anderson wisely understands the inherent obstacles to social change when she writes, "I do not advance principles and ideals for a perfectly just society, but ones that we need to cope with the injustices in our current world, and to move us to something better." 154 There are no easy answers. Mark Bray and Sergej Popovic may at least offer a path forward. Bray's discussion of anti-fascist activism will be covered in Chap. 5. But he offers a significantly helpful mindset when confronting especially virile dehumanization. Bray challenges John Stuart Mill's modernist assumption that the remedy for people's unethical and/or poorly informed positions is simply exposing them to better ideas. Bray argues this is not how the US overcame slavery or how Nazis were defeated. He writes, "Rationality did not stop the fascists or the Nazis. Reason is insufficient on its own." 155 As I argue, Bray points out exposure to better, more critically formed ideas does not address why people hold the bad ones. Simply put, they want to hold them. While the numbers have slightly decreased, as of March of 2023 a CNN poll showed that 63% of Republican and Republican-leaning independent voters believe that Joe Biden did not win the 2020 presidential election. This is despite at least 63 separate failed lawsuits that contested the election across the U.S. as well as multiple conservative political leaders and pundits who have gone on record as accepting the legitimacy of Biden's victory. Some of those pundits have even admitted they encouraged their followers to question the election results because it is what they wanted to hear. According to Bray, the reason Mill's classic argument on free speech is fundamentally flawed is because most people do not believe the things they do through reasoned critical examination. Bray writes, "Few really examine the philosophical, political, and sociological underpinnings of their most deeply felt values, and even most who do are far less self-reflexive than they imagine. Societal norms are not changed through a rational process of analysis, they gradually transform through the ongoing struggle of competing interests, which are perpetually shaped by shifting economic and social factors. Ince most people won't engage in reflection. The success of social movements in establishing baselines of anti-racist sentiment in the passive prejudices of society represents an important bulwark." 156. Bray's provocative argument is that we wrongly assume people want their badly informed or harmful positions to be corrected since most of us do not form our positions through critical means. Instead we absorb common narratives and perspectives, which means energy may be best spent in discouraging inaccurate and damaging positions from even starting. As I am writing, CNN reports there have been at least 417 anti-LGBTQ bills introduced to state legislatures across the U.S. in the first 4 months of 2023. Dehumanizing, bigoted narratives often accompany these legislative proposals and prop them up. Practical questions arise, then, regarding what are the best tactics to discourage these bills. It is clearly not a simple task since political operatives use LGBTQ legislation as wedge issues in a politically divided country. But if Bray is correct, it may be wasted energy to attempt winning people over with better ideas and is instead far more effective focusing on how ideas get spread. This is not to say that Arendt's position is wrong to encourage a rich life of the mind by engaging in thinking. only that it is perhaps overly optimistic for most people, especially when addressing situations with looming threats. There is no reason to assume we must choose between Arendt's encouragement to think or Bray's model of nipping hate speech in the bud. Instead, they can be viewed as complements to each other, with one strategically looking at the long view and the other serving as an immediate tactic. It is worth mentioning that there is empirical support for Bray's approach to viewing some speech as materially harmful to marginalized people. Geronimus research on weathering reveals how inhospitable, othering environments trigger a physiological stress process for marginalized people. Dismissing the vigilant, heightened state they need to maintain as a snowflake response is offensively insensitive, she argues, when you look at the tremendous impact it has over a lifetime. An immigrant who is stopped by the police in a show your papers state no matter their legal status is not responding like an entitled snowflake for feeling terror about how it may play out. To state the obvious, the chronic lived experience of dominant society perpetuating dehumanizing stereotypes about you can impact how you are perceived when you seek out medical care, apply for a job or a college program, interact with police, etc. The results in some cases can be deadly. She writes, in general, practices that reduce stereotype threats to underrepresented group members in integrated settings such as schools leads to better life prospects for those individuals, while also paving the way for a better future for the people who follow in their footsteps. 157 Whether that means legal steps be taken to limit some forms of speech is beside the point. The point is that we know that the marketplace of ideas in which society continues to amplify denigrating, dehumanizing perspectives of politically vulnerable people has a demonstrably damaging effect on them. Next. Popovics. Laftivism, while flawed, offers a path to addressing the trending ideas and positions current in any society that target politically vulnerable people. Popovic shows the political and social power of humor in bringing about change. Like Bray, he denies that most people hold the positions they do through a process of reasoning to conclusions. Earlier in the book I showed how Popovic makes the case that changing people's minds and behavior involves better branding that can move societal trends away from certain attitudes and toward others. Popovic would likely advise, then, that there are strategic uses of humor to poke fun at the self-serving blind spots of dominant groups. If Popovic is right, enough laftivism aimed at epistemic injustice can put a dent in exposing the lack of consistency and empathy and then strategically model fun and funny ways of being empathetic. Comedian Walter Masterson infiltrates rallies, marches, and school board meetings for groups he finds politically intolerant. Masterson takes on the attire and persona typical of one of the participants and films himself expressing more exaggerated versions of their talking points. The group is sometimes not entirely cognizant of his satire, but other times they are visibly angry. The effect is often one of audible laughter by others. After Tucker Carlson was fired by Fox News, Masterson approached various older white people on the street, Carlson's audience, and asked how they felt. An older white man responded, he was the one who was willing to stand up and say this election was stolen and point out the unfairness of the prosecutions and everything else in this country. Masterson interrupts him and says, but privately he didn't believe any of that, referring to the leaked comments in which Carlson expressed strong dislike for Trump and questioned the stolen election claims by Trump's lawyers. The man forcefully says back, but publicly he did. Masterson repeats under his breath, but privately he didn't. In Chap. 1. I cited Chris Kramer's claim that humor can be a tool for exposing the hypocrisy and incongruities of oppressors, often through overt exaggeration of the absurd beliefs held by the oppressor. 158 Masterson and Klepper provide opportunities for the public at large to witness common epistemic vices confronted in humorous ways with those that hold them. Their use of humor chips away at the ease with which dominant groups are able to hold on to self-serving positions. They do, in other words, what journalist Drew Margaret failed to do when interviewing Phil Robertson. Klepper and Masterson combine Arendt's, Bray's, and Popovic's advice by using humor to poke fun at the epistemic vices of inconsistent, hypocritical, and self-serving positions, showing larger American society the flawed nature of the positions by critically engaging with them in real time. In the end, they ideally offer better branding because they are fun and funny. Yet, as I noted in Chap. 1. Laughtivism can often have a hostile subtext and may fail if it veers too closely to barely veiled ridicule. Well-crafted, skilled strategies are therefore required. Admittedly, these suggestions are not entirely satisfying, but that dissatisfaction speaks to a worldwide chronic problem with trying to eliminate dehumanizing trends. If nothing else, we know that simple declarations that people need to be more empathetic or that people need more education about the facts do not get to the root of the problem. Some willfully act in bad faith. However, there may be ways to combat that with humor that hopefully leads people to critical thinking and being more virtuous listeners. Therefore, the compassion I propose as a response to resistance violence is something even I admit may not come easily. Conclusion. This chapter shows that framing matters, that what we encourage to be included and allow to be ignored in public conversations can either disrupt or entrench hierarchical narratives. I am reminded of a quote Bray cites from historian Dave Renton, who says, "One cannot be balanced when writing about fascism, there is nothing positive to be said about it." 159 We are responsible for how we harm others in the ways our perceptions of them contribute to reinforcing their politically vulnerable status. We are responsible for the role we play in the smooth functioning of structural dehumanization of different groups of people. Edward Covey, the overseer put in charge of breaking Frederick Douglass, was not a good man, as Douglas' enslaver, Thomas Auld, claimed. Nat Turner's slave rebellion did not arise out of nowhere but responded directly to the systematic violence of enslaving hundreds of people in his county. Celia resorting to killing her enslaver because he repeatedly raped her for years does constitute sufficient cause despite what some newspapers reported. These willful distortions and omissions represent an injustice to these three as examples of egregious racial solipsism that contributed to misinterpreting their uses of violence. 160 Even if Frederick Douglass and Celia responded with violence at a later time, fair assessment of their acts means viewing their violence as emerging from chronically violent conditions so that imminence should not serve as the determining factor. The dominant group's knee-jerk tendency of condemning acts of violence by the politically vulnerable stems from a cognitive immaturity, a tendency toward self-serving truisms and a refusal to contend accurately with what is at play. If larger society is honestly interested in addressing this kind of violence, Rustin and King are right to ask the rest of us what we are doing to eradicate the relevant contributing factors that bring it about. Geronimus warns us to be on guard for when we reverse cause and effect. 161 Any use of violence admittedly tends to bring out in people an automatic response of fear or discomfort that may be largely responsible for knee-jerk condemnations. But if we are truly interested in eradicating resistance violence, taking the time to follow Arendt S., Fricka R's, and Medina's advice to engage in good faith will do a tremendous amount of good. A common chant at political protests today is "No justice, no peace." The great insight of this simple phrase is that unjust oppressive conditions create political instability. Peace comes from eradicating the conditions that lead to frustration politics. For till they felt a big stick about their heads, the epistemic justice of John Brown's resistance violence. Margaret Betz. 1. Philosophy, Rutgers University, Camden, New Jersey, USA. The question "What is your impression of John Brown?" is guaranteed to be met with diverse, possibly contradictory, replies. Brown remains a curious and complicated figure in American history, serving as a Rorschach test of sorts because of his militant commitment, his biblical inspiration, and, according to some, his fanatical madness. 1 The radical abolitionist John Brown offers a case study of resistance violence done not by the politically vulnerable themselves but by someone on the behalf of another. Through an analysis of John Brown's political violence in the raid of the arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, in 1859, I will examine the political, ethical, and epistemic issues involved in a white man determined to commit violence in order to assert the humanity of free and enslaved black people in America. Brown's actions provide an opportunity to consider the stakes of committing violence on someone else's behalf and the possible pitfalls, according to Maya Cherry, that are involved in being an ally. Situating the raid at Harper's Ferry within Brown's lifelong Christian commitments and his relationship with enslaved and free black people provides a better understanding of what motivated Brown, what he hoped to accomplish, and how we might regard this manifestation of resistance violence. In this chapter I will propose, first, that John Brown displays an admirable awareness of epistemic vices and worked hard to be epistemically virtuous. Second, Brown's actions can be best described as resistance violence by proxy, and that, with a few qualifications, they succeed at affirming the dignity of black people. When Brown was 12 years old, he witnessed a playmate beaten and deprived of the bare necessities because the boy was enslaved. Brown concluded it was his Christian obligation to uphold the humanity of black people in America, eventually expressed as an obligation to oppose the spread of slavery into new territories, to help free black people however he could, and to utilize multiple channels to help individual enslaved people to escape. To use Brown's own description, his mission was to interfere with harm done to black people. While he is best known for his actions at Harper's Ferry, Brown's whole adult life is a testament to a white man continually searching for ways to combat the harms of racism and slavery. As Brown wrote to his brother 25 years before Harper's Ferry, "I have been trying to devise some means whereby I might do something in a practical way for my poor fellow men who are in bondage." 10 years before Harper's Ferry, Brown and his family moved to a black settlement in upstate New York. Dr. James McCune Smith, a black physician and prominent abolitionist, and Jared Smith developed Timbuktu as a means to provide land to black people in a state where they could establish residency to vote. 3 While living there, Brown employed a free black man, provided food to his black neighbors, and offered advice on a host of topics. Brown weighed other options to help that involved his role as a father, at one point suggesting in a letter to his wife that they try to adopt a young black boy, ideally, one they could remove from slavery. He recognized how beneficial education would be in promoting the status of black people since, under God, in that way do more towards breaking their yoke effectually than in any other. Therefore, Harper's Ferry represented merely one, albeit the most dramatic, of Brown's attempts to combat harm done to black people. Brown was convinced that the use of violence was justified, as one option among others, in order to accomplish affirming the dignity of black people and in stopping slavery. He proclaimed to the court at the end of his trial, "I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away but with blood. I had, as I now think vainly, flattered myself that without very much bloodshed it might be done." 5. The raid of the armory at Harper's Ferry was not even the most violent act Brown and his collaborators committed. Other incidents were even more purposely so. For instance, in 1856, Brown led a group of men in brutally killing 5 pro-slavery men at 3 different cabins along Pottawatomie Creek in Kansas, even though none of the men were themselves slaveholders. These killings were largely symbolic in response to a recent violent sacking of anti-slavery Lawrence, Kansas, a few days earlier. Far from questioning this use of political violence, Brown wrote to his wife beforehand that such an act would be accomplished by the help of God. 6. This act is most frequently mentioned as the most controversial of Brown's uses of violence. But if slavery is war, as Brown argues, these killings represent act of war. W.E.B. Du Bois argued that he believed the Civil War actually started 2 years prior there in Bleeding, Kansas, because of the partisan battles over the spread of slavery. Brown arrived at the controversial position of the legitimate use of violent means based on 3 notable reasons. First, through Brown's deep commitment to Christianity, he was inspired by various biblical passages that commanded the protection of the oppressed and the vulnerable. In fact, Brown expresses throughout his various uses of violence that he believes his actions are sanctioned by God himself. 7 According to Brown, Christ told me to remember them that are in bonds, as bound with them. 8 In a letter to friends he wrote, "You know that Christ once armed Peter. So also in my case I think he put a sword into my hand, and there continued it so long as he saw best, and then kindly took it from me." 9 Brown explained throughout his campaign of using physical force that he believed he was following the Golden Rule, that he had learned early to regard the welfare and prosperity of others as my own. 10 That is, Just as Brown would use physical force to protect and defend himself, he owed the same to the least of my brothers suffering the harmful effects of slavery, as God requires. May God still gird our loins and hold our right hands, Brown wrote, and to him may we give the glory. 11 Brown concluded this was, in my opinion, the greatest service man can render to God. 12 As we have seen, the conviction that there is a biblical basis for the use of political violence is one he shared with others. Both Nat Turner and Frantz Fanon also found justification for political violence in the biblical passage, "The last shall be first and the first shall be last." Brown expressed a similar sentiment by wishing, "May the God of the poor and oppressed, be the God and Savior of you all." 13. Some readers might be tempted to immediately dismiss Brown's belief that his choices were rooted in Christian principles as clearly misguided. But Fricker's concept of hermeneutical injustice seems applicable here, since such a position might be the white interpretation of how biblical moral guidance applies to the institution of slavery. Fricker defines hermeneutical injustice as when a gap in collective interpretive resources puts someone at an unfair disadvantage that involves structural prejudice in the economy of collective hermeneutical resources. 14 White Christians, after all, have deemed violence as justified in other situations, so the quick condemnation of Brown's use of violence may present an opportunity to reflect on what informs this conclusion. Quarles argues that Brown's Christian convictions deeply impressed black people at the time and that they, too, saw his mission as sanctioned by God. Some of Brown's most ardent defenders were black Christian ministers. A notable example is Reverend J. Sella Martin, a former slave who made his way up to Boston. His eloquent speech defending Brown became famous for addressing epistemic blind spots in white America's celebrations of freedom and revolution as long as white people were the recipients. He proclaimed, "So far as principle is concerned, so far as the sanctions of the gospel are concerned, I am prepared to endorse." And 15 Martin answered to those who say the sword should not be used that he agrees in principle but that which is supported by the sword should be overcome by the sword. 16 He explained, "I do not think that the dagger shall be drawn until there is in the system to be assailed such terrible evidence of its corruption, that it becomes the dernier resort. We are not to blame the application of the instrument, we are to blame the disease itself. When a physician cuts out cancer from my face, I am not to blame the physician for the use of the knife, but the cause of the cancer. The physician has just chosen the least of two evils. John Brown has chosen the least of two evils." 17. I anticipate that some might respond that what I am proposing here amounts to ethical relativism, that no position can be argued to have better reasoned support than others. To that, I respond that I am not proposing such a position at all. Rather, I am following the advice about epistemic virtues that we critically engage with all morally relevant parts of various uses of violence by all actors. As addressed in the last chapter, it is quite common for Christians who condemn violence and celebrate peace to also eat animals raised and slaughtered through factory farms. Perhaps there is a convincingly reasoned position why such behavior is not an example of inconsistency, but, as I said there, the main problem seems to be that they are not even aware they need to make such a case. Many simply ignore the inconvenient but nonetheless morally relevant aspects of their choices and behavior. Therefore, an analogous application to black Christian ministers' defense of John Brown's use of violence might look something like this: many white people who are Christian condemn Brown's use of violence to eradicate slavery. They are bothered that, in their estimation, black Christian ministers would misuse Christian principles and support violence. There may indeed be important ethical problems with black ministers endorsing uses of violence like Brown's, but there are also white Christian ministers who have endorsed uses of violence like war and the death penalty. It is therefore not so much the uses of violence they object to as it is the ones that they interpret as unjustified. In that case, the argument should be presented which clearly states the reasons why soldiers killing each other during war is justified, but that someone who views himself as a soldier responding to the war of slavery is not. Second, Brown is often depicted as a lone fanatic who attempted a dreadfully misguided and poorly planned raid. In truth, Brown's utilization of violence fell within the larger context of a political movement with fellow adherents. 18 Brown was part of the Radical Abolition Party, a group of prominent abolitionists committed to the eradication of slavery from the U.S. through force if need be. The Radical Abolition Party held a convention in 1855 in Syracuse, New York, that included Brown, Douglas, and McCune Smith. The delegates passed a resolution stating that violence may be used to overthrow slavery. It is more accurate, therefore, to characterize Brown's actions as a willingness to take on the personal risks of resorting to violent means to combat slavery in ways the other delegates were reluctant to do. Soon after the convention, Brown began an armed campaign attempting to combat the spread of slavery and to free slaves. Brown expressed, for instance, that he and his sons were committed to going to Kansas to fight for its free state status, citing this biblical quote, "Without the shedding of blood there is no remission of sin." However impractical or poorly planned Brown's Harper's Ferry raid seems, it came about within the shared ideology of radical abolitionists impatient with the failures of moral suasion. Perhaps, most importantly, multiple notable white anti-slavery sympathizers and prominent African Americans expressed gratitude and admiration that Brown was willing to do what other white people were not. Malcolm X said of Brown, "When a white man comes to me and tells me how liberal he is, the first thing I want to know, is he a nonviolent liberal, or the other kind? I don't go for any nonviolent white liberals. If you are for me and my problems, when I say me, I mean us, our people, then you have to be willing to do as old John Brown did. And if you're not of the John Brown school of liberals, we'll get you later." 19. By looking at the declarations of the convention delegates, we are able to see how Brown was simply putting into practice the committed principles of the Radical Abolition Party. Their general message was that the status quo battle against slavery by the abolitionist movement was not enough. First, they note that all the contemporary American political parties had both slave and non-slave holders within them and thus had a reason to not forcefully end slavery in the nation. The delegates declare that slavery is an unsurpassed crime and that it is the job of government to suppress crime. A government that fails to protect human rights is not a civil government but a usurpation. Because it is not a legitimate government, it cannot rightfully ask for support or allegiance. Next, the convention delegates addressed the epistemic vice of self-serving inconsistency at play when the Founding Fathers declared it self-evident that all men were created equal, and then intended a portion of them to be slaves. We deem it, therefore, right and proper to construe the Constitution as it reads and not as the slaveholders pretend that it means. And by such a construction the Constitution requires the federal government to abolish slavery in all the states. They recognized that consistency requires, whatever race or complexion, all should be free. From all this, they conclude, with these views of the Constitution of our country, we feel ourselves prepared for an aggressive, not a merely defensive, contest with the slave power. We will consent to no compromise with the deceiver, no compromise with pollution and crime. Our political activities must meet the demands of our convictions. We consent to nothing less. Articulating Brown's conviction that their position is sanctioned by God, the delegates upheld the Golden Rule by recognizing the common Father of all, by the divine law of loving our neighbors as ourselves. The Golden Rule requires consistency, and simply praying without any action would be impious and offensive to a just God, should we consent to leave any portion of our fellow countrymen in bondage. The delegates proclaim, sink or swim, survive or perish, we are resolved to go forward. Therefore, Brown was clearly following the guidelines and principles developed at the Radical Abolitionist Party convention in his use of weapons and physical force. In a good example of epistemic consistency, Brown believed, like his fellow delegates, it was required of him as a Christian to follow God's command that all of God's children deserve protection from harm. In concrete terms, it meant that Brown's conscience would not allow him to stand idly by as the horrors of slavery harmed so many. Third, and related to the last point, abolitionists like Brown were growing impatient with the moral suasion approach to combating slavery. The creeping spread of slavery into newly formed states and the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act convinced committed abolitionists like Brown about the limits of Wadeism. As discussed in prior chapters, Wadeism is the position frequently put forth by those in the dominant group that a social injustice imposed on the politically vulnerable is best addressed by the vulnerable waiting patiently for the rest of society to change. Its most famous expression was vocalized to Martin Luther King by white Southern clergymen about his disruptive presence in Birmingham to confront the virulent racism of Jim Crow segregation. On face value, there is an element of truth that significant progress in any society takes time. There is unlikely to be more divergent perspectives on political activism than Martin Luther King and John Brown, but both were highly critical of Wadeism for the social advice it often actually is. King and Brown were suspicious of calls for patience because doing so was frequently a guise for putting off addressing the injustice any time soon, especially among contemporary players. Wadeism asks people to endure significant injustice by not causing too much social disruption now. Of course, King's and Brown's joint frustration with this message manifested in quite different choices about how to proceed. And it is worth noting that both ended up dead despite this difference. Nonetheless, both King and Brown shared the understanding that black people were justified in confronting their dehumanization by white America now through measures that could not be ignored. Therefore, Brown and other abolitionists were convinced that pleading speeches had only gotten them so far. Violent means should also be part of the fight against slavery. We will see that contemporary defenders of violence use a similar argument. In the next chapter, I will present Mark Bray's explanation of anti-fascist activists who likewise argue that the discussion of ideas is not ultimately how oppression is eradicated. These three reasons provide the framework for better understanding what brought Brown to Harper's Ferry in 1859. On the night of October 16, Brown and his cohort freed slaves while taking hostages and raided the armory. Brown and his men were responsible for killing 5 people altogether. He envisioned that local enslaved people and sympathetic white people would arrive to help and take up arms. Brown insisted in subsequent interviews that he was not attempting an insurrection of the government, treason, nor a slave revolt. The cry of distress of the oppressed is my reason, he claimed. 20 He was there to free slaves, and only that. 21 Harper's Ferry housed the largest stash of ammunition in the U.S. at the time. Brown envisioned gaining access to weapons which he could then provide to the local enslaved population and form an army of emancipation. Brown reportedly told the armory watchman, "I want to free all the Negroes in the state," and that he was there to aid those suffering a great wrong. However, no such grand support arrived at Harper's Ferry. 22 At the time Brown believed his action portended things to come and that the South should see his raid as a warning. Indeed, according to Quarles, Brown's raid represented a benchmark for a lot of Brown's black contemporaries. Like Brown, Wadeism was not acceptable to them and words alone would no longer suffice. Brown and his remaining men who survived were eventually captured and Brown was tried for murder, treason, and slave insurrection. He was found guilty and hanged on December 2, 1859. Brown insisted that he and his men took every possible means to prevent the killings during the raid. "I did not allow my men to fire when there was danger of killing those we regarded as innocent persons, if I could help it." 23 Brown explained before his execution that he was just trying to do on a larger scale what he did in Missouri, not to incite slaves to rebellion or to make insurrection. 24 Captain Brown gained so much admiration because he was willing to martyr himself for this cause. "I go joyfully in behalf of millions that have no rights." 25 Frederick Douglass biographer David W. Blight writes, "Many black abolitionists would eventually honor Brown's racial openness after he died a martyr's death. At the heart of his immediate legacy, after all, was the idea that he was a white man who died to set black people free." 26. As mentioned earlier, the Missouri incident Brown referred to occurred a year before when he and 20 other abolitionists freed 11 slaves from 2 different locations. It came about because Brown received a plea from an enslaved man named Jim Daniels who learned his family was about to be sold. Brown and his men entered Missouri from Kansas and held Daniels' owner Harvey Hicklin at gunpoint to allow his slaves to leave without incident. Another slave owner named David Cruz was killed as his slaves were freed at another location. 27 It is telling that when Brown chose a prior use of violence to compare Harper's Ferry to, he chose the Missouri incident and not the Pottawatomie massacre. By comparing important aspects of these two incidents, relevant details emerge in helping us understand Brown's mindset. In the Missouri incident, Brown responded to a direct request for help from an enslaved man. Brown and his men armed themselves in order to successfully free these slaves. Moral suasion would not have sufficed to convince the enslavers to allow their slaves to leave without incident. Brown and his men did kill one person, the enslaver, at the second location out of necessity. Brown was able to successfully help all these freed slaves escape to Canada. In short, through the funding of abolitionists, Brown was able to arm himself and the freed slaves, then provide resources for the large group to travel to Canada, resorting to physical force when it was required. When Brown recounted the incident, he pointed out they returned the property of a white man who was merely a tenant on the land at one of the locations. To that individual, Brown wished no harm. 28 In contrast, the Pottawatomie massacre represented a more vaguely threatening and symbolic act in which Brown sought to kill random pro-slavery men in a pro-slavery region. This incident also notably involved wanton brutality, as Brown's men used swords to hack at their victims. Finally, no slaves were involved. 29. What we are able to determine from Brown's comparison is that he viewed the raid of the Harper's Ferry Armory as an attempt to gather resources on a larger scale in order to directly benefit the enslaved population of Virginia to arm themselves in their escape from slavery. Does that qualify as an insurrection? It did not, technically, in Brown's mind, because he was simply gaining access to arms for an aggressive, not a merely defensive, contest with the slave power. To quote the Radical Abolition Party's convention, in other words, he was not attempting to overthrow the government. 30 Brown used violence during the raid carefully, by his account, just as he did in freeing Daniels and the others. A significant, epistemic aspect of Brown's ideology that helps us understand what informed his political violence is that he viewed slavery as a kind of war. Brown demanded epistemic consistency from fellow white Americans that, first, American history glorifies revolution when people are treated unjustly by leaders, and that, second, if any of them were subject to kidnapping, hostage-taking, and forced labor, they would believe it justified to use physical force in response. Even his worst acts of violence, like the Pottawatomie massacre, were, in his estimation, a response to a nation embroiled in a larger battle that began with the creation of slavery. Remember, the Radical Abolition Party's convention identified as a great wrong done by the Founding Fathers that they founded a nation proclaiming all men born free, but then conceded that some were suitable to be enslaved. Brown states in a provisional constitution he wrote that slavery is none other than a most barbarous, unprovoked, and unjustifiable war of one portion of its citizens upon another portion in a country in which oppressed people are declared to have no rights. 31 This is a perspective shared by John Locke, who wrote, "So someone who tries to enslave me thereby puts himself in a state of war with me." 32 We have also seen that Fersen identified slavery as pervasive threat. She writes, "It seems that hostage situations like slavery are the sorts of harms to persons that warrant deadly force." When asked after Harper's Ferry how he could justify his acts, Brown responded, "I think, my friend, you are guilty of a great wrong against God and humanity. I say it without wishing to be offensive, and it would be perfectly right for anyone to interfere with you so far as to free those you willfully and wickedly hold in bondage." 33 If anything, by arming himself and his collaborators. By arming the enslaved population of America, Brown believed he was responding to like with like, he was interfering with the smooth functioning of a violent, unjust system. As we have seen with other examples of resistance violence, Brown's acts can only be understood within the larger context in which they arose. Resistance violence actors resort to it because of the systematic and structural denial of protection, rights, and any sense of political agency. Failure to recognize that context is committing the epistemic vice of selective attention to harm. Applied to Brown's case, he was working within the understanding one he gained as a child that slavery represents systematic dehumanization and brutality. Slavery is violence. Brown responded with the same. The reality of enslaved people taking up arms or others taking up arms on their behalf must always be contextually understood firmly within the system in which it appears. Brown summed up his ideology after Harper's Ferry by explaining, "I think I did right, and that others will do right who interfere with you at any time and at all times. I hold that the golden rule, do unto others as ye would that others should do unto you, applies to all who would help others to gain their liberty." 34 Here, Brown invokes the position I have cited by Nielsen, Coates, and others about how we fail to pay attention to violence by the dominant group in self-serving ways. Rebecca Traister, for instance, claims that structural violence is often conveniently ignored. The violence done by the more powerful entity, to the less powerful entity is often so normalized, so banal, so expected as to not even be discernible, not even visible, and resistance to the violence is automatically understood as disruptive. 35 Quarles makes a similar argument with regard to how black people viewed Brown's use of violence. It was not that blacks condoned the Potawatomi killings. It was simply that they viewed the incident from a wider perspective of aberrant behavior in their country with a greater familiarity with the climate of violence, both legitimate and extra-legal, in the land of their birth. The pattern of black-white relations in antebellum America was to blacks a form of violence, often concealed under familiar, institutional forms, but pervasive and ever on the march. 36. Brown displayed a rare level of epistemic awareness by his refusal to accept common stereotypes of black people at the time and his refusal to uphold epistemic and ethical norms that denied them their humanity. The story of his moral shock at the age of 12 when Brown reports he watched his friend who was enslaved being beaten, starved, and suffer a lack of adequate clothing was his introduction into this awareness. The experience made him a most determined abolitionist and led him to declare, or swear, eternal war with slavery. The depictions of enslaved people as not fully human caused Brown to wonder why other white people did not see that God was the father of enslaved children as well. 37. Brown was bothered this was not a more common response among Christians, angered by their epistemic failures, explaining that he would rejoice to learn that all sects who bear the Christian name would have no more to do with that mother of all abominations, man-stealing. 38 As we have seen, Brown believed there was a biblical basis for his radical abolitionism. In a letter to Douglas, Brown quoted these biblical passages, "Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you in that place which he shall choose, in one of thy gates where it liked him best. Thou shalt not oppress him." He also quoted the golden rule that all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them, for this is the law. 39 Brown expressed frustration that white people had created compartmentalizations that reserved these biblical laws as applying only to themselves and not to all of humanity. He refused to comply with that self-serving perspective, that willful hermeneutic ignorance, to use Polhow's term. After being captured at Harper's Ferry, a bystander said to Brown, "You are fanatical," to which Brown responded, "I think that you are fanatical." 40 This brief exchange serves as a metaphor for Brown's relation with America. To them, Brown represents someone unwilling to accept and uphold the self-serving epistemic norms that allowed white people to enslave and abuse the black population. And worse, Brown resorted to violence in his active refusal. For Brown, the cognitive immaturity of the entire American system, pro-slavery forces, the U.S. government, and moderate white abolitionists continued to allow the perpetuation of the brutalization of millions of people, the crimes of this guilty land. Brown argued that the acceptance of slavery made all institutions inherently corrupt and unjust because they passed enactments which it is self-evident are most abominably wicked and unjust. 41 Again, Brown's actions were a response to a violent system. He proclaimed, "I say that it is the system responsible for what happened at Harper's Ferry." 42. Brown was savvy enough to recommend ways that black people could use white people's epistemic ignorance and prejudice to their advantage. In a lecture to the League of Giladites in 1851, Brown offered advice about how to strategically use weapons and or violence to protect fugitive slaves. Vocalizing a version of Cherry's point about the benefit of the doubt, Brown counseled black abolitionists that, after doing their work, they should seek out their best connected and richest white friends. Your enemies will be slow to attack you after you have done your work nicely, and if they should, they will have to encounter your white friends as well as you. 43 Being in the presence of their most prominent and influential white friends will fasten upon them the suspicion of being connected with you, and will compel them to make a common cause with you, whether they would otherwise live up to their profession or not. This would leave them no choice in the matter. In other words, Brown recommended that his audience of black abolitionists make it so that white people's credibility was lent to them. Their white friends will have an incentive to cover for the black abolitionists when interacting with pro-slavery white people, for no other reason than because their white friends would want to protect their own reputation and safety. Perhaps Brown's most insightful epistemic awareness is that people likely did not object so much to what he did, but on whose behalf he did it. After the Harper's Ferry raid, Brown said, "I do not feel conscious of guilt in taking up arms, and had it been in behalf of the rich and powerful, the intelligent, the great, that I interfered, suffered, and sacrificed, and fell, it would have been doing very well." 44 Brown's words identify the double standards and racial entitlement white Americans assumed for themselves. Fighting back to end brutality, freeing someone from unjust bondage, and helping people to defend themselves would normally be considered morally admirable acts. When done on the behalf of the systematically oppressed, Brown argues, they become fanatical. Brown felt no guilt for the violence he had committed because he refused the norms of racial epistemic injustice. He was insightfully aware that dominant groups assume value to their own lives that they regularly deny to oppressed people. Douglas served as a similar force in American society, sharing King's habit of refusing to allow white America to frame their behavior in self-serving ways, by drawing the attention back to the system they had created. Men who live by robbing their fellow men of their labor and liberty have forfeited their right to know anything of the thoughts, feelings, or purposes of those whom they rob and plunder. They have, by the single act of slave holding, voluntarily placed themselves beyond the laws of justice and honor, and have become only fitted for companionship with thieves and pirates, the common enemies of God and mankind. While it shall be considered right to protect oneself against thieves, burglars, robbers, assassins, and to slay a wild beast in the act of devouring his human prey, it can never be wrong for the embruted and whip-scarred slaves, or their friends, to hunt, harass, and even strike down the traffickers in human flesh. 45. An epistemic issue I have addressed is what I call waitism, or the advice from the dominant group that those oppressed just need to wait for things to improve and to not rush society to change. Advice to wait, when given from dominant groups, lacks the empathy philosophers of epistemic injustice call for and displays a kind of epistemic numbness that fails to listen to what politically vulnerable people experience and how they perceive their situation. Waitism supplants the perspective of the politically vulnerable and paternalistically tells them what a better approach is. Sharing Brown's impatience, James Newton Gloucester, a black clergyman living in Brooklyn, wrote to him, "Long enough have we had this great evil in our land discussed in all its possible aspects. Long have we applied to it, as we have thought, all the moral means that enlightened men are capable, but yet this evil as a system remains the same. They have not phased it as yet in one material point. Hall we in the language of that noble patriot of this country now use the means that God and nature has placed within our power?" I hope, sir, to this sentiment in Philadelphia there is but one response. 46. In Chap. 1. I raised the possibility that one reason white Americans might support nonviolent direct action, even unconsciously, is that they stand to benefit from protest methods that pose little personal threat or risk as a comeuppance for the history of racial injustice. Violent methods, in other words, pose a risk to white America and so may be immediately condemned for no other reason. As we saw, slave rebellions were often followed with brutal, mass random killings of both free and enslaved black people in order to serve as a warning about that kind of choice. Likewise, lynchings were frequently carried out because a black person killed a white person. Therefore, Epistemic humility requires white Americans to consider the overwhelming support, appreciation, and gratitude Brown received from his black contemporaries. What does it suggest, for instance, about their experience of living under white domination and oppression? Does the common condemnation of Brown serve as a way to avoid grappling with what he was responding to? Here is a sampling of the profound gratitude some of Brown's black contemporaries expressed as his execution neared. The Reverend Henry Highland Garnet held a meeting in his New York home for Brown supporters where they prayed to God for one whom they felt had offered up his life, and the lives of those dearer to him than his own, in an effort to obtain for the oppressed race their God-given rights. 47 The black women attendants contacted Brown's wife, Mary, expressing that they viewed him as following the Christian passage, "What you have done for the least of my brothers you've done for me." 48 They hoped to collect money in black churches for Mary and her children. On the evening of Brown's hanging, black people gathered in many northern cities. A gathering in Boston involved nearly 3,000 people. One of the participants spoke of Harper's Ferry as causing the South to tremble with a moral earthquake and of Brown giving up his life and putting a Liberty Ball in motion. 49 Resolved, that we hold the name of Old Capt. John Brown in the most sacred remembrance, now the first disinterested martyr for our liberty, therefore we will ever vindicate his character through all coming time. 50. Black Abolitionist. Charles H. Langston wrote to a Cleveland paper after Harper's Ferry, methodically arguing that, if one consistently applies common political and religious principles, Brown's actions were both necessary and justified. Were the noble old hero and his brave faithful followers engaged in a mean, selfish, and dastardly work? Were they plotting crime against the rights or liberties of any human being? Were they in Virginia to take the property or lives of men who respect the rights of life, liberty, or property in others? Capt. Brown was engaged in no vile, base, sordid, malicious, or selfish enterprise. His aims and ends were lofty, noble, generous, benevolent, humane, and godlike. His actions were in perfect harmony with, and resulted from the teaching of the Bible, of our revolutionary fathers and of every true and faithful anti-slavery man in this country and the world. Does not the Holy Bible teach us that it is the duty of the strong and powerful to assist the weak and helpless, that the rich should succor the poor and needy? Does it not tell us to loose the bonds of wickedness, undo the heavy burdens and let the oppressed go free? Did not Capt. Brown act in consonance with these biblical principles and injunctions? He went to Virginia to aid the afflicted and the helpless, to assist the weak and to relieve the poor and needy. His actions then are only the results of his faithfulness to the plain teaching to the Word of God. 51. This analysis of Brown's actions, motivations, and black support for the raid at Harper's Ferry provides the context for understanding how his choices might constitute an act of resistance violence on behalf of others. I have defined resistance violence as when the politically vulnerable carry out acts of violence as an expression of their political agency, resisting their dehumanization by a system that offers them no real civic, legal, criminal, or judicial protection and leaves them to exist as bare life or legal freaks. By resisting their dehumanization, resistance violence actors are attempting to establish their dignity. Quarles claims that Brown's black contemporaries did not for the most part struggle with the morality of his choices throughout his anti-slavery campaign. Instead, to black Americans the leader at Harper's Ferry was primarily a symbol that gave them dignity. 52 Because resistance actors have been denied traditional routes of political agency and enfranchisement, resistance violence is a contextually reasonable political option. It becomes the only form of political agency left to them. Even though the Radical Abolitionist Party declared they were using aggressive and not merely defensive force, I contend that they were advocating responding to a system of violence like other resistance actors do. As I have shown, important epistemic justice issues arise with how the dominant group regards resistance violence if doing so does not also acknowledge the systematic dehumanization from which it emerges. Selective attention, compartmentalization, and willful ignorance all contribute to failing to acknowledge the dehumanizing conditions imposed upon the politically vulnerable in which violence becomes a viable option. Epistemic justice involves placing resistance violence within the unjust conditions in which it arises. It means that bringing an end to this kind of violence involves more than blaming resistance actors, it involves addressing the underlying dehumanizing conditions as well. Point 53. Fundamental to my description of resistance violence is that an individual is resisting their own dehumanization through using the only form of political action readily available to them, violence, thereby establishing political agency and their dignity. How then are we to regard political violence like John Brown's, committed on behalf of another? Does it still fulfill the description of resistance violence if it is not an act of political agency by the politically vulnerable themselves? I propose that it does, but in a qualified form. I refer to this kind of violence as resistance violence by proxy. John Brown's case shows that resistance actors who are not part of the politically vulnerable group take on the risk of not surviving their action in an effort to benefit another. Resistance violence on another's behalf attempts to establish the other's dignity for them but without forcing the politically vulnerable party to face the risks of doing so. Resistance violence for another, like Brown symbolically states, these individuals are human persons deserving dignity and respect but are systematically denied both, existing as bare life. I will confront this system on their behalf by meeting violence with the full understanding I may pay with my life. John Brown possessed a lifelong commitment to dignifying, advancing, and protecting free black people and enslaved people. Violence was merely among the methods he used. Resistance violence committed on another's behalf, then, might be best described as pushing open a door for another, being the force willing to create a crisis that can no longer be ignored in the fight for change. Point 54. Resistance violence on another's behalf is committed in order to create the conditions for the full expression of political agency for the other. Harriet Tubman famously said of Brown, "He done more in dying than 100 men would in living." Brown was motivated by a commitment to protect and dignify politically vulnerable black people in America. As with other forms of resistance violence, Brown's actions were not self-defense in the traditional sense of the term because he knew that he would likely pay with his life. He was also not facing an imminent threat. What he was defending was the dignity of black people. Brown said before his execution, "Now if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood further with the blood of my children and with the blood of millions in this slave country whose rights are disregarded by wicked and cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit, so let it be done." 55. There is one characteristic of my definition of resistance violence that can be significantly altered when it comes to resistance violence by proxy: the purpose of the violence. As I have noted, resistance actors, as politically vulnerable, know they will likely pay with their lives for responding with violence, and they frequently do. They already face a heightened risk of violence by the state and by fellow people. But resistance violence by proxy involves violence by someone who is not themselves politically vulnerable. As a result, they may have reason to believe their use of violence will be effective, namely, as a form of protection for the politically vulnerable. Brown's freeing enslaved people by holding their enslavers at gunpoint is a prime example. It worked. This is not to suggest that resistance actors by proxy escape paying with their lives because they also know that the state will likely find their use of violence unjustified, as Brown's case illustrates. It simply means that the purpose of their resistance violence is varied. Resistance violence by proxy attempts to establish the dignity of the politically vulnerable by sometimes fighting to protect them. The protection is sometimes successful. If resistance violence represents the politically vulnerable attempting to dignify and humanize themselves in a system that deprives them of these things, it is necessary to consider if resistance violence by proxy essentially usurps the political agency of the vulnerable group, especially since they are individuals who, by definition, lack other forms of political agency. What does it mean for someone to take action and commit violence in their place? I propose it is not necessarily usurping their political agency if done carefully. First, resistance violence by proxy does not eliminate the possibility that the politically vulnerable might also carry it out as well. If anything, it is attempting to spare them from yet another form of harm while not eliminating the choice for them if they wish. It is best described as taking on some of the burden but not prohibiting them from taking the same action. Indeed, Some of Brown's collaborators in the raid on Harper's Ferry were black. Furthermore, it is possible resistance violence by proxy occurs through an explicit request by the politically vulnerable, as was the case when Daniels asked John Brown for help. The civil rights movement sometimes used white activists to their advantage by ensuring that if they became caught up in situations where the police used force, it would be more likely to provoke national outrage. Second, significant is whether the resistance actor by proxy seeks out partnership, collaboration, and dialogue with the vulnerable group when possible. To do so reflects attempts to not so much usurp their political agency as to be a conduit for its expression. Brown turned to both Douglas and Tubman throughout the planning of the Harper's Ferry raid. Tubman continued to support Brown by recruiting more fugitives for his cause, maintaining interest among friends, and directly assisting in the military planning for the assault. Indeed, she remained a fixture in his plans until nearly the end. 56 Brown hoped for both to accompany him in the raid, but neither did. Third, significant also is how the politically vulnerable group themselves regards the resistance violence by proxy. Of course, perceptions are bound to vary since no demographic of people have a unified vision, but does the recipient group generally seem to view the action positively? Do they generally appear to feel diminished or dignified by it? As we have seen, the general perception of Captain Brown by his black contemporaries vocalized by Harriet Tubman was not only positive but deeply grateful. Responses ranged from sending his widow money to wearing mourning clothes in his honor to closing shops during the time he was being executed. Charles Langston said of Brown on the day of his hanging, "I never thought that I should ever join in doing honor to or mourning for any American white man," and described Brown as a lover of mankind, not of any particular class or color, but of all men. 57 If anything, the criticism, if it can be called that, expressed by Brown's contemporaries was that Brown's choice of plans did not go far enough. George de Baptiste suggested a massive campaign of bombing Southern white churches. Henry Highland Garnet said, not entirely sarcastically, that they should have put a box of matches in the pocket of each slave. Lastly, as J. Sella Martin interestingly suggested, it was rightful that a raid like Brown's did not include many black people since, as Martin argues, it would have been foolish to cooperate with Brown since they were wise to not be trustful of white people. 20th-century black leaders like Malcolm X and Stokely Carmichael also respected Brown's chosen actions. Carmichael named Brown and the radical Republican Thaddeus Stevens as the only white figures in U.S. history worthy of African American admiration. 58 Therefore, there is solid evidence that Brown's resistance violence by proxy did not further violate the agency and dignity of black people. Contemporary scholarship around social justice movements helps us explore the critical yet complicated role of allies. As discussed in the preface, there are significant ethical and political issues at play with political action of any kind on behalf of another running the risk of reinforcing the very structural inequalities being challenged. Help and support are often choices fraught with potential blind spots of slipping into the same hierarchical thinking one is putatively committed to contesting. In Brown's case, what did it mean for a white man in the 19th century to decide that black people would benefit from his help? Myisha Cherry ends her book The Case for Rage with a detailed discussion of allies within a social justice movement, particularly white people helping to confront racism. As Cherry warns, there is always the danger that when combating racism white allies slip into a white savior complex that problematizes their help in self-serving ways and ends up depicting the group in question as helpless, inferior, incompetent, and the likes. Central to Cherry's discussion is the understanding that white privilege and epistemic ignorance are such insidiously invasive dimensions of white existence that well-meaning allies do not necessarily overcome these blind spots in promoting the dignity of black people. Authentic commitment and respectful help mean it is best that white people decenter themselves, their perspectives, and their voices. Cherry writes, allies must speak up, not over others. 59 It involves not falling into the epistemic assumption that sympathy with the politically vulnerable equates to sharing their experiences. Instead, one should aim for solidarity within a mode of listening and continual learning. The ally's role is to amplify, to provide a platform for the marginalized to speak. 60 Cherry also warns against moral grandstanding that attempts to project oneself as one of the good ones, since to do so, again, draws the focus back onto the self. There is no question Brown's desire to help the black population certainly had paternalistic overtones, aligning with other examples of 19th century white abolitionism. 61 In a letter to his wife, Brown wrote, "I have improved my leisure hours quite busily with colored people here, in advising them how to act, and in giving them all the encouragement in my power. They are very much in need of encouragement and advice." 62 In the most literal sense, it is materially true that as politically vulnerable people without rights and education, black people during Brown's era needed help. They needed resources, protection, somewhere to hide, training, and financial support. They needed this help from both other black people and from white people. It is also true that some people were better positioned to be able to provide that kind of help. 63 For instance, as a free white man, Brown had access to guns the enslaved population did not. Upon the Golden Rule, "I pity the poor in bondage that have none to help them, that is why I am here, not to gratify any personal animosity, revenge, or vindictive spirit," Brown said of his Harper's Ferry raid, "It is my sympathy with the oppressed and the wronged, that are as good as you and as precious in the sight of God." Therefore, Brown's help, while desperately needed and welcomed in many cases, did not always overcome the socially defined racial roles of his time. 64 And yet there were also moments when Brown intentionally sought out the advice and guidance from the black people he wanted to help. He wrote in a letter to his family that he wished to learn from Mr. Lyman E. Epps, Brown's neighbor in upstate New York, and all the colored people how they would wish and advise me to act in the case, all things considered. As I volunteer in the service, they have a right to vote as to course I take. 65 Brown also sought the guidance of Douglas, Tubman, McCune Smith, and Reverend Jermaine W. Logan, particularly about whether he should go to Kansas to stop the spread of pro-slavery into that region. Tubman's biographer writes that Brown hoped that her expert knowledge of the communication and transport lines on the Underground Railroad might be used to his advantage during his planned assault on Harper's Ferry. 66 He bestowed upon Tubman the honorific title of General, expressing admiration for her leadership abilities and her uncanny ability to go undetected. Tubman returned the admiration, referring to him as Captain Brown because he was unlike any white man she had met before. 67 Luttrell examines possible white responses to racial social movements, cautioning that blind spots occur when power and interests promote forgetting and make certain processes invisible, encouraging both humility and self-reflection among white allies with the understanding there exist structural obstacles to that happening. 68 She cites Janine Jones' term goodwill whites who want to be or are seen as being champions of liberty. 69 Another possible response is passive whiteness, which, according to Luttrell, is an unwillingness to better a cause and instead to stand on the sidelines supporting the movement but not actively taking part. In contrast, Christopher LeBron defines radicalism as the imagination and the will to think and act outside the bounds of the morally acceptable. 70 Luttrell adds, radical means visionary, in the sense of being able to imagine the unprecedented. 71 Luttrell discusses how white people have historically equated any strong show of emotion among black people as a threat, as a form of violence. 72 Therefore, a white person willing to pick up the cause may spare black people from the problems that arise when being regarded as a threat. Applied to John Brown's variation of help, he certainly shared some of the typical blind spots and the paternalism of other variations of 19th century white abolitionism, but it is also true that his help was not reducible to a one-dimensional, patronizing expression either. Indeed, Brown managed to embody some of the best advice from contemporary scholars guiding white people's desire to serve as an ally. Brown sought partnerships with prominent black abolitionists and consulted with them about strategy in eradicating slavery. Brown was not guilty of passive whiteness that refuses to take on risks to address social injustice. And Brown fits LeBron's description of radical as someone serving as a visionary of the unprecedented. Finally, Brown displayed an admirably sophisticated epistemic awareness about the social justice issues involved with how slavery is characterized and the attempts to combat it. Most problematic, however, is that Brown's disposition veered toward saviorism, especially with the reliance on biblical validation inherent to his mindset. It is a characterization shared by others and promoted in his memory after his death. Victor Hugo referred to Brown as the liberator, the champion of Christ. Ralph Waldo Emerson famously commented that Brown's martyrdom, if it shall be perfected, will make the gallows as glorious as the cross. At the time of Brown's execution, Harriet Tubman visited her friend Edna Cheney, who later reported how distraught Tubman was about Brown's death. Cheney later relayed that Tubman said to her, "It's clear to me, it wasn't John Brown that died on the gallows. When I think how he gave up his life for our people, and how he never flinched, but was so brave to the end, it's clear to me it wasn't mortal man, it was God in him." 73. A particularly interesting example is the story that, on his way to the gallows, Brown passed by an older black woman holding up a black infant to whom Brown lovingly offered a kiss. Multiple paintings portray the scene, including one showing the noose Brown will be executed by ominously depicted over his shoulder. The image is included in the opening pages of Benjamin Quarles's authoritative book on the relationship between Brown and his black contemporaries. There is no evidence this kiss actually happened, however. Clearly, the image symbolically harkens back to the biblical story about Christ lovingly welcoming the children. Yet these savior-like comparisons, and the possible condescension toward black people implied there, did not erase gratitude within the black community, as Tubman's words reflect. No matter how potentially self-promoting Brown regarded himself and his help to black people to be, it is still the case, witnessed all the way through to Ta-Nehisi Coates today, that it was nonetheless deeply appreciated. While Brown awaited his execution, a black abolitionist woman named Frances Ellen Watkins wrote him a letter, worth duplicating here in its entirety. "Dear friend, although the hands of slavery throw a barrier between you and me, and it may not be my privilege to see you in the prison house, Virginia has no bolts or bars through which I dread to send you my sympathy. In the name of the young girl sold from the warm clasp of a mother's arms to the clutches of a libertine or profligate, in the name of the slave mother, her heart rocked to and fro by the agony of the mournful separation, I thank you that you have been brave enough to reach out your hands to the crushed and blighted of my race. You have rocked the bloody Bastille, and I hope from your sad fate great good may arise to the cause of your freedom. Already from your prison has come a shout of triumph against the sin of our country. We may earnestly hope that your fate will not be a vain lesson, that it will intensify our hatred of slavery and our love of freedom, and that your martyr grave will be a sacred altar upon which men will record their vows of undying hatred to that system which tramples on man and bids defiance of God. I have written to your dear wife, and sent her a few dollars, and pledge myself to you and continue to assist her. 74. Today, our understanding of allyship reflects deeper nuance than how it was understood during Brown's time. The result is that we are able to regard the help Brown offered to black people for the complexity that it is. If anything, John Brown serves as a valuable case study about what he did admirably and what allies can do today to avoid his mistakes. For instance, one improvement might be the anonymity embodied by members of Antifa expressed through never identifying themselves by name and dressing to hide their identity literally, their gender, race, and even age. These practices avoid self-promotion and white saviorism if, for no other reason, who and what race they are remain hidden. It is true that John Brown was a complicated and controversial political activist. His chosen forms of protest and resistance went far beyond what many would find to be morally acceptable. But, if nothing else, the epistemically marginalized voices of his black contemporaries deserve our consideration and critical engagement. Epistemically virtuous behavior requires it. 5. The question is not about the weapon, but the spirit in which you use it. Henry David Thoreau. Margaret Betz. 1. Philosophy, Rutgers University, Camden, New Jersey, USA. Political vulnerability and modes of violent protest today. This project has been an exploration of political protest and resistance, including my effort to name and describe a particular type of political violence resistance. Violence. I have clarified that not all uses of violence in political contexts qualify as resistance. Violence because of the characteristics specific to this particular type. My project so far has focused primarily on examining historical examples of resistance. Violence emerging from within contexts that are so egregiously oppressive and dehumanizing that they serve as exemplary cases to illustrate my position. But historical examples, while illustrative, may feel unsatisfying as we struggle to make sense of our own tumultuous times and dramatic current events. What groups exemplify the characteristics of political vulnerability today? And what uses of political violence therefore qualify as resistance? Violence. Such an undertaking could become overwhelming in its enormity, so in this chapter I will limit myself to focusing on a handful of contemporary representative cases: violent anti-abortion activism, Antifa, the January 6 insurrection of the U.S. Capitol, and property damage during the George Floyd protests. This examination will surely not be exhaustive of all the contemporary uses of protest and political violence, but they may serve as indications of how we might weigh similar uses of political violence today. This chapter begins with a discussion of two contemporary groups that I believe fulfill my definition of political vulnerability: trans people and migrants. Finally, as we look to the future, I propose utilizing the best conclusions and advice from Laftivism and John Brown's strategic use of the epistemic ignorance and epistemic vices of the dominant group to help the politically vulnerable. Politically vulnerable people today, trans people and migrants. One question I am frequently asked when discussing my research that primarily focuses on American slavery and the Jim Crow era is: what groups qualify as the politically vulnerable today? The groups I instinctively offered in the moment as possibilities, migrants and trans people, are still the ones I believe best fit the description. This is not to imply that other groups do not fit the description as well, but examining the current status of these two groups and the multiple, comprehensive ways in which they face deprivation and denial of the ability to flourish shows the severity of their current politically vulnerable status. Geronimus cites research that the societal narrative and perception about different groups of people, the narratives that inform laws and general acceptance or exclusion, have a tremendous impact on the group in question. Common narratives that other, exclude, and pathologize people have a profound impact on how comfortably they move through public social spaces and experience living in their own bodies. These can exert pernicious health effects beyond the legal constraints they place on a marginalized population. Researchers found, for instance, that rates of depression in gay and bisexual men in Massachusetts dropped after legalization of same-sex marriage in the state. In the following, I discuss how comprehensively dehumanizing the living conditions and everyday experiences of trans people and migrants are in contemporary times. These dehumanizing conditions rob them of human dignity and constitute political vulnerability. Trans people as politically vulnerable. What migrants and trans people share in common is that they are denied benefit of the doubt, which means a general cloud of suspicion remains over them. Anyone Hispanic looking is regarded suspiciously as illegal, and people who do not look sufficiently masculine or feminine are regarded as covertly trans. Earlier I discussed the dehumanizing effect of show your papers laws on Latino people and what impact it has on them as they move about their day. Similar levels of suspicion are directed at people who do not meet assumed gender presentation standards, which in turn invites dystopian gatekeeping surveillance of everyone's gender presentation. In one example, a Canadian couple forcefully questioned the gender of a 9-year-old cisgender girl participating in a track event, turning to her parents and accusing them of being a genital mutilator, pedophiles, and groomers too. What migrants and trans people, then, share in common is that larger society is invited to gatekeep and potentially challenge their very existence. Everyone else is given societal permission to force them to prove their legitimacy. Point 3. They're inherently suspicious. Status may possibly affect everything in their lives, from housing options to job prospects to participation in public activities to personal safety. Migrants and trans people are encouraged to feel othered, excluded, and illegitimate. The T in LGBTQ, of course, stands for trans people in the proverbial rainbow of gender and sexual expressions and interests, but it is only in the last handful of years that political forces and grassroots groups have focused nearly exclusively on them as targets for denigration and demonization. Sometimes it involves harassment toward any variation of LGBTQ, but the most forceful talking points currently tend to target trans people. The Southern Poverty Law Center reported in 2022 that especially people who identify as conservative believe that trans people pose a threat to children and society at large. Conservative activists have picketed pride events and drag queen story hours, boycotted trans-friendly corporations and businesses, and fought to remove LGBTQ reading material from libraries. Republican state legislators have prioritized removing LGBTQ-related educational school material, enacted legislation that discourages acknowledgement and acceptance of trans kids in their schools, created obstacles for especially trans youth to seeking out gender-affirming medical care or participating in sports, and allowed for the possibility of the refusal of medical treatment based on the practitioner's or pharmacist's religious beliefs. The ACLU reports that anti-LGBTQ bills introduced are currently at a record high. 17 states have enacted laws restricting or banning gender-affirming care for minors at the time of writing this book. Over two-thirds of the bills involving health care in 2023 focus on stopping gender-affirming medical care for trans minors. The overall result has been the promotion and normalization of a toxic environment for anyone who identifies as trans in the U.S. Trans people frequently report feeling threatened and under attack. Ari Drennan, the LGBTQ program director for Media Matters and a transgender woman, was quoted by the New York Times as saying she feels attacked in her very right just to exist in public, for some of the legislation is written by conservative organizations like the Family Research Council, relying on talking points that conflict with the best advice from professional medical organizations. 5 Several of the potential Republican candidates for the 2024 presidential election have expressed support for anti-trans legislation. Geronimus writes, "We are finding evidence of the cumulative toll transgender Americans are paying with their health as they navigate a society and institutions that were neither made for or are welcoming of the LGBTQ community, a toll that in the United States appears largest for Black, trans, feminine and non-binary people assigned male at birth." 6. The furor and speed with which this issue gained so much attention caught many people by surprise. The explicit goal of anti-trans activism and legislation is to create a wedge issue as motivation to not only vote but to vote for conservative politicians who will pass legislation to protect the public. During Trump's administration, a motivating wedge issue focused on migrants at the southern border, attention has now primarily turned to trans people and the supposed dangers they represent. Accusations without evidence point to things like trans people grooming children and harming women in public bathrooms. 7 Past wedge issues like the fight against gay marriage and overturning Roe v. Wade no longer remain viable motivators to garner votes. The New York Times quotes Terry Schilling, the president of American Principles Project, as saying, "We knew we needed to find an issue that candidates were comfortable talking about and we threw everything at the wall. 8 Trans issues stuck. Encouraging the denial of trans acceptance preys on people's unease about a variety of issues like shifting gender roles, parental rights, science as inherently untrustworthy, and anxiety about masculinity as under attack. The conditions I provide about what constitutes political vulnerability involve various ways that the state and fellow citizens deprive and deny those groups of the factors that promote human flourishing and actively encourage their dehumanization. Not every condition applies to all politically vulnerable groups because of differing factors unique to them. Historically, Black people, for instance, have been forced into segregated communities and therefore may be victims of environmental racism, while trans youth live with their cisgender parents. But of the possible conditions I offer in Chap. 3. Many apply to trans people. The denial of traditional modes of protection from the system, like police protection and access to sustaining health care. The denial of traditional modes of enhancement that promote human flourishing. The denial of traditional modes of civic engagement with the system, like access to public office and professional positions. The denial of traditional modes of community-granted respect, like being believed, being given the benefit of the doubt, being heard, being considered an expert or a credible source of knowledge, visibility as a community or political leader. The denial of traditional modes of neutral and/or positive depictions in the media, entertainment, and news. The denial of traditional modes of peace of mind by not being the target of harm, harassment, or violence. This includes the freedom to move about in public spaces, to not be threatened with detention and arrest. Trans philosopher Talia May Betcher considers the ethical and epistemological issues at play when others refuse to accept someone declaring they are trans. She maintains that everyone has first-person authority with respect to their gender because of the epistemic hubris involved with telling someone they are mistaken in their first-hand experience of their own gender. Betcher explains this is not to imply each of us is infallible, but only that we have moral authority over our own gender. The current climate in the U.S., heightened in some deeply conservative states, is inhospitable to trans people and leaves them under a cloud of threat. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed legislation in the spring of 2023 that targets even gender-affirming medical care for adults, making violation of the requirements a crime. Florida residents describe being blindsided by the legislation. The Associated Press hid the identity of a trans couple interviewed about the legislation because not everyone in their lives know they are trans and they fear reprisal. Legislation in Florida also encourages hesitation among doctors to provide gender-affirming care because of a 20-year statute of limitations regarding the care they have provided. The impact, arguably purposeful, is that doctors fear legal punishment, so they err on the side of interpreting such laws by severely restricting the gender-affirming care they are willing to offer to trans people. Trans minors have written publicly about how these state legislators and anti-trans organizations help create a climate of wariness, open hostility, and bullying in their schools, by both teachers and fellow students. At a Pennsylvania school board meeting in 2022, a superintendent stated that after talking to the Gay Straight Alliance students, he found that a successful day for a trans student is getting through the day and not being harassed, getting through the hallway without somebody sending a slur your way. 9 students report that teachers seem indifferent to helping them, some because they worry about legislation and district policies that discourages acceptance and support. Leading medical groups in the U.S. like the American Medical Association and the American Psychiatric Association oppose attempts to restrict what they have determined is age-appropriate gender-affirming care to trans children, noting that conservative talking points about such care are often factually inaccurate exaggerations. This systematic inhospitable climate creates fear, anxiety, and depression in trans people. The National Institute of Health reported in 2022 that 82% of trans people have considered suicide and 40% have attempted suicide, with the risk heightened among youth. Research has found that what had the most impact is facing hostility in their everyday lives, including things like not feeling like they belong at school and the lack of familial acceptance. A uniquely dehumanizing form of denial and deprivation that applies to LGBTQ people is the attempt at full erasure and invisibility. By associating such people with threat and danger to especially children without any factual basis for such claims, political forces are attempting to remove LGBTQ people from public life in all senses by creating a proverbial social and legislative closet. They aim to outlaw acknowledgement of any expression that conflicts with cisgender heterosexuality. This attempt is most pronounced with trans people. In such an atmosphere of hostility, rejection, and demonization, it is no wonder that hate crimes have become more prevalent against LGBTQ people. A nonprofit organization called the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project reports almost 200 anti-LGBTQ incidents in 2022, which represents 3 times the amount from the year before. UCLA School of Law has found that LGBTQ people are 9 times more likely to be the victim of a violent hate crime than heterosexual cisgender people. 2 mass shootings at nightclubs catering to LGBTQ people, Club Q in Colorado Springs and Pulse in Orlando, resulted altogether in 54 people murdered and 78 people injured. Hate crimes against trans people are not the only violence relevant to their vulnerable status in the U.S. Political pundits like Tucker Carlson have encouraged outrage about trans medical care, misleading the public about what constitutes gender-affirming care per age bracket. Carlson raged on his now-defunct Fox television show against Vanderbilt University Medical Center and shared the names and photographs of their board of directors because of the gender-affirming care offered through their medical center. Boston Children's Hospital has faced over a dozen bomb threats regarding their gender-affirming care, which has forced them to evacuate the buildings more than once. The police arrested one person who made such a call, a woman who accused the hospital staff of being sickos in her threat. Like abortion providers before them, doctors who work at these facilities need extra security because they have received so many death threats. Areas of political vulnerability can overlap, witnessed in how trans people of color face even greater threat. A survey of trans people found that black trans people's unemployment rate is 26%, which is 4 times the rate of the general population. 41% say they have experienced homelessness during their lifetime, which is 5 times greater than the general population. Black trans people experience high levels of extreme poverty, which is 8 times greater than the general population. Nearly half of the black trans people who responded to the survey report being harassed at school and work. 49% of black trans people who responded reported that they have attempted suicide. Human Rights Campaign's 2022 report on trans violence shows that trans people of color account for 81% of victims that year, and 59% were black. An example of legislation that targets trans people as suspicious is referred to as walking while trans bans. While technically directed against people selling sex on the street, the law allows police to cast suspicion on anyone potentially loitering based on where they are standing or the clothes they are wearing. But police frequently have interpreted the law to profile particularly trans people. Alfonso David, the president of Human Rights Campaign, says, New Yorkers have been fighting for years to end what has become stop and frisk for trans women of color, and the walking while trans ban enabled the profiling and arrest of trans New Yorkers for doing nothing more than standing or walking on the street. Some states have repealed their laws directed at public loitering because of how they were being used as a tool of trans discrimination. Multiple areas of trans people's lives represent dehumanizing conditions that threaten their material, physical, and psychological well-being, with state actors openly condoning hostility by fellow citizens. Trans people's vulnerable status robs them of dignity and leaves them without any reasonable expectation of protection from the police. Migrants. In 1970, Gloria Anzaldúa wrote, "The dominant white culture is killing us slowly with its ignorance." 10. She speaks of the psychological armor necessary for the protection of their open, vulnerable selves from negative forces while engaging in the world. 11. Many white U.S. citizens have long warily viewed people approaching the southern border to become citizens. Multiple qualities about them tend to be things the dominant group already holds negative stereotypes about: their need for financial help and material resources, their non-white skin, and their unfamiliarity with English. Combined, migrants become a powerful target for social policies that already demonized any of those groups. Hostility and dehumanization of migrants reached crisis level during the administration of Donald Trump. 12. A significant way that groups can be dehumanized, one I have not discussed, is through demeaning names. Denigrating names have played a powerful role in systematic dehumanization and genocide. Consider the example of the Hutus calling the Tutsis cockroaches, fueling the Rwandan genocide. The manifestation of this dehumanization toward migrants has been the tendency for some Americans to refer to them as illegals. This word choice is an excellent example of selective epistemic framing, since people trying to enter the U.S. at the border are reduced to this one, supposedly unlawful, act. The selective attention accomplishes multiple things. It discourages any sense of sympathy or attempt to understand why they want to become U.S. citizens, it encourages a rejection of their requests based on their unlawful status, and it ignores that, every day, average citizens break several laws. Yet we would consider it odd to refer to any citizen as illegal simply based on these actions, rightfully confused by why we should think their entire existence can be defined that way. What moral and legal responsibilities could we possibly have toward illegals, after all? People working in immigration law have been quick to publicly dispute whether approaching the border to gain entry and become a citizen constitutes an illegal act, and that, even if it is, it represents a minor infraction. In the end, already viewing anyone whom you suspiciously believe crossed the border to become a U.S. citizen as illegal means many things are likely to follow, all of which leave that group in a vulnerable status. Language that tends to other or reduce persons to a negative quality, like the homeless or addicts, has gotten a lot of attention lately for how these identifiers actively encourage other people to view them as defined by that quality and as little else. The poor treatment that is all but guaranteed to follow is no surprise. Migrants from the southern border have been used as props in political stunts by southern states angry over the impact of what they believe to be lax democratic immigration policies and attitudes. The Texas and Florida governors have sent over 13,000 migrants to several sanctuary cities in the northern U.S. by bus and plane. One bus was sent to the D.C. residence of the Vice President, Kamala Harris, clearly without the expectation that even that big a home would be able to accommodate the 50 migrants on board. Legal questions surround these trips because the migrants in question may have been misled about where they were being sent and what awaited them. A Texas sheriff recommended that criminal charges be brought against Governor Ron DeSantis in his role of sending 49 migrants by plane to the island of Martha's Vineyard, which has no facilities to accommodate refugees. Furthermore, the destination cities are not given notice the migrants will be arriving, confirming the transfers are not the result of negotiation but rather to test the sanctuary state/city's commitment to immigrants at the border. The issue is not whether Texas struggles to handle the steady flow of migrants seeking residence in the U.S., it is possible Texas does not receive enough federal help. The issue is rather how the migrants are treated. Basic moral requirements to uphold each individual's dignity reveal the multiple ways these bus trips prioritize making a political statement, especially one that will win the approval of most voters in those southern states. In prior chapters, I discussed the effects of policies targeting Latino people no matter their legal status that represent great harm and threat to them, show your papers policies and the ICE raid of an Iowa slaughterhouse. Added to those is the Great Replacement theory mentioned in the preface. This conspiracy theory promotes hostile, dehumanizing conditions for Latino people in the U.S. and, more, it gains mainstream traction in American political circles. In order to situate my project, I made reference to the Unite the Right rally in which young men carrying tiki torches walked through the streets of Charlottesville chanting "Jews will not replace us." Their chant is based in the conspiracy theory that non-white people are actively encouraged to reproduce and/or become U.S. citizens in order to outnumber white voters and take over U.S. politics. 13 White supremacist groups promote this theory as endangering the very existence of the white race. Not only does the Great Replacement theory encourage white people to feel threatened by all other races, it is anti-Semitic as well by relying on an age-old trope that Jewish people are the mastermind behind it all. Mass shooters have viewed this as justification to kill BIPOC and Jews. In June of 2022, the Southern Poverty Law Center reported that replacement theory is now mainstream among Republican voters. According to the SPLC, they found that nearly 7 in 10 Republicans surveyed responded they agree that liberal forces of some form are trying to replace more conservative voters. Various Republican politicians have vocalized similar sentiments, including Senator Ron Johnson and Matt Gaetz. A New York Times analysis of Tucker Carlson's Fox News show revealed that, out of 1,150 episodes, Carlson made reference to Democrats forcing demographic changes in 400 of them. The SPLC concludes, in a telling show of how deeply the Great Replacement theory has embedded itself within the GOP, many Republicans and right-wing figures doubled down on the narrative after a mass shooter purposely drove to an area in Buffalo so that he could kill black people. 14 There is a link to hostility to trans people as well, since Great Replacement theory angrily regards anyone challenging traditional gender roles. It is believed trans people discourage cisgender women from having babies by disrupting their feminine roles. Like trans people, migrants who arrive at the southern U.S. border fulfill the conditions for my definition of politically vulnerable. Also, like trans people, the vulnerability they face extends beyond literal migrants because Latin and Hispanic people in general are viewed with suspicion, whether native-born or not. In multiple ways, they face denigration and dehumanization in public conversations. They also tend to live among other minorities in the U.S., so they are exposed to many of the same environmental harms, safety issues, and health hazards. The ICE raid and show your papers policies reveal the lack of protection they can expect from police. Migrants are known to take the types of jobs white Americans view unfavorably because they are physically demanding labor. They are denied communally granted respect from a sizable segment of the American population who view them as a threat. They are equally denied positive representation in media, entertainment, and news. Finally, as Geronimus research shows, they are denied peace of mind by being denied the freedom to comfortably move about and appear in public. They fear arrest and detention, and they are the target of violence. Therefore, the following conditions of political vulnerability apply to migrants and, in many ways, to Latin people generally. The denial of traditional modes of protection from the system, like police protection and access to sustaining health care. The denial of traditional modes of enhancement that promote human flourishing like safe neighborhoods free of environmental harm and crime. The denial of traditional modes of civic engagement with the system, like access to voting in elections without undue burden. The denial of traditional modes of community-granted respect, like being believed, being given the benefit of the doubt, being heard, being considered an expert or a credible source of knowledge, visibility as a community or political leader. The denial of traditional modes of neutral and/or positive depictions in the media, entertainment, and news. The denial of traditional modes of peace of mind by not being the target of harm, harassment, or violence. This includes the freedom to move about in public spaces, to not be threatened with detention and arrest. Another way that migrants exist as politically vulnerable is that their immigration status makes them susceptible to exploitation by those deceptively offering them help with the process of settling and naturalization. PolitiFact produced a report in June 2023 exposing the multiple ways that migrants are bilked out of money through fake job offers and legal help, and even human trafficking. The researchers at PolitiFact found that nearly two-thirds of the respondents said they were affected by fraud or misinformation. 15 One of the most nefarious forms of the multiple forms of exploitation that contribute to the precarious status of migrants is misinformation. PolitiFact reports that most migrants are unaware of their rights and, out of fear, avoid making contact with governmental officials. With this explanation of groups whom I consider fulfill my description of politically vulnerable, I am not aware of any contemporary examples of trans persons or migrants clearly responding to these dehumanizing conditions by carrying out resistance. Violence to establish their dignity other than those examples provided by Mark Bray of both groups participating in anti-fascist activism. 50 years ago, however, Reverend Raymond Brothers Hears formed the Lavender Panthers in San Francisco to combat homophobic and transphobic violence both by the police and by fellow San Franciscans. Brothers Hears formed the Armed Defensive Group in 1973 after he was brutally victimized through a gay bashing by a group of teenage boys. According to the San Francisco Examiner, he was motivated by the indifferent hostility of police toward gay beatings and that the beaten person is threatened as if he were the criminal, not the victim. 16 Brothers Hears viewed the Lavender Panthers as a symbol of gay and trans self-determination since the public perception of them was as being pansies who could not defend themselves. Brothers Hears held a press conference armed with a shotgun, yet the Lavender Panthers' weapons in their nightly street watch were mostly things like sawed-down pool cues, clubs, and whistles. Within months, they came to the defense of two gay men harassed by a group of teenagers outside a gay bar and beat them. Overlooking the beating was in response to the teenagers' gay bashing. The San Francisco police later ordered the Lavender Panthers to disband or face arrest, which they reluctantly did. Brothers Hears remains an iconic figure within LGBTQ history of active uses of violence by politically vulnerable people. As for contemporary times, perhaps because we are able to see in real time the active forces creating dehumanizing conditions for these two groups, we might be better able to understand calls for compassion if they respond with frustration politics. We might implicitly have a better understanding of what it means to say that, for instance, while trans people may not face threat of physical violence constantly, they nonetheless know that political operatives encourage the public to regard them with enough hate, suspicion, and disgust so that they continually fear for their safety. This is in addition to residing in existential spaces that rob them of human dignity. We are also perhaps implicitly better able to understand why wokeism would feel unacceptable to members of either group. Violent anti-abortion activism. The pro-life movement in the U.S. is primarily rooted in Christian precepts about the sanctity of life, including fetal life. Some of the most extreme elements interpret their Christian duty as protecting the vulnerable from harm which may involve the use of violence. Various tactics have included threatening abortion providers and their staff, bombing clinics, and even killing doctors. Of particular interest is that at least two anti-abortion extremists directly cite John Brown as their inspiration. Paul Hill was a Presbyterian minister who increasingly espoused such radical positions against abortion that he was eventually excommunicated. In 1994, he approached Dr. John Britton and his bodyguard James Barrett outside Britton's Florida clinic and shot both to death. Hill laid down his weapon and waited for the police. During his trial, Hill declared that the shootings were a defensive act to protect fetuses. He was sentenced to die. His last words before his execution were, "If you believe that abortion is a lethal force, you should oppose the force and do what you have to stop it. May God help you protect the unborn as you would want to be protected." Hill reportedly saw connections to John Brown's violent political activism, announcing that Brown's example has and continues to serve as a source of encouragement to me. Another radical anti-abortionist named James Burt also used violence to attempt to stop abortions by invading a Florida abortion clinic, damaging equipment, and injuring two women who tried to block him from entering. He was also linked to a fellow anti-abortion extremist who left Burt's house with bomb-making materials. Burt was quoted as saying about his actions, "Maybe like Harper's Ferry, where John Brown used violence to bring the evils of slavery into focus, these things may do the same thing on the abortion issue." To review, I have argued there is a kind of resistance. Violence done by someone on the behalf of another called resistance violence by proxy. Resistance. Violence involves those who are politically vulnerable, the description of which is a series of areas where they are deprived of the conditions of human flourishing. I argue one of the most prominent is residing in existential spaces of vulnerability to violence, both by the state and by fellow citizens. Violence by the politically vulnerable responds to those conditions and is an attempt to establish their dignity. Resistance violence by proxy is an effort to uphold the other's dignity because the vulnerable personally are unable to or face too much risk in attempting to. In my discussion of the case study of John Brown, I offered various caveats related to allyship like, for instance, avoiding a savior complex or usurping the politically vulnerable's agency and so on. I proposed that, with some exceptions, John Brown personified admirable epistemic virtues in his attempt to carry out resistance violence by proxy. How then might this apply to those inspired by Brown? In order for political violence to qualify as any kind of resistance violence, I have argued that it hinges on whether or not the party in question can legitimately be called politically vulnerable. In Chap. 3. I laid out detailed categories that comprehensively demonstrate conditions of political vulnerability, arguing that it is not just one area of denial or deprivation that would justify describing a group in such a way. Applied to the anti-abortion extremists' actions, Hill's use of violence in particular resulted in someone's death, a doctor presumably to stop him from aborting fetuses. In order for Hill's and Burt's actions to fulfill my definition of resistance violence by proxy, fetuses must fulfill the definition of a politically vulnerable group. Although I have highlighted residing in chronic conditions of pervasive threat as critical to political vulnerability, being subject to potential harm alone is not enough to qualify as politically vulnerable. People living in cities with high crime rates in the subways all may equally face victimization of violent crime while using public transportation, but that fact alone would not constitute enough of a reason for them to fulfill my definition of political vulnerability. Something may be considered a social problem without involving people who are politically vulnerable. Therefore, while fetuses may face harm, as a category they do not fulfill the description of politically vulnerable by failing to meet the other conditions. The qualities of political vulnerability deal with the capacity to flourish as a human person through the availability of things like access to living wages, burden-free voting, epistemic fairness in one's ability to express themselves, peace of mind, and so on. These qualities do not apply to fetuses. It is true that some human persons lack some of these qualities, like those with dementia, but the vulnerability that comes along with that is not strictly political. In other words, any given situation of vulnerability is not necessarily an example of political vulnerability, which is another way of describing oppression. Even if fetuses were to qualify as politically vulnerable by meeting the conditions, the unique status of fetuses creates other morally relevant considerations, namely, the moral status of the fetus and the moral permissibility of terminating a pregnancy through abortion. Some may think that by establishing the vulnerability and the personhood status of the fetus, they have answered to the necessary moral questions surrounding terminating a pregnancy by concluding it is clearly wrong to kill an innocent person. Yet personhood status alone is not enough to provide an answer. Judith Jarvis Thomson famously showed the flaws in such an assumption by arguing the most morally relevant aspect about terminating a pregnancy is that the fetus is entirely dependent on the pregnant person. 17 Whether or not the fetus is a person does not matter as much as the fact that the fetus resides within another person's body. Therefore, even if we were to establish that the fetus is vulnerable, it does not mean people lack justification in terminating their pregnancies. The person who is pregnant is rightly morally prioritized. Thomson utilizes the classic philosophical position of bodily integrity and the right to self-determination. We all have sovereignty over what happens to and with our bodies. She famously argues, if a human being has any just, prior claim to anything at all, he has a just prior claim to his own body. The right to bodily autonomy is also the basis for why sexual assault is morally wrong, because assault represents use of someone's body without their consent. In order to clarify this point, let us consider the two groups in question for whom this violence by proxy is done on their behalf. For John Brown, it was enslaved people. For Paul Hill, it was fetuses. Even if both groups are rightly described as politically vulnerable, there are other morally significant differences between them. Slaves were full human persons not biologically dependent on others' bodies in order to exist, unlike fetuses. Enslaved people's vulnerability existed only because of a system that deprived them of political, legal, and moral person status. Fetuses' vulnerability is physiological because they are dependent on another's body and, as Thomson argues, a pregnant person is not morally required to sustain that dependency for the duration of a fetus development. 18 Finally, proposing that no pregnant person is morally justified in ending a pregnancy because of the supposed personhood status of the fetus ironically creates conditions that diminish the dignity and agency of that person. As Kimberly Brownlee states, a lack of coherence dogs the anti-abortion activists who seek to endanger or kill abortion providers. 19. Therefore, there are critical morally relevant reasons why enslaved black people are rightly referred to as politically vulnerable people who might justifiably be the subject of resistance violence by proxy, and fetuses are not. Pro-life proponents are likely to believe they have answered to all the moral considerations with abortion by proclaiming that the fetus is vulnerable and a person. Thomson shows why the dependent status inherent to being a fetus compromises the pregnant person's right to bodily autonomy. If a pregnant person may morally terminate a pregnancy, no one else is justified in using violence in order to protect fetuses. The use of violence by John Brown and anti-abortion extremists is therefore not morally identical situations. Anti-fascist activism, on behalf of another. Another contemporary example of political violence on the behalf of another can be found in anti-fascist activism, or Antifa. Because Antifa has become such a politically charged football, it is difficult to have a discussion about anti-fascist activism that is not already colored by multiple preconceived notions. The word Antifa has become equated with violent for a sizable portion of Americans. While it is true that anti-fascist activists are willing to use violent means, that is not all that they do, it is simply the most noticeable. Furthermore, there is no umbrella organization known as Antifa, instead it is better described as local activists who rely on a shared series of tactics. Mark Bray's Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook, provides a comprehensive explanation of the history and philosophy of organized fights against fascism in Europe and America. A foundational explanation of grassroots anti-fascist activism is that it attempts to obstruct the dangerous growth of far-right extremism. Activists cite the fact that the response to the rise of fascism in Europe was both too slow and too mild. Their motto "Never Again" reflects their commitment to never allow things to reach genocidal conditions again. That commitment means employing a variety of tactics to ensure far-right extremists have no platform to spread their message or harm politically marginalized people. According to Bray, the willingness to resort to violent methods is the historically informed recognition that it was not through the marketplace of ideas that rid Europe of Nazism, it was war. No appeals to public decency could have interrupted the gears of the Nazi killing machine. 20 If we are expected to trust that the marketplace of ideas is able to adequately fight far-right hate, Bray asks, then why was a war needed? He poses these rhetorical questions: if we don't stop them when they are small, do we stop them when they are medium-sized? If not when they are medium-sized, then when they are large? When they are in government? Do we need to wait until the swastikas are unfurled from government buildings before we defend ourselves? 21. Richard Williams offers a similar argument that enslavement in this country did not pass because of pacifist moral force or noble appeals to the Christian conscience of slaveholders. 22 Their point is that history provides ample evidence that we should not put too much faith on relying on words and ideas to rid society of dehumanizing ideologies. Bray and Williams are asking the rest of us to consider what it means to the chronically targeted if we are wrong. Bray also engages with the questions surrounding the requirement of imminent threat and self-defense I explored in Chap. 2. While Bray does cite plenty of examples of anti-fascists responding with violence in traditionally understood acts of self-defense, he agrees with the legal scholars who argue that it is misguided to assume all serious threat is imminent. Threat against vulnerable groups can chronically persist in a society because of state indifference to and/or collusion with the aggressor. As I questioned in Chap. 2. Bray asks what it means to expect people residing in a chronic state of threat to wait until threat is immediate. We saw how the domestic abuse victim epitomizes someone in this situation. We can add through our discussion of epistemic injustice the question of who benefits from waiting. Antifascists' aim is to neutralize threats long before they reach the stage of physically harming people, and that means recognizing that threat does not need to be imminent to be taken seriously. An example of no platforming that gathered a lot of attention was when alt-right founder Richard Spencer was punched in the face during an interview on a D.C. street on Donald Trump's inauguration day. Spencer was explaining what his Pepe the Frog pin symbolizes. 23 Suddenly, a black-clad man in sunglasses and a hoodie appeared and punched Spencer in the face, quickly walking off. Debates on social media asked, should you punch a Nazi? Few likely knew at the time that randomly punching Spencer as he was explaining Pepe the Frog's far-right meaning was an attempt to block him from being given a platform to normalize hateful rhetoric and promote harm to vulnerable groups. That might seem like an overreaction, but Bray sets the context by listing the multiple hate crimes that occurred on Trump's inauguration day and the weeks immediately after. Likewise, The Washington Post reported that hate crimes and racial bias rose the day after Trump was elected. Newsweek reported that the FBI's analysis showed that hate crimes surged nearly 20% during Trump's administration. The philosophy guiding anti-fascist activists is to create conditions so that members of hate groups come to fear they will be physically harmed during public displays of their ideology. According to Bray, anti-fascist activists refer to this as the "it's not worth it" principle. Staying actively, publicly involved in far-right extremism brings with it too many risks and burdens. Anti-fascist activism forces far-right extremists to deal with the consequences of their extremism. Activists argue it stops far-right groups from widening their base. The focus is on stopping the spread of far-right support because, Historically, Bray argues, it does not take a majority percentage of government control to gain power. As discussed in Chap. 3. Bray maintains that since most of us do not hold our beliefs through rational engagement but largely through social influence, creating inhospitable public spaces for far-right ideas and activity is one of the best ways to combat its spread, to stop its normalization. Few really examine the philosophical, political, and sociological underpinnings of their most deeply felt values or, in other words, most people are not reflecting on why they believe what they believe. 24 Anti-fascists activists conclude we must then stop the normalization of harmful extremist ideas from spreading through mainstream culture. This means, metaphorically, nipping it in the bud or letting the grape die on the vine. 25 Resorting to violence to accomplish this is only the most dramatic of those tactics. And even when they do turn to violent tactics, it is wrong to assume uses of violence by anti-fascists are always directed at others. Bray describes one tactic used by anti-fascists is to disperse into the crowd at far-right events and start fights in order to create so much disruption that the police are forced to cancel the event. Another tactic is to start small fires or set off fireworks to force the police to shut down the whole event over safety concerns. Devon Zane Shaw is interested in addressing the philosophical dimension to the accusation that these tactics diminish the free speech rights of fascists. We cannot merely describe or consider both sides, the attitude of considering both sides is itself taking a side. 26 Shaw's point is that the content of fascist speech is focused on diminishing and even threatening marginalized people. By the state allowing it to flourish in public spaces and contribute to the perception of what is acceptable treatment of already vulnerable people, the state has in effect sided with the fascists. Considering the historical weight of these words for black people, Jewish people, and others, this is not an insignificant concern. Put another way, fascist dehumanization of historically marginalized people taps into that genocidal history in terrifying ways, and it is disingenuous for state actors to regard all political speech as neutrally the same. Furthermore, Shaw criticizes attempts to link upholding others' dignity with allowing them to spread fascist hate and intimidation by arguing if we truly take their autonomy seriously, then we cannot paternalistically dismiss their projects as atavism or pathology, we must meet their projects with community self-defense. 27. The nonviolent tactics used by anti-fascists include occupying the space of a planned far-right march or rally so that it cannot be held, or blocking the doors of arriving trains carrying fascists to an event so that they are unable to get off. The tactic of publicly outing members of hate groups is done by posting pictures of them throughout their community announcing their association with these groups. Activists request that local shop owners deny service to far-right extremists. Activists have even notified the mothers of far-right extremists about their connection. Another tactic is to maintain control of public spaces by destroying far-right extremist posters and graffiti. Forming choirs that sing over far-right extremists talking at events is yet another. Bray cites a tactic that can be characterized as laftivism used in Poland, in which posters stating that Poland for the Poles were edited to say, soil for potatoes. Therefore, anti-fascist activism uses violence strategically, frequently only after other methods have failed. Their tactics include actions as mundane as guarding refugees in their spaces or providing community help through food and housing. Additionally, a tremendous amount of anti-fascist activism happens online to disrupt the organizing process itself. For instance, they reveal members of far-right hate groups on social media in order to get them fired from their jobs, like making public their swastika tattoos. Another is for anti-fascist activists to gradually infiltrate online hate groups and work their way up through the ranks in order to get access to official files and information. According to Bray, the dramatic moment where they reveal themselves often results in the group disbanding because of the distrust fomented among the members. As shown in Richard Spencer's case, all of these tactics are meant to create more and more obstacles and higher stakes for people to stay involved in far-right activity. They know they will suffer communal consequences through revelation of their association, thereby creating too great a mental burden to stay involved. They hope overall to create an inhospitable climate for far-right activities and ideas, always with those millions of people in mind who were past victims of its spread. Bray insists fascist violence is not an all-or-nothing reality, even in small doses it should be taken seriously for the threat it represents, adding, "This is painfully obvious to victims of transphobic or anti-immigration violence." For example, 28 Bray is asking larger society to consider the hermeneutical justice issues involved with the weightism of telling marginalized people that fascist threat is not that serious yet. Following the philosophy of other radical activist groups, Bray explains that anti-fascists uphold a by any means necessary approach to combating the harm done by far-right extremism. They explain their philosophy on the use of violence this way: first, as we have seen, they do not always act violently. It is simply one tactic they turn to when needed, more than occasionally in self-defense, they contend. Referencing my continual argument that the state itself is in collusion with violence toward marginalized people, Bray writes, "It's clear that self-defense is legitimate when the police are absent or sympathetic towards the aggressor." 29 Bray cites the case of anti-fascist activism needed in York, PA, during race riots in 1969. Testimony recounted how the mayor of York handed someone else a rifle and directed him to kill as many NS as you can. 32nd, the history of far-right extremism serves as evidence that violent tactics are sometimes necessary, they argue. Bray quotes an anti-fascist activist from Baltimore who explains, "You fight them by writing letters and making phone calls so you don't have to fight them with fists. You fight them with fists so you don't have to fight them with knives. You fight them with knives so you don't have to fight them with guns. You fight them with guns so you don't have to fight them with tanks." 31. Bray is not convinced that Chenoweth and Stephan are right about the possibility of clearly delineating between violent and anti-violent political movements. As I noted in Chap. 1. The Deacons of Defense and Justice provided armed protection for civil rights workers in the South, and some incidents involved firing their weapons. It is more accurate to claim, therefore, that the official philosophy and the primary methods of the civil rights movement were nonviolent direct action. But the conversation should also recognize this other element, even if it is a minor one. And anti-fascists only occasionally resort to violent methods. According to Bray, the tragic reality of anti-fascist activism is that so much of it is not publicly visible. Too much success means that the general public is not always aware of how much far-right extremism anti-fascist activism has quelled, nor how many of the mundane tactics they rely on have stopped the spread. How, then, might we understand anti-fascist uses of political violence and its potential comparison to John Brown's? Their guiding philosophy is to protect people, including those who fit the description of being politically vulnerable. Bray quotes Walter Tull as saying, "The job of the anti-fascist is to make the fascist too afraid to act publicly and to act as a volunteer target for their hate and attacks, which helps keep them from thinking about burning down the mosque in their neighborhood." 32 Bray cites numerous examples of anti-fascist activists protecting especially immigrants and refugees who are frequently targets for nativist resentment and violence. Anti-fascists take part in marches against police brutality and have defended abortion clinics against Christian fundamentalist attacks. After Philando Castile's killing by the police, several anti-fascist groups showed up to support and protect Black Lives Matter activists who were protesting outside the Minneapolis police precinct. Bray notes that people have expressed gratitude that Antifa is on site to offer protection, especially when police are nowhere to be found. A famous example came from philosopher and activist Cornel West, who attended the Unite the Right rally as a counter-protester. West later said in an interview with Amy Goodman that Antifa was present there to provide protection for people like him. He recounts that the white supremacy was so intense that he had never seen that kind of hatred in his life. According to West, he was among a small group of about 20 people, most of them clergy, and that they would have been crushed like cockroaches had it not been for the 300 to 350 anti-fascists present, since the police for the most part pulled back. "Anti-fascists," he said, "saved our lives, actually. We would have been completely crushed. And I'll never forget that." 33. West's situation reflects a classic on the behalf of another fighting back, but Bray provides examples of politically vulnerable people joining in the fight, too. If one of the pitfalls of resistance violence by proxy is slipping into paternalistic savior complexes, anti-fascist activism does not tend to run that risk. In 2015, far-right German extremists tried to burn down a refugee center. Anti-fascist activists showed up to fight back, and Bray says that many of the refugees themselves joined in. 34 Furthermore, some anti-fascist groups are made up of marginalized people themselves. One calls itself LGBTQ Trigger Warning in Rochester, New York, that formed after Trump's election due to the rise of local homophobia and racism. Members especially appreciate that their group challenges stereotypes about queer people of being weak and helpless. 35. These various points about anti-fascist activism and philosophy show that sometimes it does meet my definition of resistance violence by proxy. Activists use violence to uphold the dignity of people who are politically vulnerable through an act of protection. They take on the risks involved in uses of violence so that politically vulnerable people do not have to. Just as with Brown's case, we can question if the violence on another's behalf provided by anti-fascists is patronizing or empowering. The case with modern-day anti-fascist activism is complicated by the fact that the black bloc attire conceals the identity of activists, so the public is left unaware of their race, ethnicity, and gender. It is possible, in other words, that anti-fascist activists are indeed members of the politically vulnerable group being protected, which we have seen is sometimes the case. Those situations avoid the charge of diminishing the agency of politically vulnerable people. Bray cites a pre-World War II example in England of a fascist march planned through a Jewish London neighbourhood in October 1936. Later known as the Battle of Cable Street, thousands of people, including Jewish people from the neighbourhood, forcefully fought back against the fascists. The police were eventually forced to cancel the march. Much of the Jewish community had grown sick and ashamed of keeping their heads down, according to one Jewish anti-fascist. 36 Following the last resort philosophy, this example of using violence occurred only after British Jews attempted nonviolent tactics first. A petition signed by 72,000 people requested that the march be cancelled. City officials denied their request. It is worth revisiting. Chenoweth and Stephen's findings about the effectiveness of nonviolent over violent methods, as Bray contests much of their conclusions. First, Bray agrees with me that it is not always clear what constitutes a violent versus an nonviolent movement, since the evolution of social activist movements may contain elements of both. Both violent and nonviolent methods constitute anti-fascist activism. And movements characterized as nonviolent have contained uses of armed protection. Next, Bray asks, if violence is supposedly so inherently off-putting to the public, why did 37.3% of the German electorate vote for the Nazi Party in July 1932? Similar questions could be asked about the enthusiastic cheers Donald Trump received on the campaign trail when he threatened during rallies to punch counter-protesters in the face. Like me, Bray also questions Chenoweth and Stephen's use of the term effective. While there was a backlash to the Cable Street battle that caused harm to the local Jewish community through violent retaliation, Bray nonetheless concludes, sometimes self-determination needs to be prioritized over winning a popularity contest that is designed for you to lose. 37 He also calls it disingenuous for researchers to assess the legitimacy or value of a group like the Black Panthers based on their popularity among white Americans. The constraints of respectability politics, after all, might be the lens through which the Panthers are viewed as unacceptable to white America. Bray maintains that the Panthers were effective for black people's sense of their own worth and dignity to form black power movements, whether or not they led to overall societal change. During the political turmoil of 2017, when anti-fascists' presence was felt at protests, Erica Chenoweth published an article entitled, "Violence Will Only Hurt the Trump Resistance." 38 Chenoweth begins the article by listing the various forms of protest that occurred on the day Trump was inaugurated, including everything from blockades to occupations of politicians' offices to an elderly Asian woman captured giving the middle finger. Chenoweth focuses on black bloc violent tactics like burning limousines and vandalizing storefronts. She notes the position Bray expressed that these tactics are viewed as necessary because they help protect nonviolent activists from marginalized communities, especially from police resorting to militarized responses. Chenoweth admits such tactics sometimes bring about short-term gains but, as we saw in her argument in Chap. 1. She believes they ultimately damage the cause. Chenoweth argues that uses of violence can fragment the opposition because it is viewed as a controversial tactic and therefore benefits those in power who use the opposition's violence as a talking point in vilifying them as thugs, murderers, and the like. She contends this kind of characterization can have an impact on public perception. Chenoweth reports that Americans, particularly whites and Hispanics, are generally quite hostile to public protest, although they are more tolerant of nonviolent protests, which does not tend to alienate them. Yet, as I noted, white people have a vested interest in rejecting any racial social activism because they benefit from the current system. Both Bray and Luttrell contend it is problematic to focus too much on what the dominant group thinks about social activists. Bray argues that acts of self-determination sometimes matter more than making gains in societal support. And Luttrell notes that some segments of the white population will view any social activism by black people as violent, no matter what expression it takes. We are right to question, therefore, if more mild approaches amount to pandering to the dominant group's biases and at what cost to activists. Finally, some might object to grassroots activism that identifies as protection because they see this as solely the job of the police. Yet, a running critique within this book is that not everyone in society can count on state protection, as the need for the deacons for defense and justice attested to during the civil rights era. A clear distinction between security forces and far-right activity does not always exist. State actors and police forces have a history of being in collusion with extremist activity. The Black Panthers frequently called the police fascist pigs to highlight the hypocrisy of the American anti-Nazi self-image maintained while the police were terrorizing the black community on a daily basis. 39 For instance, the murderer of civil rights activist Medgar Evers, Byron de la Beckwith, was visited in jail by Mississippi Governor Ross Barnett. The documentary Grand Nighthawk, Infiltrating the KKK is about an undercover FBI agent named Joe Moore who was able to reach an official role in the Florida Ku Klux Klan. 40 In 2015, 3 members of the KKK who were employed as guards for the Florida prison system set out to murder a former black inmate named Warren Williams. Williams was in prison for fighting back against police in a mental health episode. While in prison, he started a fight with one of the guards named Thomas Driver after repeatedly asking the guard to stop blowing cigarette smoke in his face. During the fight, Williams bit Driver, who needed follow-up testing to ensure he had not contracted any communicable diseases. Driver was so angry about the vulnerability he felt as he awaited the test results that he turned to fellow Klan members to arrange Williams' murder. A reporter in the documentary contacted the Florida prison system to request information about how many employees are members of hate groups. He reports that there was institutional indifference to my questions and to the problem as a whole. Various philosophers on violence discussed in Chap. 2. Make the case that grassroots uses of violence often emerge because of systematic failures that leave different groups in a dangerously vulnerable position. The NAACP official Robert Williams armed himself in North Carolina, and the Deacons of Defense and Justice protected civil rights workers in Louisiana out of necessity. The epistemic virtue of considering all the relevant factors present means we do not simply condemn anti-fascist defense or protection of politically vulnerable groups, but instead consider why it is needed in the first place. This is not to claim that any use of violence by anti-fascists fits the description of resistance violence by proxy. Random property damage, for instance, might end up harming the very people they are trying to protect. Nor, as explained in Chap. 2. Does it amount to an endorsement of violence to ask that we understand why it arises. Epistemically virtuous consideration of anti-fascist uses of violence means listening to the reasons they believe it is sometimes necessary, listening to why they fear police and do not view them as a protective resource, and considering what it morally and politically means for vulnerable people to chronically reside in these conditions. Determining nonetheless that grassroots uses of violence and defense pose too many dangers to continue will most likely then include finally addressing why people turn to it in the first place. The January 6th insurrection of the U.S. Capitol. My discussion of resistance. Violence describes a particular kind of political violence. It involves violence committed by politically vulnerable people who live under conditions of pervasive threat as well as other forms of structural harm that dehumanizes them. In a system that robs them of agency and self-determination, some respond with violence that is not captured by traditional understandings of self-defense because the threat is not always imminent and the resistance actor knows they will likely pay with their life but chooses to carry out the violence anyway. I conclude therefore that their act of violence resists their dehumanization. You cannot do that to me, whatever price I must pay to prevent you. Does the political violence carried out by the people who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, to stop the electoral count qualify as politically vulnerable people carrying out resistance? Violence. In order to make such a determination, we must look at the critical factors at play with the actors and their acts. Storming the Capitol stemmed from the Stop the Steal claims made by presidential candidate Donald Trump. In fact, Trump had a history of making claims of rigged elections, including prior to the 2016 election, stating the only way he could lose is if the election was rigged. The 2020 election between Trump and Joe Biden happened in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, before widespread vaccination became available, so a sizable portion of especially Democratic voters chose the option of a mail-in ballot to avoid risk. Trump made claims that there is a high rate of fraud associated with voting by mail and that in-person voting machines were corrupted. He encouraged Republican voters to not accept results that called the election for Joe Biden. 63 individual lawsuits were filed by Trump's campaign and others contesting various aspects of the 2020 election. Only one was in Trump's favor, a minor procedural decision about proper identification in Pennsylvania, later overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Irritated by the lack of success in the courts, Trump encouraged his followers to contest the results on the state level through their legislators and later to contest Congress's joint session during which they were to tally the votes in the Electoral College, the final stage for calling an election. News sources have put together timelines showing that various far-right extremist groups became emboldened during Trump's administration, finding a friend for their causes. The Boogaloo Boys, the 3%ers, the Proud Boys, and the Oath Keepers all carried out demonstrations and protests in the months leading up to the 2020 election, largely with an anti-government message. There were various incidents on the state level after the election in which far-right extremists entered legislature buildings including state capitals to contest the election results. Internal communication within the FBI shows they were preparing for violent activity based on these corrupt election claims. Both private group communication and public social media posts by members of these extremist groups used violent language like fight and kill to describe stopping the election from being called in Biden's favor. Trump tweeted encouragement for his followers to come to Washington, D.C., on January 6 to protest the certification of the presidential results. On that day after Trump gave a speech encouraging attendants to march down Pennsylvania Ave to take their country back, thousands of his followers stormed the Capitol building. Security video recordings and police body cameras caught footage of thousands of Trump supporters smashing windows to enter, breaking down doors, and using various objects as weapons to beat the police who were trying to contain the mob. Cameras also caught the mob chanting that they were looking for Nancy Pelosi and hang Mike Pence. A man carrying a large Confederate flag was photographed walking through the halls of the Capitol. Mobs were within feet of both Congress members and Vice President Mike Pence as they scurried to hide. Some 116 police officers reported injuries from that day, some were caught on their body cameras being savagely beaten by the crowds. Piecing together the timeline revealed that Donald Trump was aware relatively early on that Congress and his vice president were all in danger, but he did not ask his followers to leave until after 6 p.m., some 5 hours later. As I have said with other contemporary incidents, what is a determining factor is the status of the people carrying out the violence and whether their act constitutes frustration politics of resisting their chronically dehumanized status in which they are attempting to establish their dignity. A significant part of understanding someone as politically vulnerable is that they are targeted by larger society as living under pervasive threat of violence both by state actors and fellow civilians. In determining how this applies to the January 6th insurrection, what is significant is that an overwhelming majority of the Capitol insurrectionists were both white and male. Neither of those categories meets the description of politically vulnerable. As a group, white men have not been denied voting access or have been othered by larger society or dehumanized. As a group, neither white people nor men are doubted as credible or as knowers. Indeed, in the U.S., white men have remained the standard by which everyone else is judged. They are not housed in poor, violent living conditions, they are not as a group denied access to professional positions of leadership or the general conditions for human flourishing. As stated in Chap. 2. It is conceivable that various participants may fit the description of vulnerable groups in other ways, living in extreme poverty, suffering mental illness, etc. But the structuring of U.S. systems do not target white people or men. Furthermore, as a group, white men do not live under pervasive threat of violence with state indifference and/or collusion. Therefore, there does not exist any pervasive structural denial of dignifying conditions of human flourishing for them as a group. Their anger on January 6 did not arise in response to chronic repressive conditions against them as a group. Attacking the Capitol to commit violence against the Vice President and members of Congress was not the only option for them to establish their agency and self-determination. Their complaints about being harmed by a stolen election have no substance. Evidence consistently shows their claims as being false. If anything, their claims of a stolen election exemplify the epistemic vices Medina lists of expecting general societal perspectives to favor their perspective. Like other historical examples of white male political violence, the violence on January 6 represented a backlash, a refusal to accept change or progress simply because they did not like it. There is even a term used to describe this type of phenomenon: whitelash. January 6 violence at the Capitol is more like the Tulsa massacre, in which white men destroyed black wealth and punished them for their successes, than it is like Nat Turner's insurrection. Finally, while many of the Capitol insurrection participants have been punished with jail time, overwhelmingly the history of white male violence has been overlooked and openly condoned. The sexual assault of enslaved women, the lynching of black men, and other examples of white male violence have long been viewed as their prerogative. While the tide may be changing and we may begin to see them held accountable more frequently, it is still nonetheless the case that the white men who stormed the Capitol had no reason to believe they would have to pay with their lives. If anything, Republican leaders have downplayed the destruction and harm they caused that day in an effort to provide them with support. Republican Representative Andrew Clyde said videos from January 6 show something like a normal tourist visit, and others have called for the next Republican president to officially pardon them. Simply resisting a social or political change, therefore, is not enough to constitute resistance violence. The political violence on January 6 can even be labeled state-sanctioned violence, since the participants have received various forms of support as well as being the result of encouragement from the 45th President of the U.S. Given all this, it is still nonetheless true that whiteness or maleness as characteristics of the dominant group in the U.S. does not mean political vulnerability is impossible among white people or among men. Trans persons may be white but also determined to be politically vulnerable. Refugees and immigrants may be male but also determined to be politically vulnerable. As noted in Chap. 2. It is not their status as white or as male that explains their designation as politically vulnerable, but something else about them. Property damage, looting, and the Kerner Commission. In 1909, suffragist Alice Paul was arrested in London for smashing a window during a suffragette protest. She was sentenced to 1 month of hard labor. Suffragists in England went after politicians who were opposed to their cause with dog whips, and they set fire to multiple vacant buildings, including post offices, churches, and theaters. Sometimes the use of violence during protest and resistance is property damage and or looting. While the violence is not focused on injuring people, the chaos it represents often creates tremendous fear in larger society. How, why, when, and where property damage occurs can be an expression of politically vulnerable people's frustration politics, or it can be rowdy, drunk sports fans wreaking havoc in a heightened emotional state. They represent very different causes and solutions. In Chap. 2. I considered the possibility that resistance violence serves as catharsis for those chronically living in structurally vulnerable conditions. Property damage may represent a cathartic release that serves as the lesser of evils by damaging things and not people. I noted that catharsis is complicated, however, in that we only know it to be a motivating factor if the parties report it as such. I mention it here to raise the possibility that the frustration politics of the politically vulnerable need not express itself in violence toward people, but as an emotionally charged release through the destruction of property. Alluding to the problems with weightism, Robert Audi claims violence to property would be warranted if it could be reasonably argued to be necessary to rectifying the moral wrongs in question. If nonviolent means of providing a minority group with the rights of citizens would take many years, whereas damaging a few non-residential buildings would achieve the needed changes in a few months or a year, the latter course could perhaps be justified. 41. Both Candace Delmas and radical groups similarly defend targeted property damage in that the property in question may represent predatory businesses in disenfranchised areas or a corporate monopoly of services like McDonald's, Bank of America, and Starbucks. This kind of property damage is calculated and symbolic, not indiscriminate harm to property owned by fellow disenfranchised people. Targeted property damage might also be something as minor as knocking over the podium at neo-Nazi rallies or cutting off their speakers. During the 2020 protests responding to the murder of George Floyd by the Minneapolis police, property damage, fires, and looting occurred in small numbers. As Americans watched these scenes play out, one activist's video went viral as she passionately explained the root causes of this kind of violence, thereby addressing the hermeneutical injustice of input from people within the community being given the opportunity to be heard about something affecting them. Kimberly Latrice Jones' video was then shared by multiple television shows and political pundits. 42 Wearing a t-shirt with George Floyd's image, Jones responds to criticism that people should not be looting or rioting or tearing up their own community and instead should boycott spending money in predatory businesses. Jones answers that both can be done. Some asked, "What did you gain from looting?" To which Jones responds, "I think that as long as we're focusing on the what, we're not focusing on the why. And that's my issue with that. As long as we're focusing on what they're doing, we're not focusing on why they're doing it." In the video, Jones turns her attention to the financial gap in the U.S. between black and white America, and that some feel so hopeless that they are willing to walk through broken glass to get access to things like phones and TVs, adding that we need to be asking why. Why are people that poor? Why are people that broke, that walking through broken glass is their only shot? Jones offers the fact that black people in the U.S. have displayed self-sufficiency and built up wealth, but the Tulsa Race Massacre and the Rosewood Massacre are examples of white backlash by stealing and killing the black owners. Using the analogy of Monopoly, Jones describes what it means to play the game but not have access to any of the money. When some do finally get access, you burn the game. You burn the cards, they burn your Monopoly money, only to be followed again with the advice, "Okay, now you catch up." The game is continually fixed against some players to the point where they lose interest, Jones argues. She then delivers this part of her speech, referencing the understanding that disenfranchised black people could never expect consistent state protection, so when they say, "Why do you burn down the community? Why do you burn down your own neighborhood? It's not ours. We don't own anything. We don't own anything." Trevor Noah said it so beautifully last night. There's a social contract that we all have, that if you steal, or if I steal, then the person who is the authority comes and fixes the situation. But the person who fixes the situation is killing us. So the social contract is broken. And if the social contract is broken, why the F do I give a S about burning the Football Hall of Fame, about burning Target? You broke the contract when you killed us in the streets and didn't give a F. The property damage and looting, Jones explains, is the result of chronic conditions of disempowerment and poverty. People in some neighborhoods have no reason to protect stores or properties because they have no connection to them, literally no real investment of which to speak. Property damage and looting in this context are examples of Rustin's frustration politics, in which the conditions of people's lives become so severe that this kind of violence becomes an option. Clayton, Rustin, King, and Jones all propose that understanding comes with focusing on the why and not as much the what. If we are really interested in eradicating this kind of violence, we know a path likely comes with addressing the why, as they ask us to do. Focusing on the epistemic issues involved. Vicky Osterweil encourages questioning how historical narratives about property violence and looting have been framed. In her provocative book, In Defense of Looting, she asks, was it theft, for instance, when Frederick Douglass kept some of his wages as a ship caulker in Baltimore rather than send them to his enslaver as he was required to do? Was it theft when, instead of doing as they were told, enslaved people furtively slept, wasted time, or enjoyed themselves? Was it theft when up to 200,000 escaped slaves left their plantations and served in the Union Army? Not only did Harriet Tubman technically loot herself by escaping slavery, but she looted hundreds of other people, too, by being a conductor on the Underground Railroad. Like Jones. Osterweil describes poor, predominantly black neighborhoods as occupied by outside, white corporations and business owners with no connection or investment in the betterment of the community. She writes, looting rejects the legitimacy of ownership rights and property, the moral injunction to work for a living, and the justice of law and order because this system benefits the few at the expense of the many. 43 Osterweil argues that especially the legacy of enslavement in the U.S. created conditions of viewing black people as themselves property. It means that racial riots take on larger significance as potentially resisting and upending chronic financial inequalities with roots as old as the country itself. Escaped slaves technically qualified as a kind of theft of what is legally owned by the enslaver. Osterweil notes that runaway slaves referred to their act as stealing themselves. 44 slave insurrections likewise compromised what was legally owned by enslavers. Redlining that denied black people the chance at homeownership, and race massacres prompted by white people's fear of black wealth mean we should question the framing of black poverty today, Osterweil argues. She concludes that there is therefore a revolutionary element to looting when one considers the purposeful theft from black people of their wealth and financial stability. Noting the racial subtext. Osterweil says the word loot first appeared in English as a derivative of a Hindi term and referred to British colonizers subduing Indian resistance. She identifies her use of the word looting as redistribution of wealth from the rich to the poor. Looting alleviates some of the immediate problems of poverty, she argues. Looting also disrupts how deeply commodified most of contemporary existence is by taking the commodity for free, often sharing the resources with others. It pulls the veil back on the false notion that the system is functioning fine. Osterweil addresses the common question about why people would destroy their own neighborhood by quoting Stokely Carmichael, who, like Jones, argues, in these cities we do not control our resources. We do not control the land, the houses, or the stores. These are owned by whites who live outside the community. 45. Osterweil objects to the tendency to draw strong distinctions between good protesters and bad rioters because it delegitimizes criticism of predatory capitalism that encourages a permanent underclass. This is a variation of the critique from Chap. 1. About the troubling basis of respectability politics in social justice movements that attempts to win over the dominant society by potentially pandering to their worst biases. She also challenges the inherently racist selective attention of media coverage that prioritizes scenes of property damage and looting during protests. Osterweil shares Luttrell's position that staying respectable during protest is often a setup by dominant society who continues to move the goalposts. Osterweil invites us to be suspicious of positions like Chenoweth's and Stephen's that advise protest movements to not feed into images that they are violent, thereby giving the police justification to return repressive uses of force. Osterweil responds that the state acts violently toward black people for simple everyday activities already, so it is misguided to think behavior dictates police response. Her cynicism is not baseless. Doing X while black stories began appearing on social media that have included birdwatching while black, driving while black, barbecuing while black, and jogging while black, depicting various black people taking part in everyday activities but end up threatened, harassed, or killed by both police and by white people. Osterweil's goal, therefore, is to challenge common narratives around property damage and looting as thugs who indiscriminately and stupidly destroy their own neighborhoods. An epistemically responsible discussion about riots, property damage, and looting in the U.S. must include the Kerner Commission's report of 1968.46. Its findings and recommendations are significant to the entirety of this project. Otto Kerner's commission expressed many of the positions defended in this book. It has been to our collective detriment and will continue to be that its findings and advice were largely ignored. 47 I have discussed and defended in some way multiple aspects of the Kerner report: acknowledgement of the political vulnerability of black people in the U.S., the frustration and potential violence that living under those conditions create, and recognition that not much will change unless the source of this frustration is addressed through not only improving the material conditions of black people's lives but also through ending the epistemic othering that contributes to their dehumanization. The Kerner report is therefore a valuable place to draw this project to a close because the report gave advice that is still relevant over 55 years later to improving American society. In the late 1960s, the social upheaval through rioting, burning, and ransacking that occurred throughout major American cities was mostly blamed on young black men. President Lyndon Johnson put Otto Kerner in charge of a commission to study why it was happening. In 1968, Kerner's commission issued a report on their findings and recommendations for moving forward. Perhaps most shocking about the report was how epistemically honest it was, citing the racism of white Americans as the root cause. The report called for sweeping changes to policing, governmental policy, societal attitudes, and media coverage and responsibility. A New York Times article covering the report was entitled, "Panel of Civil Disorders Calls for Drastic Action to Avoid a Two-Society Nation," with the subheading "Whites Criticized 48. The two-society nation the report warns about is the structural gap building between the conditions of black and white American existence. Its report amounts to a stinging indictment of white society for its isolation and neglect of the Negro minority. 49 Assessing the critical epistemic issues at play, the report states, "What white Americans have never fully understood, but what the Negro can never forget, is that the white society is deeply implicated in the ghetto. White institutions created it, white institutions maintain it, and white society condones it." The New York Times describes the overwhelming evidence the commission found of white prejudice or ignorance responsible for pushing black people into cities with conditions best described as a destructive environment. Kerner's report advises that moving forward the nation itself must drastically change its treatment and attitudes toward the black population, calling for large-scale compassionate action. The list of suggested improvements included revamping welfare, the immediate creation of 2 million jobs, federal subsidizing of on-the-job training, a guaranteed minimum income, better housing, placing more black police in black neighborhoods, and ending misplaced militarized police responses in civilian communities. What is particularly noteworthy is the epistemic awareness the Commission displayed in its recognition that larger society's perception of black Americans was harmed by racist self-serving coverage by the predominantly white media. The Kerner Commission saw that U.S. race relations were actively exacerbated by this coverage, fueling white racism. They advised the American media to confront their role and to improve. According to the Commission, the American media failed to report adequately on the causes and consequences of civil disorders and on the underlying problems of race relations. They have not communicated to the majority of their audience, which is white, a sense of the degradation, misery, and hopelessness of life in the ghetto. The Kerner Commission recommended that the news media expand coverage of black people to recognize the existence and activities of black people within their communities. Recruit more black reporters and editors and employ more people familiar with urban and racial affairs. Adopt self-regulating reporting guidelines for racial news. Organize an Institute of Urban Communications to study urban affairs and train reporters to cover them, employing more black people for such positions. The New York Times article notes the report's urgency for needed improvements and the likelihood things would continue to get worse if left unaddressed. The report predicted, large-scale and continuing violence could result otherwise. Some communities may resort to indiscriminate and excessive use of force. President Johnson was among those surprised by the findings of the report, choosing to largely forego its recommendations. News sources revisit the report's findings, recommendations, and predictions from time to time, noting that failure to take the report seriously still haunts the U.S. While it is true that various aspects of race relations in the U.S. have improved, it is also true that some things have remained in serious need of improvement. 50 Arlene Geronimus' book Weathering provides groundbreaking research about the harm that persists to marginalized groups because of the physiological stress fundamental to othering. White dominant society has yet to adequately address what chronic othering does to a group. According to Kerner's report, property damage and looting during protests or riots is one of the possibilities. Jones, Osterweil, and the Kerner report all provide recommendations for how to stem the flow of this kind of property damage, namely, to finally address what fuels it. Where to go from here? Humor, honesty, and hope. Gloria Anzaldúa was a Chicana lesbian feminist who viewed herself as falling outside most neatly defined categories, always spilling out some way, always spilling over the edges. She saw herself as an outsider within, as an insider outside, and as a bridge to multiple opposing and conflicting worlds, a mediator. With great insight, she claimed, Western culture makes objects of things and people when it distanced itself from them, thereby losing touch with them. This dichotomy is the root of all violence. 51 Applied to the topic of this book, Anzaldúa's explanation of violence invites us to proverbially get back in touch, where compassion represents a closing of the distance between us. This book's examination of the multiple tactics used during protest and resistance offers some notably clever methods for social change. I have attempted to show that some tactics are not advisable for a host of reasons, ranging from being possibly fatal to diminishing the agency of the actors. However, some stand out as admirably worthwhile, namely, laftivism and strategic epistemic awareness. Chapter 1 examines why aspects of laftivism are problematic and best discarded, but the notion of persuading people through fun and funny messages towards social progress represents endless possibilities. As different as their outlooks and guiding principles are, Popovich's and Bray's advice surprisingly share a lot in common. Both encourage those interested in improving a social problem to promote conditions that create negative association with defending the status quo and cruelty toward marginalized people. Neither believes we necessarily reason to the positions we hold, therefore, both encourage utilizing positive association with the process of persuading people toward positions that are humanizing. What Popovich does not say explicitly but is worth remembering is that laughter brings joy, laughter creates good feelings. Confronting seriously grim social problems can send us down a negative psychological spiral of hopelessness and cynicism. Laftivism done well and done right offers an opportunity to kill the spirit of gravity through laughter, as Nietzsche recommended. Laughing together helps create a sense of community, a sense of shared values, and a shared goal. In Chap. 4. I discussed the admirable depth of John Brown's epistemic awareness and virtue, that Brown distrusted the self-serving narratives white people had created to prop up and justify slavery. In example after example, he refused to comply. Brown held a mirror up to white America and demanded they confront the truth about the institution they created, maintained, and defended. Where King compared nonviolent protesters to Socratic gadflies, Brown fits the description perhaps even more accurately since gadflies are known to sting. What Brown recognized like no one else is the possibility of helping politically vulnerable people by using the dominant group's epistemic vices against them. Most philosophies of epistemic injustice focus on the burden and harm caused to the recipients. Yet the tendency within the dominant group to selectively attend to some things and outright ignore others offers opportunities for the politically vulnerable to explore using it to their advantage. Brown advised black abolitionists to seek out their most politically and socially respected white friends after carrying out forbidden acts of resistance in order to borrow their white friends' credibility. Indeed, Brown even suggested that sympathetic white friends will be motivated to help their black fellow activists for no other reason than to protect their own reputations. Brown's insight shows that opportunities to resist and to undermine structural inequality exist in hidden pockets throughout the system for politically vulnerable people to discover. Elsa Dorland provides similar examples of politically vulnerable people taking advantage of stereotypic assumptions in her discussion of English suffragists in the early 20th century. Dorland writes that suffragists developed ruses that played on the sexist stereotypes that women are incapable of defending themselves. These techniques depended on the element of surprise and social astonishment, taking advantage of the adversary's disorientation after his prejudices caused him to let down his guard. 52. One comical example was cutting policemen's suspenders so they were forced to hold up their pants. Like Brown, suffragists serve as a model for seeking out ways to subvert their politically vulnerable status to their advantage. Arendt named how the machinery of dehumanization continues to function smoothly because many people in the dominant group refuse to engage with what they are doing, refuse to engage with how they maintain systems. It creates opportunities for politically vulnerable people to use this to their advantage by literally outsmarting those in power. While using others' epistemic ignorance to one's advantage will not necessarily create radical social change, it does represent ways in which the epistemically marginalized can find places of resistance now. Geronimus critiques the popular American mythologizing of resilience and grit because of its subtext that demands the disempowered push themselves to near collapse in order to succeed rather than asking larger society to eradicate the conditions that disempower people. She asks, why should marginalized, oppressed, and exploited people have to be superheroes in order to survive and thrive within the system? In the face of systematic injustice and cultural oppression, why do we continue to put so much of our focus on applauding the victims who against all odds succeed at avoiding the natural consequences of a racist system, rather than doing what we can to dismantle the system itself? 53. Therefore, one of the most important lessons that we can perhaps derive from these collective sources on social injustice, protest, and resistance is that framing matters tremendously. Anzaldúa offers paths forward of her own, writing, "You realize that home is that bridge, the in-between place of nepenthe and constant transition, the most unsafe of all spaces. You remove the old bridge from your back, and though afraid, allow diverse groups to collectively rebuild it, to buttress it with new steel plates, girders, cable bracing, and trusses. You distend this more inclusive puente to unknown corners, you don't build bridges to safe and familiar territories, you have to risk making mundo nuevo, have to risk the uncertainty of change." 54. Lastly, it is my hope that the powerful insights from this multitude of voices, their wisdom and their warnings remain with us as we watch future protests, future acts of frustration politics carried out by politically vulnerable people. In 1977, James Baldwin appeared on the television show The McNeil/Lehrer Report and said about the rioting that occurred in New York City during a blackout, Langston Hughes said, "You treat colored people like second-class fools. Now, if you do that, there's a bill that comes in that you have to pay. You rob a man of his self-respect, he will do anything." It is my hope that we can find the compassion modeled by Rustin and King that allows for the complex understanding that while not advisable with possibly fatal outcomes, violence by politically vulnerable people often makes explicit society's collective failure to address their chronic dehumanization. Gloria Anzaldúa notes that the origins of the Latin term respectus is the verb to turn around and look back. 55. Ensuring the dignity of all requires we do, indeed, turn around and look back at what we are doing. King and Rustin understood why some people feel so desperate that they are pushed to the state of violence. We cannot fairly discuss their choices without also questioning our own. My hope is this book can be one tool for bringing about those conversations. 18. For those unfamiliar with Thompson's classic argument, she offers this analogy: imagine you awaken to find that you are connected through medical machinery to a person lying adjacent to you with a fatal kidney ailment. The person is a famous violinist who needs to stay connected to you for 9 months so that your kidneys can extract poison from his blood. You got there because the violinist's fans kidnapped you and hooked you up to the machinery based on the fact that you uniquely have a rare blood type to help him. Unplugging yourself will kill him. Those involved ask you to stay the duration until the violinist can survive on his own. Thompson concludes that, even though the violinist is indeed a person, you are not morally required to take on such a prolonged period of allowing another person to use your body to survive, even if by choosing not to will be fatal to the other. Some have objected that Thompson's kidnapping analogy only holds for someone who has been sexually assaulted and does not describe someone who willingly partakes in sexual activity that results in pregnancy. Thompson responds with another analogy: suppose you live in a city with a high crime rate. One hot night, you decide to sleep with your windows open, thereby making yourself vulnerable to someone entering. Someone indeed does enter your home in order to rob you, a situation that became possible only because you chose to leave a window open. Thompson argues you are not therefore morally required to allow the person to rob and slash or kill you just because you did something unwise or irresponsible. You are not required to refrain from calling the police just because of your prior bad choice. Likewise, even if someone makes an irresponsible choice with sexual activity, although all accidental pregnancies do not fit this description, you are not morally obligated to follow through with the pregnancy that results. Philosophy, Rutgers University, Camden, New Jersey, USA. Whenever violence comes up in discussions, people frequently react rather than think. It is understandable because the purpose of civilized living is in many ways the attempt to keep violence under control. People fear what it will mean to accept violence as a solution. I have argued throughout this book that tendency has been to our detriment because we end up relying on broad brush strokes rather than critical and reflective engagement. I have also argued that anyone who wants to defend nonviolence as the superior choice has an intellectual obligation to engage with how and why people use violence. How can someone make the case it is the better choice if they do not understand the alternative argument? We gain such a nuanced understanding of property damage and slash or looting through listening to Kimberly Latrice Jones, for example. Throughout the book I have tried to address various questions about or objections to my claims. I end here with some lingering ones and my responses. Objections. Objection: if the whole thing rests on political vulnerability, what do we do with unclear examples? Who qualifies as politically vulnerable? Is it a checklist? Response: I admit that there are not clear-cut lines for those who can be defined as politically vulnerable and who cannot, for no other reason than that human beings are complex mixtures of multiple characteristics, with each representing different degrees of social and political clout. Caitlyn Jenner, for instance, is a trans woman, but she is also white and enjoys a certain amount of privilege as both famous and wealthy. While being trans brings real political vulnerability, her other characteristics do not necessarily. Therefore, it is true that political vulnerability as a status appears to be more akin to a continuum than hard and fast disparate categories. Yet that does not diminish my position, because that is equally true for other political identities like race and ethnicity as well. Attempts to define a group as oppressed run into the same difficulties. Objection. CAJ. Cody is dismissive of claims to institutional violence and the argument that people live their lives consciously aware of it. He writes, "It is surely implausible to hold that most people accept political authority because they fear the state's capacity for violence against them." 1. Response: I would not make the claim that most people reside in this space, but the assumption that no people do is clumsy and poorly informed. This is precisely the existence black people endured while enslaved and then while living in the Jim Crow South. It is the mindset that comes with knowing that lynching is an ever-present threat. Multiple examples have been provided throughout this book. Why did Mamie Till, for instance, famously have the talk with her son Emmett before he visited family in Mississippi? Why is it that black parents still speak of having the talk with their sons about interacting with the police today? Such individuals may not constitute most people, but they nevertheless represent enough people to cause concern and to make this a valid political reality. After Cody published this article, Iris Marion Young published 5 Faces of Oppression, which, as we have seen, includes discussion of the role violence plays in marginalizing people. Young argues that the state can respond metaphorically with a wink and a nod to violence done to some people, which creates conditions so that, even as the act is officially forbidden, it is nonetheless accepted. Robert Williams' experiences as a NACP leader serve as evidence. Objection: your examples of resistance. Violence do not perfectly fit your definition of it. Both Douglas and Celia were arguably acting in self-defense. John Brown was not politically vulnerable and he had a goal in mind. Response: it is true that the examples I use throughout do not neatly exemplify resistance. Violence. Part of the reason I use each of them is that, as they occurred, ample documentation from the actors themselves was available about what they were doing and why. These examples allow me to prioritize their voices and not rely on interpreting what they were thinking. In each case, we have first-hand testimony so that I am able to share their own thoughts on their actions. Someone might also say that in some of the cases the actor expressed an intention to bring some change about, like arming enslaved people. While this may be the case, they also expressed awareness about how unlikely or impractical it was. All the resistance actors knew the cost involved in their action, knowing that any defense or preservation of life was short-term at best. Douglas and Celia knew compliance would preserve their lives, but they refused that option. It is for this reason that self-defense or arming slaves are at best vague and highly improbable explanations of their intentions. I propose that resisting their dehumanization and establishing their dignity better captures what is at play. Objection: your discussion of moral issues amounts to a kind of ethical relativism where you imply murder is not in fact murder at all if you look at it from someone else's perspective. Therefore, you imply that something is good or bad depending on perspective. Response, briefly addressed in Chap. 4. I will respond to this objection in more detail here. It is understandable that some might come away from discussions of epistemic justice with the impression that perspective itself determines what is morally right and wrong, but that is not what epistemic justice philosophy proposes. Rather, it argues that traditional moral outlooks and understandings have been framed to be attentive only to details that serve the powerful. It is not that epistemic philosophers deny there is objectivity or facts, only that we have been led to believe that dominant narratives are objective when in fact they were actually self-serving selective attention. Let us take the example used by more than one epistemic philosopher, that of Tom Robinson from To Kill a Mockingbird. During Tom's trial for sexually assaulting Mayla Ewell, visible evidence and Tom's testimony reveal that he could not have been the one who caused the injuries on Mayla because Tom lost use of his left hand and arm as a child. The all-male, all-white jury nonetheless found him guilty. Epistemic philosophers are not claiming that, for white people, this was a morally just decision and, for black people, it is morally unjust, explaining this contrast as simply amounting to different perspectives. What they are saying is that white jurors could only reach this conclusion by actively refusing to engage with the evidence because it challenged the white supremacist norms of the Jim Crow South. Epistemic philosophers ask that we attend to how morally charged situations are framed and how they often involve ignoring what is inconvenient to dominant groups. Similarly, John Brown's violent acts have been condemned as murder within a perspective that usually refuses to engage with what is the appropriate method to end the collective kidnapping, forced labor, physical abuse, and rape of millions of people. Epistemic philosophers would likely argue that, like Robinson's trial, we should ask ourselves if that interpretation of John Brown represents epistemic ignorance and epistemic laziness by reinforcing common narratives that benefit the dominant group. They would likely ask if we have listened to the epistemically marginalized and the hermeneutically silenced while forming our moral conclusions. They would likely ask us to reflect on why we feel outrage at Brown's crimes but do not hold the same visceral disgust for the systematic harm committed against black people who were enslaved. In other words, epistemic philosophers call on us to engage more fully, more honestly, and more accurately. It is still conceivable that we might arrive at the conclusion that John Brown murdered people or that Tom Robinson sexually assaulted Mela, but that is something we can only arrive at after Arendt's critical engagement, Fricker's virtuous listening, Cherry's benefit of the doubt, and Medina's epistemic friction. Short of utilizing those tools of epistemic justice, our conclusion is likely the result of cognitive immaturity. Objection: the defense of some uses of violence commit the logical fallacy of tu quoque, which turns the attention back on the initiator of violence and away from the person that responds with violence. The proposition of meeting violence with violence essentially amounts to the fallacy of responding to claims of wrongdoing by pointing to the wrongdoing of the speaker. Response: this is somewhat of an odd accusation because it seems to imply that we are unable to make valid distinctions between justified responses of violence from unjustified ones. In other words, it seems to be committed to the position that if an actor ever makes the claim they responded with violence to another actor's violence no matter the conditions they are immediately guilty of tu quoque. Is there no justified war, then, or acts of justified self-defense? It is precisely the definition of self-defense that someone responds to violent behavior with violent behavior. Indeed, the political and moral controversies surrounding uses of violence focus on when they do not seem to be provoked, implying that the critical determinant is the initial act. Therefore, I would respond to objections of this nature by arguing this is a misapplied fallacy. There may be significant problems with uses of violence, but this is not one of them. Objection: the examples you offer of politically vulnerable people today are not convincing. In both cases, there are active forces in American society that attempt to depict both trans people and migrants in positive, inclusive ways. Their entire existence is not constant negativity or fear. Response: it is true that both migrants and trans people are accepted within segments of the U.S. population. The cities where migrants were bused and flown to, for example, purposely responded with welcoming messages and humanizing care. Yet that does not erase the fact that those hostile dehumanizing forces still may be present literally anywhere in their lives, at any time. Countless examples of Hispanic businesses experiencing verbal attacks by angry white customers denigrating them and questioning their legal status reveal the threat is always there. Furthermore, during both the duration of American slavery and the Jim Crow era, there were also vocal advocates on their behalf who challenged the widely accepted dehumanization that black people endured. Therefore, to simply establish that a denigrated, politically vulnerable group does not face unmitigated harassment and dehumanization does not amount to much. It is nevertheless the case that the dehumanization is pervasive enough that it reasonably stands to impact multiple areas of their lives.